Chapter 16. A storm is brewing. Aya! Magnum burst. A shower of leaves fell down on William's head as he tried his skill on a tree. The bark of the tree had no visible damage, but the effect of the AoE had activated. Magnum burst. 5 mana points. Deals AoE damage up to 3 square meters around the caster. Damage is dependent on the caster's strength. Knockback effect. So, this skill currently deals no damage because I don't have any strength? William frowned. But it still has the knockback effect. William checked his stats inside. Strength, 0. Agility, 0+1. Vitality, 1+1. Intelligence, 14+1. Dexterity, 0. Current EXP, 544 over 1,366. Shepherd Elyon. Job EXP, 60 over 461. William mused. Killing one goblin gives me 60 points. Should I add my points to strength when I level up? After careful considerations, William decided that it was not a good idea. Even if he added his stats to strength, he would not be able to deal massive damage to the enemy. Adding the stat points to intelligence would be more ideal because he could act as support to his Mama Ella. Magnum Burst is a good skill because it allows me to repel anyone that dares to target me. It will also give enough time for Mama Ella to come to my rescue. Although it doesn't deal damage right now, the knockback will be able to keep me safe. Yeah, Mama, use Horn Assault. Me. Ella's horns doubled in size and glowed bloody red. The goblin was skewered and shrieked madly. Ella didn't stop after she impaled her target. Instead, she ran towards the wall of the dungeon with the intention of crushing the goblin to a pulp. Gained EXP points 60. Current EXP, 604 over 1,366. Shepherd LVL2. Job EXP, 120 over 461. Nice! William grinned when he saw the notification. Right now, he was multitasking. While checking the battle, he was also observing the map at the same time. His right hand was holding the wooden staff in preparation to protect himself if a random monster spawned beside him. He had already learned his lesson and he wouldn't allow any mistakes to happen this time. He and his Mama Ella only had one life. It was best to be careful and take things slowly. Gained EXP point 60. Gained EXP point 60. Gained EXP points. After killing 13 more goblins, William finally gained a level in his stats and job level. Current EXP. Although he was tempted to add the stats to strength, he knew that now was not the right time to do it. He placed the 3 stat points he gained to A&T, and it made him feel a bit more confident. Strength, 0. Agility, 0+1. Vitality, 1+1. Intelligence, 17+1. Dexterity, 0. After taking care of his stats, William placed all of his available skill points to wolves in sheep's clothing. He knew that this was the safest investment he could make, because Ella was the one fighting for him. The stronger she became, the safer he would be. Wolf in sheep's clothing 7/10. Passive. Increases all stats of the herd by 7 points. Now it's Mama Ella's turn. Strength 2. 10. Vitality 4. Intelligence. Quick attack 2/5. 5 mana be with incredible speed. The speed of this attack will depend on the agility stat x 5 mana points. Deals a powerful blow to the enemy. May cause the target to flinch. Damage is based on the strength stat x 2/5. With this, the first floor has been cleared. William clapped his hands happily. Time to go to the second floor and see what kind of adventure is waiting for us. Ella licked the baby's cheeks. Clearly she was in a good mood. She could feel herself getting stronger. For her, it was a good thing. Her only concern was William's safety. As if reading her thoughts, William reached out to hug her neck. Aya? Don't worry, Mama. I'll keep myself safe. Me, Aya, let's go to the second floor. Me. William sat on Ella's back with a smile on his face. The Angorian goat walked steadily as it descended, carrying her baby, to the second floor of the goblin crypt. 9 years passed swiftly, like the grains of sand inside an hourglass. For William, those 9 years were filled with close calls as he and Ella walked the thin line between life and death. Of course, he could choose not to use the Ring of Conquest and live a peaceful and stable lifestyle. However, he didn't choose that route. He didn't want to waste his youth doing nothing but eating and sleeping. His mentality in regards to his second life was largely due to the influence of the novels that he had read when he was still back on Earth. William knew that if he didn't grasp the opportunity to become stronger while he was young, he would regret it for the rest of his life. In a valley located near the outskirts of Lon, hundreds of Angorian goats and sheep were currently grazing in peace. Not far from them, a 10-year-old boy sat on top of a tree branch. He was keeping a lookout for any potential threats to the safety of his herd. The wind rustled his short red hair as he watched his herd with a smile. Among the hundreds of Angorian goats, his herd only consists of 50 individuals. The rest were managed by 5 other shepherds, and apprentice shepherds like him, who lived in the town of Lont. Will. A boy in his early teens ran towards the tree where William was taking a rest. Your grandfather is looking for you. Gramps? William glanced at his friend Theo, who was also the son of the most senior shepherd in Lant. "Do you know why he is looking for me?" William asked. "No," Theo answered. "But he doesn't look good. He seems to be very angry." William frowned. His grandfather was a very happy-go-lucky person. Very few things could make him angry. Theo had no reason to lie to him, so something must have happened to the old man while he was away from the estate. "All right." William nodded his head. "Can you keep watch over my herd while I'm away? If I'm not back before my shift ends, bring them back to our family pen. But I was supposed to play with the others this afternoon. I'll give you a slice of apple pie, 2 slices, deal." William grinned. He then shouted at the herd who was grazing at the pasture. "Mama, let's go home. Gramps is calling for us." "Me?" An Angorian goat who was 1.5 meters tall broke out from the herd and ran towards William. The boy jumped off the branch and landed nimbly on the back of his mama Ella. The two traveled back to their residence in haste. What William didn't know was that there was a storm brewing within the Ainsworth residence, and it was all because of him. Chapter 17. Guests from Afar Part 1. As William and Ella neared their estate, they noticed a luxurious carriage in the distance. He had never seen a carriage like this in Lant, so he assumed that they were having guests from outside their border. Right beside the carriage was a 6-meter-tall creature. This beast had the head and wings of an eagle, and the body of a lion. It was very easy for William to identify this creature that came from myths and legends. "A griffon," William muttered, as Ella stopped in front of the beast to give it a better look. The Angorian goat raised her head and stared at the griffon. The griffon stared back. William could see the disdain in its proud and sharp eyes. It was as if the two of them were just mere insects passing through and not worthy of its attention. "Let's go, Mama," William said as he caressed Ella's neck. "It's just an overgrown bird." "It's not a bird, Mama. It's a bird, Mama." "Is what you call a bird that is having an identity crisis." "A bird is what you call him," before nodding her head. She agreed with William that this creature was not a bird but a burb. Since it was a burb, she didn't have to bother with trying to figure out why it had legs instead of talons. Clearly, this bird was having an identity crisis. The goat looked at Griffon with pity before walking towards their house. I agree, Mama. This bird is truly pitiful." The Griffon was a very intelligent creature. Naturally, it understood William and Ella's conversation, and it made it very angry. If not for the fact that it was tied to the carriage, it would have already trampled the 2 insects who dared to look at it with pitiful eyes. With a belly filled with anger, it gave a deafening shriek, but William and Ella didn't even bother to give it a second glance. They were more curious about who their guest was. Since they rode such an amazing carriage pulled by a griffon, their identity would surely be not ordinary. "Grandpa, I'm back," William shouted as he opened the door. Ella also announced her arrival, which made those who were currently sitting at the living room look at them in surprise. There were 3 people who were seated at the couch, and 4 were standing behind them. The 3 were wearing elegant clothes, while the 4 men behind them were wearing light armors. James, Mordred, and Anna sat across from these guests. William noticed that his grandfather's expression was indeed not very good. He could feel the barely restrained anger that was threatening to explode at any moment. "William, please, take a seat," Anna said with a smile. These guests came from the Duchy of Griffith. Anna's tone was polite, but William couldn't feel any semblance of respect in her voice. It was as if his aunt didn't treat these people as guests, but pests who came into their territory. Mordred cleared his throat and introduced the guests one by one. "This lady is the Duchess of Griffith, Lady Agatha," Mordred said with a smile. "And this lovely young girl here is her daughter, Lady Rebecca." He then shifted his gaze at the beautiful woman who was wearing an elegant light blue robe. Her cold features and chilling gaze would make anyone lower their heads in submission. "This lady is one of the elders of the Misty sect, Lady Eleanor." Mordred grinned. "They came from far away just to see you, William." "Oh?" William raised an eyebrow and appraised the guests one by one. The Duchess of Griffith had long light brown hair and green eyes. She could be considered a beauty, but the obvious displeasure on her face made William think of an old witch who was out to give little kids poisoned apples. Her daughter, Rebecca, on the other hand, made William's eyes soften. Although he wasn't completely sure, he guessed that her age was almost the same as his. Her short light brown hair that barely reached her shoulders looked as smooth as silk. She had the same light green eyes as her mother's, but compared to the old hag, her eyes were bright and clear. Her cute and adorable lips were poised in a smile that made her already beautiful face very charming. William sighed at the doll-like girl in front of him. He had no doubt in his mind that if he were a lolicon, he would have already locked her up in his room and treated her like a pet. As for the cold beauty who was staring daggers at him, William didn't even spare her a second glance. Although she was beautiful, the boy could tell that she was the embodiment of bad news. "Good day to all of you," William greeted with a smile. "My name is William von Ainsworth, Will for short, and the most handsome 10-year-old boy in the Central Continent. I dare say that you won't find anyone more handsome than me. As for the other boys in the continent," William curled his lip in disdain, "all of them can just fight for second place." After William's shameless declaration, The room suddenly became silent. Even the scowling old hag and the cold beauty looked at William with dumbfounded faces. This made the smirk on William's face widen. Clearly, he was very satisfied with this result. The silence was suddenly broken by a boisterous laughter that came from James. "Ha ha! As expected of my grandson!" James clapped his hands. The anger that he had been bottling up completely evaporated into thin air as his eyes turned into crescents. Worthy of being an Ainsworth. William flipped his hair and flashed a dazzling smile. He also gave the little doll a "I know you like me" expression. Because he had just come from the pasture, William's clothes were dirty. His face was dusty and his red hair was a mess. Even so, his green eyes that were as clear as emeralds made the little doll, Rebecca, raise an eyebrow in acknowledgement. "This should be enough for a first impression," William mused. "If I'm not mistaken, this little loli should be my fiancée." As expected of Gramps, he really did a good job. William found Rebecca to his liking, and gave the young girl 2 thumbs up in his heart. The boy knew that in a few more years this little doll would grow up to be an outstanding beauty. Marrying someone like her wouldn't be a bad idea, as far as William was concerned. However, before he could even imagine his rose-colored future, the old hag opened her mouth and broke William's daydream. "Since you are down to business," Agatha said in a mocking tone, "we came here to break the marriage agreement between my daughter and this unworthy boy who is covered in filth." Chapter 18, Guest from Afar Part 2. "How dare you," James erupted in anger. "You dare call my grandson unworthy?" "Father, please calm down." Mordred held his father in a bear hug. He was afraid if the old man really went all out, the Duchess would have her neck ripped off from her body. The guards who were standing behind their employers drew their swords and stood between the two parties. "Sorry, Lord Ainsworth," Agatha replied with a light bow. "Although I had offended your family, I will not allow my daughter to marry your grandson, even if it was decreed by my husband's father." "Where is that bastard?" James asked. "Bring him here. I want him to explain the reason why he is backing out of our agreement." "The old Duke had gone to explore the desert in the south," Agatha replied. "I'm afraid that it would be impossible to get in touch with him at this point in time." James laughed in contempt. "I see. So you took the opportunity while he was away to break this engagement. In short, he is not aware of your actions, am I right, Lady Agatha?" "Yes. The old Duke is not aware of my actions," Agatha admitted. Her stance made it clear that she was not going to back down. She was hell-bent on breaking the marriage agreement while her husband's father was away from their duchy. Good, James glared at the woman in front of her. To think that a little baroness would act like this after marrying a duke. Truly disappointing. So is your husband in agreement to this as well? My husband shares the same opinion. Agatha raised her chin. The current Duke of Griffith doesn't recognize this arranged marriage. If you want to talk to him, then feel free to come to the Dukedom of Griffith. We will be more than happy to give you our hospitality. Hospitality, James sneered. A SLT like you and that bastard better wash your necks. You want me to come to your duchy? Fine. I will bring the Red Plague along with me when I visit. I want to see just how the two of you are planning to give me your hospitality. Agatha and the cold beauty Eleanor, from the Misty sect, had a sudden change in their expression. They looked at the old man in shock because they knew that he was dead serious. What's wrong? James said in disdain. Scared? You think you and your husband have the authority to break this agreement. As for you, Eleanor of the Misty sect, it seems that you and those old hags in your ice mountain have a lot of free time. Do you also want me to give you a visit? I'm very curious. What kind of hospitality will you give this old man? Agatha's and Eleanor's expressions were very grim. Although the possibility of the Red Plague returning to their kingdom was low, they couldn't deny this possibility. Both of them couldn't afford to pay the consequence if the old man made his threat a reality. Gramps, calm down. William patted his grandfather's arm. You are being rude to our guests. You brat. I'm doing this for you. If there weren't other people around, James would have already grabbed the little prick and spanked his bum to oblivion. Don't worry, Gramps, I'll handle this, William said with a smile. Just calm down. I don't want you to get a heart attack. It's just not worth it. Aunt, can you bring Grandpa to his room? I'll take care of our guests for the time being. Anna eyed her nephew with appreciation and nodded her head. Father, let's go. I'm sure that William will be able to deal with these pests. Our guests. James snorted and left the living room in a huff. Mordred sighed and motioned for his nephew to sit by his side. Seeing that the dangerous situation had died down, the 4 guards sheathed their weapons and stood behind their employers. All right, so you came here to break the marriage agreement. William nodded his head. Can you tell me why? Agatha looked at the boy in front of her in surprise. The way he acted was not that of a 10-year-old. Although she didn't feel like she was talking to an adult, she still thought that the one who was taking the lead in the conversation was not a child. Allow me to answer your question, Eleanor replied. Rebecca is a genius. A genius that is only born once every 200 years. As her master, I can't allow my disciple to marry a nobody. Ah, I see. William nodded his head. Perfectly understandable. You agree, Eleanor frowned. You agree that you are not worthy of my disciple. You are mistaken. William shook his head. I understand your reason, but I don't agree with it. However, since you came here to break the marriage agreement due to this reason, you must surely have made sufficient preparations, right? Agatha was starting to feel that the filthy boy in front of her was not as simple as he seemed. His mannerisms and the way he acted made her feel that this marriage agreement wasn't a big deal to him. What do you mean made sufficient preparations? Agatha asked. What I mean is, have you prepared your compensation? William smiled. Since you are planning to break the marriage agreement, you should have brought a suitable compensation to make us agree to your demand, right? Mordred, who was listening to his nephew, had a calm expression on his face. However, deep inside, he was very alarmed. William had never acted like this in front of them before, and for a moment he was unsure if the boy sitting next to him was his real nephew or not. I see. Agatha nodded her head. You want compensation, right? Very well, how much gold do you want? Gold? I'm not interested in gold, William replied. Do you think we are poor? Yes, Agatha thought. You are poor, Eleanor mused. Very poor. Rebecca smiled. Actually, we are very poor. Mordred sighed in his heart, but didn't say anything. He needed to act as if gold wasn't a big deal to him in order to support his nephew in the negotiations. My goodness, where's our manners? William placed his hand over his forehead, as if he had completely forgotten something. Aunt Helen, please serve our guests some tea. Here, use these special leaves I picked on my way back home. William shamelessly picked the leaves and grasses that were stuck on his clothes one by one. He didn't even spare the leaves that had fallen on his head while he slept in the valley. As you wish, young master. Helen, the maid of the family, took the leaves with a smile. She then proceeded to the kitchen in order to brew the special tea for their guests. Don't worry, tea will be served shortly. William gave his guests a bright smile. I want to show all of you our hospitality. Mordred averted his gaze and gave a light cough. Although he was poor, he was not shameless enough to serve tea made from the wild grasses that the goats of Lant fed on in the valley. Agatha and Eleanor did their best to keep their disgust from appearing on their faces. They couldn't believe that William actually dared to serve them tea made from wild grass. This was a slap to their faces, and it made them seethe in anger. Rebecca, on the other hand, looked at William with amusement. She didn't really care about the marriage agreement and didn't think much of her fiancé. However, the more she looked at William, the more pleasing he became in her eyes. Chapter 19, William's Compromise, Part 1. Here you go, young master, Helen said as she served the tea in front of William. Thank you, Aunt Helen, William replied. I promised Theo that I'd give him 2 slices of apple pie. Please, hand it to him when he comes later to return our sheep. Understood. Helen nodded her head and left the living room. William picked up the teacup and took a quick sip before glancing at their guests. Well then, let's get down to business. William smiled. So what kind of compensation did you prepare in order to bribe our family to break this engagement? Like I said earlier, we don't need gold. We're not poor. Agatha glanced at Eleanor before taking the initiative to start the discussion. Then what do you want? Agatha asked. Treasures, artifacts, William replied. As long as it has value, then I'll take it. Eleanor took a small box from her storage ring and showed it to William. In this world, rich and influential people were able to afford these magical artifacts who were able to store items in a separate dimension. According to William's knowledge, the maximum capacity of the best storage ring in the continent was only 2 square meters. Although it made things easier to carry things around, the space was quite limited. Eleanor opened the box and showed its contents to William. This is called the Pill of Growth, Eleanor explained. This is a very expensive pill that is worth 2,000 gold coins. If you agree to break this marriage agreement, I will give this to you. You want me to break the marriage agreement for a pill that is only worth 2,000 gold coins? William asked in a mocking tone. He then glanced at Rebecca and grinned. In your master's eyes, you are only worth 2,000 gold coins. Rebecca frowned, but didn't say anything. Seeing her reaction, Eleanor's face sank. Although the young genius had accepted her to be her master, the two of them hadn't started their apprenticeship. She was planning to take Rebecca to the Misty Sect to start her training, but postponed it when she discovered that she was engaged to a country bumpkin. As an elder of the prestigious sect, she wouldn't allow her disciple to have any kind of attachment to a nobody. Agatha and her husband shared her opinion. This was also why they took advantage of the old Duke's absence. Both of them wanted to break the engagement that was made when Rebecca was only 2 years old. Of course this is not the only thing that I am willing to give you, Eleanor said through gritted teeth. This is only one of the things that you will obtain if you agree to break the marriage agreement between the 2 families. Can I see that pill? William asked. A learner passed the box over so that William could take a closer look. The elder of the Misty Sect was confident that the boy was ignorant of such a treasure. What she didn't know was that William had the almighty appraisal skill at his beck and call. Pill of Growth. When consumed, this pill will permanently increase all stats by 1. William snorted and unceremoniously made a gesture for his Mama Ella to come closer. Mama, this is good stuff. William grinned. Me? Try it, Mama. William placed the pill in his mouth, which shocked Agatha, Eleanor, and the 4 guards behind them. The Angorian goat chewed the pill and its eyes widened in surprise. Is it good? William asked. Me, just so-so? Ella nodded her head in confirmation. Although the pill had raised all of her stats by 1, the taste was not satisfactory for her. You? What have you done? Eleanor couldn't believe her eyes. The boy actually fell of growth to a goat. What a waste of resources. The 4 guards glared at William. They felt their heart ache because a pill of growth was worth 5,000 sect credits. They had to work for 2 years in order to get enough points to exchange for it at the Misty sect. What's wrong? William asked back. It's just a cheap pill of growth. Don't worry, since I already used it. You can deduct it from the list of compensation items that you are planning to give me. Eleanor's chest heaved up and down in fury. The pill of growth was supposed to be her gift to Rebecca. In order to make the bastard boy agree to annul the marriage agreement, she decided to compromise and give it to him instead. However, seeing him treat her treasure like it was just a piece of candy angered her. Seeing Eleanor's expression, Agatha decided to intervene and picked a treasure from her own storage ring. Here, this is a magic staff, Agatha explained. Although you don't have an ounce of magical power, you can pass it to other people who are more talented than you. William ignored the ridicule in Agatha's words and took the magic staff from her hand. Bronze Staff of Learning, a staff suitable for apprentice magicians, increases intelligence by 3. William frowned and returned the staff to Agatha. Sorry, I'm not interested in a cheap magic staff. Do you have something better? This staff is worth 1,000 gold coins. Agatha almost whacked the boy's head using the staff in her hands. She couldn't believe that a mere shepherd dares to call it cheap. I'm not interested in low-quality items. William shrugged. Oh, they said that you are a genius. Are you a magician? Yes, Rebecca replied. Do you have a magic staff? I do. Show it to me. Rebecca pondered for a bit before reluctantly summoning her magic staff. Unlike the Bronze Staff of Learning, the staff in Rebecca's hand had a dark blue color. You could even call it a spear, but instead of a sharp blade, a big purple crystal in the shape of a rose adorned its tip. William's eyes sparkled because he could tell that the staff was way better compared to the bronze staff that he had appraised earlier. Can I touch it? Don't worry, I won't break it. William patted his chest. I just want to take a closer look at it. Very well, but you can only hold it for half a minute, Rebecca stated. This staff is worth 20,000 gold coins. 20,000 gold coins. It's that expensive. William held the staff in his hands to have it appraised. However, before he could even use the appraisal skill, a series of text appeared in front of him. Ding! Would you like to acquire the Ice Mage job class? Yes, no. Chapter 20, William's Compromise Part 2. William froze when he read the notification. It took him a few seconds to regain his composure, and immediately chose yes as his answer. Time's up, Rebecca announced, as she snatched the magic staff from William's hands. Your half a minute has passed. William was still in a daze. He hadn't heard Rebecca's words because he was busy inspecting the new job class that he had acquired. Congratulations! Host has acquired the Ice Mage job class. Ice Mage job class has been automatically added to the subclass category. Ice Mage, a magician that specializes in ice magic. Increase resistance against cold. Host has learned skill, Ice Bullet. How ignorant, Agatha thought. Ding, ding, feck! I got a new job class just by holding a staff. William's heart was thumping wildly inside his chest. He had often wondered how he could acquire a subclass. Never in his wildest dreams did he think that acquiring a new job class was this easy. William's shocked expression made Agatha and Eleanor look at him in contempt. The 2 older women thought that the boy had been shocked due to how expensive the magic staff was. Country bumpkin? Eleanor mused. Mordred, who was seated by William's side, frowned. He could see William's hands trembling and wondered if he should step in to save his nephew. Do you guys have other expensive items? William stuttered. It's the first time I held something so amazing in my life. If you are able to show me at least 5 items of the same quality, I will agree to annul this arranged marriage. Only show you? Agatha asked. You're not going to take it? I won't take it, William answered while keeping his excitement at bay. I just want to hold it just like I did with that staff. If we do this, will you really agree to cancel the marriage agreement? Eleanor inquired. This was the reason for their visit. If she could make the boy write a letter to renounce the agreement, then the old duke wouldn't be able to find anything amiss. Yes. However, it should be of the same quality or higher, William answered. I will not accept cheap items. Agatha and Eleanor exchanged a glance and nodded at the same time. They retrieved the most expensive items from their storage rings and piled them in front of William. The boy looked at all the treasures in front of him, and his eyes sparkled in excitement. Ding. Would you like to acquire the Fire Mage job class? Ding. Would you like to acquire the Water Mage job class? Would you like to acquire the Earth Mage job class? Would you like to acquire the Wind Mage job class? The items that Eleanor presented were all magic staffs of the different elements. Since she was a sorceress, all her treasures belonged to the magic type category. William's breathing became heavier with each item he held in his hands. His eyes also became bloodshot, which made Eleanor very happy. She thought that the boy had finally realized that he was a frog at the bottom of the well. A frog that is trying to eat a swan? Eleanor laughed inside her head. See the difference between our social standing. It's time to wake up from your daydream, you country bumpkin. After William finished inspecting the magical weapons that came from Eleanor, he shifted his attention to the weapons that came from Agatha's collection. Ding. Would you like to acquire the swordsman job class? Ding. Would you like to acquire the archer job class? Ding. Would you like to acquire the spearman job class? Ding. Would you like to acquire the monk job class? Ding. Would you like to acquire the thief job class? William's body shuddered in ecstasy. His breathing had now become ragged, as if he was about to faint any time due to exhaustion. William, are you all right? Mordred asked. He was very worried about his nephew's current condition. I never felt better in my life, William replied hoarsely. He took a step back and almost collapsed on the couch. Fortunately, Mordred was paying close attention to him and was able to support his body on time. Are you satisfied? Agatha asked. Will you honor our agreement? Ah, yes, William replied. He still hadn't recovered from the euphoria that he had felt earlier. I will agree to the cancellation of this marriage agreement. We need you to write a letter, and it must have your signature as well, Eleanor interjected. It's not that we don't trust you, but this thing must be properly recorded. Understood? William nodded and asked for paper and ink. He then wrote a letter saying that he didn't agree to the arranged marriage that was made between his gramps and Rebecca's grandfather. The reason he gave for the cancellation of the marriage agreement was due to Rebecca being not good enough for him. He stated that since he was the most handsome boy in the continent, it was only natural that he be paired up with a girl that had the beauty to topple nations. Also, he was not optimistic about Rebecca's growth in her chest area. William felt that the girl would only have a B cup when she reached adulthood. He even politely added that he could consider making Rebecca his concubine if his main wife agreed to accept her into his harem. When Agatha and Eleanor read William's letter, both of them almost spat out a mouthful of blood in anger. William had listed a series of complaints as to why Rebecca was not worthy to become his fiancée, and not the other way around. Agatha even had the impulse to rip the little bastard to shreds, in order to eat his flesh and drink his blood. She had never felt so angered in her life, and it almost drove her crazy. Since I have written the letter, then all of you should leave. William shooed the pests away. Don't tell me you plan to stay to have dinner with us. Well, I guess we can spare you some porridge since the Ainsworth family has a big heart. I don't want any rumors flying around that we didn't treat our guests properly. Agatha dragged her daughter towards the front door because she was afraid that if she stayed a second longer, she would hack the little bastard into pieces. Eleanor also left without saying anything, because she had never experienced humiliation like this in her life. She was the elder of the Misty sect, and was treated with respect wherever she went. She cursed William in her heart, and even decided to take revenge in the future. Rebecca hadn't seen the contents of the letter, and obediently followed her mother back to the carriage. She thought that William was an interesting boy, but not worthy enough to become her fiancé. If Rebecca only knew what the interesting boy wrote in his letter, she might have summoned her staff and used it to beat the crap out of him, until he shed tears of blood. Chapter 21, Stormcaller. Will, are you sure about your decision? James asked. He returned to the living room after their guests had left their residence. Although he was still feeling angry because of the cancellation of the marriage agreement, he had a feeling that his grandson was up to something. Grandpa, do you think someone as handsome as me will have trouble finding a wife in the future? William replied with a smile. Besides, someone as great as me is destined to have many wives. Spoken like a true Ainsworth. James chuckled as he brushed the boy's head. Indeed. I have no doubt in my mind that the ladies will line up to have a chance to become your wives. After all, when I was your age, every girl in the village wanted me to be their future husband. Anna did her best not to roll her eyes on the grandson and grandpa pair. She then turned her head to her husband and whispered in his ears. I've always known that father was a narcissist. However, I didn't expect that William would also grow up to be one. Mordred sighed and sipped his tea. He had long known about this bad habit of his father's, and had gotten used to it while growing up. It seemed that being a narcissist was embedded in their genes. That SLT and her bastard husband will regret this in the future. James snorted. I bet that old fool will have a heart attack once he hears that it was his family who broke the agreement. James glanced at William, who was happily eating a slice of apple pie. He still didn't understand why his grandson asked Agatha and Eleanor to show him rare weapons. Those weapons would usually cost over 1,000 gold coins if they were sold in a weapon shop. Will, what were you thinking when you asked them to show you those rare weapons? James asked. Anna and Mordred's ears perked up when they heard this question. Just like James, both of them were very curious as well. William smiled and opened his hand. A few seconds later, a small ice cube floated mere inches above his palm. Then, the ice cube disappeared and was replaced by a small flame. William's demonstration didn't end there. The fire disappeared and a small orb of water floated in its place. When the orb of water disappeared, a gentle breeze was felt inside the room. Lastly, a piece of rock hovered above William's palm and stayed there for a few seconds before vanishing without a trace. James, Mordred, and Anna gasped in shock. All of them couldn't believe what they saw. Their eyes landed on the boy who had a smug look on his face as if what he showed them was not a big deal. I have the ability to learn the powers of other professions as long as I am able to hold something that belongs to that profession, William explained. Of course, that doesn't mean that I can instantly become proficient in them. Just like any apprentice, I need to start from scratch in order to make use of these powers and make them my own. William wasn't lying. Although he had acquired several job classes, all of them were level 0. If he wanted to use them to their maximum potential, he needed to raise the corresponding job levels in order to unlock the specialized skills under his skill tree. Do you have an affinity with lightning? James stuttered. Affinity? No. I don't have any affinity with any element, William explained. However, if I hold an artifact or weapon that is related to a particular profession, it is very possible for me to learn that profession. James and Mordred glanced at each other, before the older one left the room in a hurry. William, you shouldn't tell this to anyone, Mordred advised. You must keep this as a secret, Uncle. The only reason why I told everyone my ability is because everyone present here is a family member. William smiled. If I can't even trust my own family, then whom should I trust? William took a risk when he showed everyone his ability. However, he believed that all of them would keep it as a secret. He never had a family in his past life. As an orphan, he never understood what it was like to have a family. This was also why he decided to divulge his ability. He was willing to put his trust to the Ainsworth family. Although it was a reckless move on his part, he had a feeling that this was the right thing to do. Will, thank you for your trust. Mordred felt touched by his nephew's sincerity. Anna felt the same as her husband and looked at William with affection. She didn't say anything because she felt that there was no need to say anything. Trust was something that couldn't be expressed by words. Feelings alone should be enough. 5 minutes later, James returned to the room carrying a wooden box. The box had a very intricate design. There were symbols written on it in a language that William couldn't decipher. It was over 2 meters long and a foot wide. William assumed that the thing that was inside the box was a weapon. Seeing that his grandson's attention was focused on the box, James slowly opened its lid. A flash of purple light appeared as soon as the box was opened, and tendrils of purple lightning writhed in the air like little snakes. This is? William's eyes sparkled as he saw the weapon inside the box. Its name is Stormcaller, James said with reverence. It is the weapon of our great ancestor, Claude von Ainsworth, Stormcaller. William looked at the spear in wonder. The spear was at least 6 feet long. The black handle was laced with a streak of gold like a lightning bolt. The blade of the spear was of a purple color, and one look was enough to tell William that this was not an ordinary weapon. Go on, James urged. Hold it. James wanted to see if William would be able to harness the spear's power. He wanted to know if the prophecy of the Ainsworth family would come to pass in his generation. William gulped as he reached out his hand to hold the handle of the spear. Tendrils of lightning crawled into his hands, but it didn't hurt him. Instead, it gave William a ticklish feeling. Ding! System has detected a weapon that can unlock a prestige class. Host hasn't met the necessary requirement to unlock this prestige class. In order to unlock this prestige class, Host must first reach job level 40 in 2 job classes. Host is unable to acquire the prestige class. Disciple of Thunder. Chapter 22, The Power of the Elements. Disciple of Thunder, William muttered. A prestige class? Is it different from the other job classes? I need to reach job level 40 on 2 separate job classes to unlock this job class. At first, William was confused, but it only lasted for a brief moment. His confusion was replaced with excitement as the hands that held Stormcaller trembled in excitement. When James heard William mutter the words, Disciple of Thunder, his heart skipped a beat. This was a secret that was passed down through their family lineage, and only those who held the bloodline of the Ainsworth family knew of Stormcaller's importance. How is it? James asked. His voice was shaking in fear and excitement. William took a few deep breaths in order to calm himself. He then looked at his grandfather with sparkling eyes, as if he found a wonderful toy. Those who are able to wield this spear will be able to gain a profession called Disciple of Thunder, William answered honestly. However, I am unable to learn this profession for the time being. For the time being? Mordred inquired. Meaning you can learn it in the future? Yes, William admitted. At most, I need 2 to 3 years in order to reach the minimum requirements. Only 2 to 3 years? That's good. James clenched his fist as a big grin appeared on his face. Then from now on, this spear is yours. Really? William gasped. Thank you, Grandpa. Ha ha! James patted William's shoulder. There's no need to thank me. However, there is something important that I must tell you. Please, sit down. William obeyed and sat on the couch. James sat beside him and looked at his grandson with a complicated gaze. Let me tell you something about the power of elements, James said after organizing his thoughts. Power of elements? William asked. Yes. James nodded his head. You can ask me questions later. Let me finish my explanation first. William sat properly and stared at his grandpa with a serious expression. Seeing his grandson's countenance, James wasn't able to nod his head in approval. He then cleared his throat to begin his explanation. Among the power of the elements, the most common one is fire, James explained. Almost all magicians are able to wield this element. Even those who didn't have an affinity to the fire element can wield it to a certain extent. Of course, there are also magicians who can only use the element that they have an affinity with. Long story short, the most common element that a magician can use is fire. The second one is earth. Those who are able to use the earth element are sought after by many people. Why? Because it allows them to build things. James paused to allow William to understand his lecture. Castle walls, bridges, houses, and other structures can be made using the power of the earth. It is also a very stable element that is mostly used for defense. Among all the elements, earth is the sturdiest of them all. Then we have wind. This element is mostly used by the elves. You can even say that every elf was born with an affinity for the wind element. Of course, some of them were also blessed with life and light magic. But we will talk about that at a later time. Rain can be gentle as a breeze and be sharp as a blade. It allows those who wield it the power of flight. Of course, if you reach a certain level of expertise, you will also be able to fly freely in the sky. The next is water. Water is the element of life. Just like the air we breathe, we need it in order to live. This element can be as peaceful as a still lake, or as violent as a tsunami. If you meet anyone with an affinity to water magic, you'd better treat them kindly. They are the most supportive friends, and the most viscous of enemies. If you can't befriend them, make sure that you don't offend them. James chuckled. Your grandma is a sage that specializes in water magic. She's the most wonderful woman I have met in my life. James's lips trembled when he remembered his late wife. William could see the change in his grandpa's expression, so he held the old man's hands to give him his support. Don't worry, she's now in a better place and watching over us. James smiled, then continued his explanation. All the other existing elements in the world branch out from the four basic elements of fire, earth, wind, and water. Naturally, there are exceptions to this rule, which include space, time, light, and darkness magic. Ice magic is a branch of water magic. Some powers are made from the combination of two or more elements. However, among these, there is one special element that stands above all, and that is lightning magic. A magic that stands above all? William asked. Don't tell me, James smirked. Lightning magic was said to be the power wielded by heroes. Anyone who was able to learn this magic would be sought out by the powers in the continent and raised with the utmost care. Naturally, there are also factions who hate these so-called heroes, and among them is the demon race. After all, the first heroes were summoned in order to defeat the demon lords who terrorized the land more than a few thousand years ago. Of course, the most famous of them all was none other than our ancestor, Claude von Onsworth. With Stormcaller in his hand, he called out the heavenly lightning to purify the land from the corruption of the demon race. Since then, the demons had gone above and beyond to assassinate anyone who wields the lightning element. So you little brat, make sure to not use this power lightly. The moment this power was brought to light will be the same moment that your life will change forever. Remember this and remember it well. I understand. William nodded his head. Grandpa will not use this power lightly. As long as you understand, then it's good. James patted the boy's head. The ring on your necklace is also a storage ring. You can store our family's heirloom inside it, but you have to promise me that you will keep it safe. I promise, Grandpa. William patted his chest. As long as I'm alive, no one will be able to touch our family's priceless treasure. Chapter 23, Troll Warrior with Steroids. Ice Bullet. A concentrated ball of ice of a baseball ball flew towards the goblin warrior's head. The impact made it shriek in pain, but it was not enough to kill it. 2 more ice bullets collided with the goblin's body before it died, turning into particles of light. Gained EXP points, 240, 220. Gained EXP points, 4,320, over 91,207. William mused. Amazing. William was so excited to test out his newly acquired job classes that he went straight to his room along with his Mama Ella to challenge the goblin crypt. After doing a few rounds of casting his ice bullet, the young boy finally got the hang of using his new ability. However, after the excitement faded, he discovered something problematic. How come my experience points in my Ice Mage class aren't increasing? What gives? William muttered. System, hello, can you help? What would the host like to know? Ah, it's about my Ice Mage subclass. It's not getting any experience points. Can you tell me why this is happening? After William increased his job level to 10, the requirement to activate the other functions of the CPU core became accessible to him. The AI was unlocked, and was able to answer most of William's questions. Although the communication wasn't as lively as that of a living person, William was still happy, because the system had done a good job in answering some of his questions for the past 9 years. Host, you will need to set how the experience points are distributed. Right now, the experience point setting is set to default. This means that all the job experience goes straight to your main class, which is Shepherd job class. I see. William nodded in understanding. How can I change the settings? You just need to tell me what kind of distribution you wanted for the two job classes. You have two options. The first option is to split the experience points equally 50/50 to both Shepherd and Ice Mage job classes. The second option is to pool all your experience points in your subclass Ice Mage, in order to increase its level at a faster rate. I understand. For now, pool all the experience points in my Ice Mage job class, William ordered. Order received. Experience point settings has been successfully changed. Thank you, system, William said with a smile. Although William thanked the system, he didn't get any reply from it. The system only responded to inquiries and commands, and William had already gotten used to its character. William was currently on the 7th floor of the Goblin Crypt. On this floor, Goblin Warriors, Goblin Marksmen, and Goblin Vanguards thrived. These three types of goblins were the stronger versions of the goblins that roamed the first 5 levels of the Goblin Crypt. A few years ago, William thought that he would be able to increase his level exponentially by going deeper into the dungeon. This was a mistake on his part because the deeper he explored, the fiercer the monsters became. Not only that, most of the goblins formed a pack of 5 to 6 individuals, which made hunting them harder. William was forced to return to the upper floors because it was too dangerous for him and Ella to fight at that level of difficulty. As the years went by, the two became better at fighting side by side. They were also able to memorize the fight patterns of the goblins, which made their hunt easier. It was only when William reached the age of 8 years old that they managed to reach the 9th floor of the dungeon. When he turned 9 years old, he managed to step on the 10th floor. However, William didn't dare to enter the gates of the boss room. He didn't know if he would be able to activate the ring inside the boss domain to escape, if they discovered that the boss was too powerful for the two of them. William had the mindset that it was better to be overleveled than underleveled when fighting a boss monster. This was why he spent his days fighting on the 7th up to the 10th floor every time he dove into the dungeon. He also made a surprising discovery in regards to the passage of time inside the dungeon. A day inside the Goblin Crypt is equivalent to an hour in the outside world. Each day, William was only able to stay for 3 days inside the dungeon before he was forcefully thrown out by an unknown power. Because of this, William made it a point to maximize his exploration time, and stayed in the dungeon for 3 days each time he activated the Ring of Conquest. After a day of exploration, William was able to raise his Ice Mage class to level 7. He also gained additional status points, which made him very happy. Current EXP: 10,535/91,207. Ice Mage LVL 7. Current job EXP: 185/6,197. Among the skills that appeared in the Ice Mage skill tree, William chose 2 skills to prioritize first. One of them was mana regeneration, which increased the speed of mana recovery. William didn't bat an eye and raised the skill to its max level, which was level 10. Mana regeneration 10/10. Passive. Increases mana regeneration by 100%. The other skill William chose was Ice Armor. Ice Armor 10/10. 5 mana points. Surround yourself in a barrier of ice that reduces damage from melee and projectile attacks by 30%. Enemies within a 1-meter radius of the Ice Armor are applied with the Chilled status. Chilled status decreases their movement and action speed by 30%. If Ice Armor gets in contact with enemies with the Hydro status, there is a 60% chance for the inflicted part to become frozen. Increase resistance, cold by 50%. Skill duration, 30 minutes. For William, safety was his primary goal. If there is a skill that would increase his chances of survival, he would prioritize it instead of a powerful offensive skill. Ella became a force to reckon with. As the years went by, Ella also grew stronger alongside her baby William. Ella had reached level 28 as an Angorian goat. As a common goat, her base stats were quite low, and was only a match for a single goblin warrior. Strength, 20%, agility, 48%, vitality, 12%, dexterity. However, pitiful stats had received an unprecedented power-up due to William's 4 skills, namely Bestow, Wolf in Sheep's Clothing, Leader of the Herd, and Wave the Shepherd. The Bestow skill gives Ella +10 to all stats. The Wolf in Sheep's Clothing gives the herd under William's control an additional +10 to all stats. Leader of the Herd is similar to the Bestow skill. Once William appointed someone as the leader of his herd, the target gains an additional +10 to all stats. But that is not all. That is not all. The Wave the Shet of all the herd under William's control, which made Ella a beast that could trample a dozen goblins with ease. Her final stats with all of William's skills applied to her were Strength, 20 + 40. Agility, 48 + 40. Dexterity, 7 + 38, made her as powerful as a troll warts. Simply put, she was a goat that could hit as hard as a wrecking ball. She was a cheat born from William's desire to get stronger. You can even say that William had done everything in his power to ensure that his mama Ella wouldn't get hurt during their battles. With the addition of the ice armor, William could simply drink tea and eat apple pies, while his mama Ella cleared floor 7 up to floor 10 with ease. Chapter 24. First Boss Fight. We've come a long way, Mama, William said as he stared at the bronze gate in front of him. We have done everything in our power to prepare for this day. It's time to take that final step to the unknown. William and Ella were currently standing at the gates of the boss room located on the 10th floor. After increasing his job level to level 8, he decided that it was finally time to experience his first boss fight. After careful consideration, he chose to put his remaining skill point to the skill Ice Wall. Ice Wall 1/5 creates a wall of ice at a target location. Ice Wall is 2 meters tall and 3 meters wide. Ice Wall has a thickness of 1 meter. Skill duration, 25 seconds. Ice Wall has a thickness of 1 EXP 108.5 over 6,197. Yosh, let's do this. William gripped his staff tightly and used his other hand to push the bronze gate open. The first thing that William saw when he opened the gates was a spacious area. It was similar to the Colosseum in Rome, where the gladiators fought against each other. Flaming torches lined up the side of the boss room, casting an eerie glow around the battlefield. After William and Ella took a few steps inside the room, the gate shut close behind them. William had already anticipated this scenario, so he wasn't too bothered. Immediately he buffed up his mama Ella to ensure that she would be able to handle anything that was thrown at her. Bestow, leader of the herd, ice armor, steel armament, me. Ella pawed the ground and prepared herself to battle. She stood 1.5 meters tall and her horns glowed bloody red. William stood at the edge of the arena. He also readied himself for the appearance of the boss. A ferocious growl reverberated inside the room as a 2-meter-tall goblin jumped off a platform at the back of the Colosseum. It was covered in leather armor and equipped with a sword and shield. William used his appraisal skill to identify their foe. Hobgoblin leader. After countless evolutions, the goblin race has finally given birth to a leader. The hobgoblin is born from the goblin race's desire to grow stronger. A hobgoblin leader is born to lead the hobgoblins to battle. William had often wondered why his appraisal skill doesn't work the same way as those in the novels. Usually, when one used the appraisal skill, they would be able to see the complete stats of the people and the monsters around them. He had tested his appraisal skill numerous times in the past, but there had been no improvement since then. The only stats he could see were his own and Ella's. After reading the description of the hobgoblin leader, William narrowed his eyes and focused his attention on the hobgoblin in front of him. After the hobgoblin let loose another mighty roar, 4 goblin warriors and 2 goblin marksmen appeared on the battlefield. Mama, take care of the hobgoblin leader. I'll handle the rest, William ordered. Me? Ella stomped her foot and charged forward. She used her quick attack skill and rammed herself at the hobgoblin. As if expecting her assault, the hobgoblin raised its shield and blocked her attack. However, Ella's attack was strong enough to push it back a few meters from where it stood. The hobgoblin roared and gave its order to its subordinates. Instead of ganging up on Ella, the subordinates charged at William. The 2 goblin marksmen released their arrows, while the 4 goblin warriors closed the gap between them and their target. Ice wall! A pillar of ice appeared in front of William, which immediately neutralized the 2 arrows. During that brief exchange, the goblin warriors managed to close the distance by 10 meters. William was currently multitasking. He was looking at his map, while observing his surroundings. The goblin warriors split up and attacked William on his left and right sides. Their swords were poised to strike, but William had long been ready to intercept them. Ice wall! Magnum burst! William placed an ice wall at his left and slammed his staff at his right. The 2 goblin warriors got knocked back due to the impact and suffered minor injuries. The L-shaped ice wall offered enough protection for William to defend on one side without worrying about getting a sneak attack from behind. Although he was not as strong as Ella, he had gained enough battle experience to face these lower-tiered goblins in melee combat. As long as he wasn't facing a hobgoblin, William was confident that he could hold his ground until Ella had finished dealing with the hobgoblin leader. Ice bullet! Ice bullet! Ice bullet! Ice bullet! Flew in the air as he fired a barrage of ice bullets at his enemies. Damn, I better learn instant cast or chantless cast soon, William thought. Saying the spell consecutively is harder than I thought it would be. Shrieks filled with pain and anger echoed inside the boss room as the goblins became enraged. They made a wild charge towards William, not caring whether they lived or died. William gripped his staff and swung it forward. Magnum burst! The goblins flew in the air with blood spilling from their mouths. William fired another barrage of ice bullets, which turned the goblins into particles of light. Last 2, William grinned as he removed the ice wall in front of him. The 2 goblin archers had chosen to support the hobgoblin leader after their failed attempt to snipe William. Ella dodged their arrows with ease because she had already experienced it countless times before. She was used to fighting against a group of monsters, and her battle instincts had been polished to near perfection. Since the two goblins' attention was focused on Ella, they didn't notice two ice bullets flying in their direction. Only when the spell had slammed into their faces did they realize that there was still one more enemy in the room. Naturally, William didn't give them any chance to recover, and fired 4 more ice bullets to end their lives. After dealing with the small fries, William gazed at the two combatants that were duking it out at the corner of the Colosseum. The hobgoblin leader's shield had already been broken to pieces, and its body was already dyed in blood. With one final charge, Ella used her horn assault and successfully pierced through the stomach of the hobgoblin leader. She didn't stop her charge and used her signature move Wall Slam to end the battle. The hobgoblin's lifeless hand fell to its side and turned into particles of light. The battle had ended and the boss room was bathed in white light. EXP gained 12,000. Current EXP 16,320 over 91. Over 91 207. Over 91 207. A bronze treasure chest appeared at the center of the arena, and ran straight towards his mama Ella to check if she was injured during the battle. Both of them gained a level after their first boss fight, but for them, that wasn't too important. What was important was that both of them were safe. Me! Ella bleated proudly as if to announce that it was an easy win for her. William smiled and lovingly hugged his mama Ella's neck. Thank God you're safe, mama. Me? The goat closed its eyes and rested its chin on William's shoulder. William caressed Ella's back, while casting first aid 5 times. Ella had received a few minor bruises during her clash with the hobgoblin, and those same bruises disappeared after William used first aid on her. 5 minutes later, William and Ella stood in front of the bronze treasure chest. I wonder what's inside. I hope it's gold. William grinned as he opened the lid. William and Ella peeked inside the chest to see what was inside. Lying at the bottom of the chest was a pair of boots. What a coincidence. I need a new pair of boots. William grinned as he picked up the boots from the chest. This came at the right time. Now let me use my appraisal skill. Windborne boots. Wear light on your feet. Go strong in your life. Agility +3. Very nice. William was pleasantly surprised when he found out that the boots were enchanted. For him, every single stat matters. He had received similar equipment from the chest that littered the lower floors. However, a chest appearing in the lower floors was a very rare event. In the past 9 years, he had only found 3 chests, and those 3 chests provided him with 3 accessories that he had worn to this day. Ring of the Goblin Warrior, STR +2. Ring of the Goblin Vanguard, VIT +2. Amulet of the Wise, IN +2. Now with the addition of the Windborne boots, William had 4 enchanted items that increased his stats. Let's go back, Mama, William said after replacing his old boots with the Windborne boots. The boy felt very happy, and the anxiety in his heart finally disappeared. The boss fight went better than he expected. He also praised himself for not rushing to challenge the boss a year ago. Although the possibility of winning against the boss existed, the chances of getting injured was greater. Only 2 hours had passed in the real world when William and Ella reappeared in the boy's bedroom. Instead of lying in his bed, William laid on the carpet and hugged his mama Ella to sleep. He had long gotten used to sleeping in her embrace. The Angorian goat felt the same as him. She had long regarded William as her own child. Soon the two of them fell asleep. Unknown to William, James sat cross-legged just outside his door. The moment the two of them disappeared from the bedroom, James had felt the fluctuations in the air. He hurriedly went inside William's bedroom to check on him, and found no one. With a look of understanding, James left the room and sat in vigil outside his grandson's door. He didn't stir even when he felt William's and Ella's presence return inside the room. Only when the two were sound asleep did he go back to his own room to rest. Chapter 25, Wolftide Part 1. William sat on Ella's back as he led the goats towards the pasture in the valley. He was currently pondering the path that he wanted to take in the future. After experiencing the power of having 2 job classes, the boy wanted to do an experiment and change his subclass. For some reason, he was unable to change his main job class. According to the system, the first job class that he learned would be his permanent main class till the end of time, meaning he couldn't swap the shepherd job class for any other classes. Although he was disappointed, William thought that having the shepherd job class was also good. After all, if not for having acquired it at the crucial moment, he would be already on his way to his second reincarnation. Still, now I understand how hard it is to have multiple job classes, William thought. It takes time to level up a job class to reach level 40. According to the system, the prestige classes would only be unlocked once William managed to reach level 40 on 2 job classes. What did this mean? It meant that for the archer class to change professions to a hunter, ranger, scout, tracker, or any of its advanced job classes, it first needed to reach job level 40. It took William 9 years to upgrade his shepherd job class to level 28. Of course, the slow leveling process was due to him being cautious. Low-tiered monsters didn't give much experience points, so his level advancement was limited. Even so, William didn't regret his decision to accumulate enough stats and skills before challenging his first boss fight. In most games, it was better to be over-leveled than under-leveled when fighting boss monsters. William didn't want to regret anything, because if ever that time came it would be too late for regrets. Currently his Ice Mage's job level was 8. The skills he currently had were Mana Regeneration, Ice Armor, and Ice Wall. He had just fought the Hobgoblin leader a few hours ago. The 11th floor was uncharted territory for them, and William didn't know what kind of goblins he would be facing when he stepped on that floor with his Mama Ella. "I'll find out tonight," William muttered as he gazed at the valley in front of him. "Oi, William!" Theo shouted from a distance. "What took you so long?" "I woke up a bit late," William shouted back. He then dismounted from Ella and hugged her neck. "Mama, I'll leave the herd in your care." "Me." Ella bleated and the rest of the goats behind her arranged themselves in 3 rows. She then led them to the area that was assigned to their herd. William walked up to where the other shepherds were resting and sat beside Theo. In the town of Lant, there were 6 senior shepherds and 5 apprentices. Theo's father, Marcus, was the most senior among the shepherds. Theo and William were both apprentices and didn't have many duties aside from tending their own goats and sheep. Since both of them were almost of the same age, the two got along really well. A screech echoed in the distance and one of the senior shepherds looked up with a smile. In the air, a hawk circled the valley as its eyes scanned its surroundings looking for any danger that could harm the herd. The hawk had a wingspan of over 3 meters. It was the animal companion of John, one of the senior shepherds of Lant. Its name was Blitz. "The coast is clear. I guess this will be another peaceful day in the valley," John said with a smile. "Peace is always a good thing," Marcus replied as he gazed in the distance. A wild boar was lying beside him. This was Marcus's animal companion and its name was Thunder. "True," John admitted. He then looked at the kids who were lazing around under the shade of trees. When his gaze landed on William, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Marcus followed John's gaze. As his gaze fell upon the boy who was laughing with his son, a smile appeared on his face. "Well, well, well." Marcus raised an eyebrow. "It seems that another troublemaker will be appearing after a few years." "Indeed." John nodded. "The Ainsworth family never fails to amaze me. I guess things are not going to be peaceful for long." Both of them exchanged a knowing glance with each other before returning to their duties. A few hours passed as the sun reached its zenith. All the shepherds gathered under the shade of the biggest tree in the valley to have their lunch. The apprentice shepherds sat together in their usual spot and shared stories of their recent adventures. William listened to his friends with a smile on his face. Theo and the others were bragging about their recent shenanigans. Their stories were filled with exaggeration, as if they were heroes battling against dragons in order to seize the treasures in their lairs. William was half tempted to tell them of his own adventures inside the goblin crypt. However, the boy knew that if he actually did that, no one would believe him. Suddenly, a shrill shriek broke the happy atmosphere in the valley. John, Marcus, and the other senior shepherds immediately stood up. Their expressions became very serious, which was a very rare thing to see. "Me!" Blitz let out another shriek, and this time it sounded very urgent. "Dire wolves, and there are hundreds of them," John reported. "We need to evacuate now." Marcus did 2 things after John reported the current situation. The first thing he did was to throw a black ball towards the sky. The black ball exploded and 2 black intersecting swords appeared in the sky above the valley. The second thing he did was to take out a small steel whistle. He blew on it, which caused the grazing herds to raise their heads in attention. "Thunder, round them up," Marcus ordered. The wild boar grunted and ran towards the sheep and goats in the distance. It gave a long and shrill squeal. As if hearing a royal decree, the sheep trotted towards their direction in haste. "Ava, get the kids back to the village," Marcus ordered. "The rest will bring up the rear." Ava, the only lady among the senior shepherds, immediately issued her orders. "Theo, William, and the rest of you brats, come with me." "But what about our herds?" Theo asked. "What's going on?" "A wolf tide is upon us," Ava explained. "We need to hurry. We don't have much time." "Mama Ella," William shouted. "We are going back to the town. Call the herd back." Ella bleated, and the herd under her command ran alongside her. Theo and the other apprentices looked at the scene with amazement. Even Ava was surprised at William's mastery over his herd. William didn't stand idly and ran towards Ella. He immediately mounted her back, and both of them stood at the rear of their wards. Ava snapped out of her daze and ordered the kids to run as fast as they could. A sea of white goats and sheep started to retreat in an orderly manner. The senior shepherds had grim faces as they listened to the shrieks of the hawk that circled the sky. "My God, to think that we would be in the way of a beast tide." "John, there are even 2 centennial beasts and 1 millennial beast leading the wolf pack. Aside from levels, there will be instances where monsters will be labeled as centennial, millennial, and myriad beasts in the story. As the name suggests, these beasts are as strong as 100 men, 1,000 men, and 10,000 men." "Don't worry, I've already sent the signal," Marcus replied. "Even if the herds are lost, we must ensure that the kids return safely to the town. Everyone, none of you are allowed to kick the bucket. Do I make myself clear?" "Old Marcus, the only one who will be kicking the bucket is you. It's been a while since something this exciting happened in Lawn." Why don't we have a competition? Same old rules. Of course, you bastards better not step out of line, Marcus snapped. I know those thousands of dire wolves and their alphas doesn't mean she, but the centennial and the millennial beasts are no pushovers. You can start your rampage when the kids have safely reached Lant. Until then, all of you will hold the rear. The other senior shepherds replied grumpily. Although they were confident that they could easily handle the small fries, the centennial and millennial beasts were a pain in the butt. In truth, none of them were confident that they would be able to survive this battle. They were merely boosting each other's morale so that they could buy enough time for the children to escape. In order to deal with the wolf tide, they needed more people. If the others from the village would arrive on time, then they would be able to survive this disaster. William kept gazing behind him. Since he was safely mounted on Ella's back, he was sure that his safety was assured. However, Ava, Theo, and the other shepherds were running on foot. William decided to stay with them and help if the need arose. A long shriek reverberated in the valley, as Blitz dodged a lightning bolt that was shot in its direction. The hawk uttered a shriek of defiance, as its mighty figure hovered in the air. William shifted his attention back to the valley. With the eagle-eye's skill, his vision was able to see farther than the average person. It was then when he saw a black tide appear at the east end of the valley. The speed of the raging tide was quite fast, and William knew that it was only a matter of time before it overtook them. William saw thousands of 2-meter-tall dire wolves, with black fur and bloodshot eyes running towards their direction. Theo and the other kids' faces went pale at the sight of the approaching tide of death. Their legs suddenly sprang to life as they ran for their lives. "Hold the rear," Marcus ordered. He was mounted on top of the wild boar, Thunder, as he issued orders one after the other. "Our priority is to reach the town. None of you bastards are allowed to die before then." John summoned a black bow from his storage ring and jumped high up to the air. The hawk grew in size until its wingspan reached 6 meters. John pulled the string and fired a barrage of arrows at the incoming wolf tide. Blood blossomed in the air as John hit his targets. It was then that another lightning bolt was shot in his direction. Blitz immediately did a nosedive in order to avoid the long-distance magic fired by the 1,000-men beast. The other senior shepherds summoned their weapons as they prepared to protect the herd. All of them were trying to buy as much time as possible until their reinforcements arrived. Chapter 26. Wolftide Part 2. Shh! Marcus cursed out loud as more than 100 wolves streaked past him. He knew that it was impossible for 5 men to hold back the unstoppable wolftide on their own. John was holding his ground against the 1,000-year beast and keeping all its attention on him. The rest of the senior shepherds were mauling the wolves with their weapons as corpses piled around them. Just like Marcus, they were doing their best in order to survive the onslaught. Seeing that they were losing their ground, Marcus charged towards his comrades in order to save them. Thunder snorted as its body grew in size. The wolves that stood in its way were impaled by its sharp tusks and were carried along with its charge. Standing 4 meters tall, the wild boar easily reached the other shepherds and allowed them to mount its back. It then made a hasty retreat in order to regroup with the children who were about to be overtaken by the wolf tide. "Ice armor! Ice armor! Ice armor! Ice armor! Ice armor! Ice armor! Ice armor!" A shroud of blue mist surrounded William, Ella, Ava, Theo, and the rest of the children. William could see the wolves closing in on them, and decided to prepare for the inevitable battle. Ava summoned 2 short swords and prepared to stand her ground. Wind blades circled around her as she floated in the air. "I'll buy you kids some time," Ava announced. "William, I leave the rest to you. I'll do my best." William nodded his head. "Don't die, Aunt Ava, silly boy, these are just wolf pups. How can they possibly kill me? Stop dawdling and go," Ava ordered. The kids nodded their heads and made a wild dash towards the forest. This was the last hurdle they had to pass before they reached the main road leading towards the town of Lant. Ava knew that it would be a miracle if the kids could escape the forest unharmed. Gripping her weapons, she increased the number of wind blades around her. She would buy as much time as she could. As for whether the kids would survive or not, she could only pray to the gods for their mercy. William also knew that it would be impossible for them to escape the forest with their speed. Out of desperation, an idea suddenly popped inside the boy's head. "Theo, take the others and climb that tree," William ordered. "Make sure to go as high as you can and don't make any sound." The kids were surprised at first, but they were not stupid. They understood what William was trying to tell them and ran towards the tall tree in the distance. "What about you?" Theo asked. "Don't tell me you are going to face those wolves alone. You're not their match." "I know, but if we don't do something, all of us will die here," William replied with a serious expression. "Don't worry. I'm too young and too handsome to die. These wolves will not be able to hurt me. Besides, my mom is here to protect me." "Me," Ella bleated. She had a determined look on her face as her horn started to glow bloody red. "Fine, please, be careful." Theo knew that William was right. This was a moment of life and death, and if they hesitated, all of them were going to die. William watched as his friends climbed the tallest tree in the forest. He didn't know if wolves could climb, but he was sure that they would be more attracted to the plump sheep than the 4 scrawny human brats. Name, William von Ainsworth. Race, half-elf hit points, 1,950 over 1,950 mana. 1/281st, 350 job class. Shepherd LVL 28 subclass. Ice Mage LVL 8 strength. 20 plus 2 agility. 30% vitality. 20 plus 2 intelligence. 54 plus 2 dexterity. 10 plus 20. William looked at his pitiful stats and took a deep breath. Mass Bestow. William used the skill without batting an eye. He watched as his mana points. System, I need your help, William said, waiting for the host's order. Is it possible to use Mass Bestow on the herd under my command? It is possible. Creating special skill. Host has learned skill. Mass Bestow. 500 mana points. Increase the stats of all creatures assigned to your herd by 10. This skill cannot be upgraded. Skill duration, 2 hours. Decreased dramatically. The 50 goats that were part of his herd glowed as their stats were increased. William sighed as he looked at the pitiful mana points that remained in his mana pool. Mana regeneration, I'm counting on you. Due to William's low intelligence stat, his mana regeneration only increased by 1 every 2 seconds. 1 mana every 2 seconds might seem fast, but during crucial moments, it would not be enough to turn the tide of battle. William observed the goats under his command and checked their stats. Thanks to the Mass Bestow, Wave the Shepherd, and Wolf in Sheep's Clothing, the Angorian goats were now slightly stronger than the average dire wolf. Race, Angorian goat. Hit points, 580 over 580 over 580. Mana, 3 plus 25 vitality. Agility, 3 plus 25 vitality. 4 plus 25 vitality. Knowing that with the exception of Ella, his entire herd would be wiped out. Even so, he gritted his teeth as he ordered the goats to run towards the retreating sheep in the distance. Soon, the ground trembled as hundreds of wolves entered the forest. Their ferocious howls made the hairs on William's neck stand on end. His breathing became ragged as his senses sharpened. Battle formation. William ordered, and the Angorian goats stood in a 5 formation. He had dismounted from Ella long ago and climbed a tall tree not far from them. He knew that keeping her with him would only hinder her from going all out. Although it was a risky move, he believed that this was the best course of action that they could take. All the goats lowered their heads as their horns pointed outwards. Ella's majestic form stood in front of them, like a general leading her men to battle. A few seconds later, the dire wolves came into view. Their ferocious appearance coupled by their viscous teeth made William shudder. If not for his hands firmly holding the tree bark, he might have already fallen from the tree due to the shock. Mama, please, be safe, William prayed. He didn't believe in gods before, but after meeting Gavin, Issei, Lily, and David, his outlook changed completely. The raging wolf tide charged towards the 51 goats with bloodshot eyes. They had traveled for many miles in search of food. Although they had caught some prey along the way, it was not enough to feed thousands of them. The goats in front of them looked very plump, especially the goat with red horns on its head. Like the crazed beast that they were, they lunged at the goat herd with fervor. Me! Ella gave the signal and the goats under her command charged forward. A collision of teeth, horns, and claws marked the start of a battle between the hunter and their prey. Blood sprayed in the air as both wolves and goats started to slaughter each other. In that initial clash, 10 goats died in battle, while 60 dire wolves were impaled to death. EXP gained, 18,000. William saw the notification and felt bitterness. If this was a regular situation, he might have danced in happiness due to the massive experience points that he had gained. However, watching the goats that he had personally raised and cared for die in front of him, in exchange for experience points, made his heart ache. His tears fell like raindrops, but they couldn't be compared to the river of blood that was currently dyeing the ground red. He had prepared himself for the sacrifices, but his heart still bled at the reality that had presented itself in front of his eyes. Chapter 27, Wolf Tide, Part 3. As it knocked off the dire wolf that was about to sink its fangs on one of her subordinates. Only 2 minutes had passed since the battle started, and there were only 18 goats remaining in their formation. Taking the lead, Ella led the other goats in a mad charge that cut through the wolves with a vengeance. Their target was the 3-meter-tall gray wolf that stood at the center of the pack. The alpha wolf growled and rallied the wolves to clash with the approaching goats. The clash was brutal as 5 more goats lost their lives in exchange for the death of the alpha wolf. This was the 3rd alpha wolf that Ella had killed. Each alpha wolf commanded 40 to 50 dire wolves each. In order to destroy their chain of command, Ella decided to make these wolves her priority. Her white coat had long been painted with blood. William didn't know whether the blood came from the wolves or Ella's body. All he knew was that his mama had now fallen into a berserk state. Perhaps it was due to the smell of blood in the air, or the death of her subordinates, but the leader of the herd was now out for blood. Even the dire wolves, who had initially thought that they had found prey, avoided her like a plague. After losing the alpha wolves, the wolves' formation was in disarray. They no longer wanted to fight the crazed goat and her minions. Instead, they ran after the fleeing sheep in the distance. It was at that moment when Ella had recovered from her berserk state and came to her senses. Food! And the 13 remaining goats rallied by her side. Their legs were trembling due to exhaustion, but the fire in their eyes was still burning. William knew that if Ella gave them the order, these goats would charge without fear for their lives and execute her command. Fortunately, Ella didn't do that. After experiencing the battles in the Goblin Crypt, its intelligence had grown by leap and bounds. Although the current Ella wasn't as smart as a human, she was not that far off. Thank the gods. William sighed in relief. He didn't want Ella to fight the dire wolves to the death. The boy looked at the wolves who were now targeting the sheep and tried to count their numbers. According to his estimation, the wolves were still around 400 strong. The only saving grace was that they had left Ella and the other goats alone. They deemed the weak-willed sheep as a safer target. Ella wanted to run after them, but she prioritized the members of her herd. She had already sacrificed many members of her family in order to hold the dire wolves at bay for a few minutes. As the leader of the herd, she deemed that her subordinates had reached their limits and were no longer able to battle. Since that was the case, she only ordered them to be alert and hold their position. Hundreds of wolf corpses littered the battlefield as Ella and the remaining goats stood their ground. As part of William's herd, they also learned the skills Steel Armament, Quick Attack, and Horn Assault. Because of these skills, they were able to overpower their foes and crush them under their hooves. 163,240 experience points. This was the amount of experience points that Ella and her subordinates had gained during their 15-minute battle against the dire wolf pack. All the goats in Ella's party were now level 18. In short, they were no longer the meek and naive goats that used to graze lazily in the pastures. One of them was more than enough to beat 3 dire wolves in a 3-on-1 battle. The helpless cry of sheep being slaughtered reached William's ears. Unlike his goats who received his buffs and skills, the sheep were truly domestic animals. In the face of dire wolves, the only thing they could do was cry in panic and be eaten alive. More than 200 sheep fell prey to the wolf tide, while the remaining animals scattered in different directions. In the middle of the wolves' feeding frenzy, William saw 4 familiar figures running towards the wolf pack from the direction of the town. Isn't that Mr. Sean? William thought. What is he doing here? A man holding a rolling pin in his hands fearlessly ran towards the wolf pack. He was the baker of Lant and went by the name Sean. William usually visited his store once a week to buy a loaf of bread before going to the valley. Sean was a very kind and warm person. Just like everyone in Lant, he had a carefree personality and always wore a smile on his face. However, right now, the town's baker was not smiling. The rolling pin in his hand enlarged and transformed into a 2-meter-long silver rolling pin. With a roar of fury, Sean lunged at the feasting wolves and waved the rolling pin of death in a wide swing. The heads of the wolves that were on the path of his attack exploded like watermelons. Fuck. William almost cursed out loud at the baker's brutality. The 4 other people behind the baker also summoned their weapons and joined him in his slaughter. Helen, who was often referred to as Auntie Helen by William, was their Ainsworth family's maid. Some of his clothes were sewn by her, and all of them were of good quality. Now this same auntie who had wiped William's bum countless times when he was still a baby, was currently beheading wolves left and right just by waving her hand. William could faintly see golden threads connected to his Auntie Helen's fingers that sliced through the air like a flexible sword. Filthy mongrels, Helen spat. If my little William was hurt by you bastards, I swear that I will hunt down all the wolf packs in this kingdom. Auntie, don't worry, I'm still alive. William couldn't help but feel warm at his Aunt Helen's concern for him. Seeing his Aunt Helen's elegance in the battlefield, he generously gave her 4 thumbs up in his heart. Everywhere Helen went, all the wolves would be cut into pieces. The 2 other people who had also engaged the wolf pack were Lant Town's barber and dentist. The town's barber, Mr. Bond, had the most unique hairstyle in Lant. William often wondered if the barber was born with a natural Afro-style hair. There were rumors in the town that he chose this hairstyle because he was too lazy to cut his own hair. Snippy snip snap, Mr. Bond said as he threw 6 scissors in the air which pierced through the heads of the wolves charging towards him. The name is Bond. Mr. Bond, a man wearing white shirt and black pants, jogged towards the wolves with a refreshing smile. He was Lontown's sole dentist and went by the name Jekyll. Sir William had voted him to be the scariest person in town. Why? Because he was the dentist. Had there been any child who was not afraid of the dentist? The answer is no. Every child in Lant was afraid of him. The mere sight of him taking a stroll around town was enough to make anyone below the age of 15 cry out in fear. Even though he was handsome, looked prim and proper, and always had that dazzling smile on his face, there was no sane kid in Lant that would smile back at him. Jekyll stopped in the middle of the wolf pack and placed his hands behind his back. Thank you for the meal. He then gave the wolves a refreshing smile before opening his mouth wide. The scene that followed next gave William goosebumps. All the wolves that were at least 20 meters around Jekyll were sucked up inside his mouth. A few seconds later, the dentist gave a loud burp which scared the dire wolves silly. Excuse me, Jekyll said with a smile. Don't worry, I still have room for desserts. Chapter 28, William's Secret. The dire wolves growled, not in challenge but out of fear. Jekyll glanced at these delicious treats with a smile. If one were to look closely at the only dentist in Lon, pieces of wolf flesh could be seen stuck between some of his teeth. However, before he or the dire wolves could even make their move, someone fell down from the sky. His landing created a dust storm that made everyone back away. When the dust settled, a man with gray hair stood at the center of a 4-square-meter crater. James scanned his surroundings as if looking for someone. Soon, his gaze landed on a boy that was standing on top of a tree branch, while hugging the tree bark. His gaze softened a bit as he shifted his attention to the few dire wolves that remained on the battlefield. "Helen, clean up these pieces of trash," James ordered. "As you wish, master," Helen replied with a smile. The sounds of dying howls echoed through the forest as the remaining dire wolves breathed their last. Seeing that the situation was now under control, William climbed down from the tree and ran towards his mama Ella. The Angorian goat licked William's cheeks as if to tell him that she was fine. Even so, William used first aid on her to help her recover her injuries. Afterward, he also administered first aid to the remaining goats in his herd. These were the survivors of the wolf tide, and he didn't intend for them to die after getting this far. Mr. Bond, the town's barber, had located Theo and the other apprentice shepherds. He took it upon himself to escort the kids back to Lon, while the others went to assist their comrades in battle. William was so focused on his task of healing the goats that he didn't notice that his grandfather had arrived beside him. The others had already left to support the senior shepherds on the other side of the forest. The battle was still not over. There were still a few thousand dire wolves that were still under the command of the 2 centennial beasts. Also, there was still the threat of the 1,000-men beast that was equivalent to a one-man army. "Go back to the residence," William ordered the 13 goats. Me. The goats pawed their hooves in protest. They felt that William had no intention of going back with them. Since that was the case, they decided to not go back as well. "Don't be stubborn." William glared at the restless goats. "Ella, make them understand." "Me." Emma bleated and the goats stood in attention. Me. After being reprimanded by Ella, the 13 goats reluctantly bowed their heads and started to walk towards the direction of Lon. These silly goats would look back at William every 10 steps with pitiful eyes, as if they were little children being bullied. William ignored them. Since he had already made up his mind, he would not take back his word. James watched all of this with amusement. With just a glance, he noticed that there had been a significant change on the goat's demeanor. This confirmed some of his suspicions. "William, can I ask you a question?" "Of course. If you don't want to answer, then you don't have to say anything," James said with a smile. William looked at his grandfather's eyes and saw how serious he was. After giving it some thought, he resolutely nodded his head. "Do you perhaps get stronger after killing monsters?" James asked. This question caught William by surprise. This was one of his secrets, and he wasn't sure if telling this to James was a good idea. However, something deep inside his heart was telling him that it was fine to put his trust in his family. "If you don't want to answer, that's fine too." James sighed. "I might have been too hasty. Perhaps this was not the right time to ask." "Yes," William answered. "I get stronger when I kill monsters." William had thought of many reasons to lie, but in the end, he decided to share one of his secrets with his grandfather. James wasn't expecting William to give him an honest answer, but the answer still gave him a shock. His face immediately became serious as he placed his hand over his grandson's shoulder. "Thank you," James smiled. "Don't tell this secret to anyone aside from our family." "Understood," William replied. "Come, this is a perfect opportunity for you to get stronger." James beckoned as he ran towards the valley. William wasn't stupid. He understood what his grandpa was trying to tell him. The boy excitedly climbed his mama Ella's back and followed his grandfather to battle. "Make sure to pick a strong skill. Something that hits hard," James said without looking back. "Don't miss out on this rare opportunity." The corner of William's lips twitched. His grandpa was acting as if he fully understood William's circumstances. William didn't know if this was a good thing or a bad thing. However, he was sure of one thing. His grandpa was doing this for his own good. "I think I need to have a heart-to-heart talk with Grandpa once this is over," William thought. James's demeanor had surprised him. But since he was his grandfather, and he had already told him his secret, Williams would just go with the flow for now. Remembering his grandfather's words, William checked his status page. It was time to pick a strong offensive skill. His Ice Mage job class had gained a few levels after the battle with the dire wolves. With Gavin's blessing, he now had several skill points that he could use to pick a skill that could deal massive damage. After checking the available skills in his Ice Mage skill tree, he decided to max out the Ice Spike skill. Ice Spike 10/10. 20 mana points. Create razor-sharp ice spikes from the ground and a line to inflict damage. Has a chance of freezing enemies. Damage dealt is equivalent to Intelligence x6. Cannot freeze boss monsters. As for his remaining skill point, he decided to put it on his Ice Wall skill. Ice Wall 5/5. 10 mana points. creates a wall of ice at a target location. Ice wall is 3 meters tall and 4 meters wide. Ice wall has a thickness of 1 meter. Skill duration, 40 seconds. As soon as James and William exited the forest, a moving black sea appeared in front of them. Compared to the hundreds of wolves that William had faced in the forest, this wolf tide was the real deal. Chapter 29. Arrival of the Boss Monster. William glanced at his grandfather to see his reaction. He wanted to know if they were in grave danger. Contrary to his expectations, the old man seemed unfazed by the sheer numbers in front of him. Feeling his grandson's gaze, James turned his head as he gave William some words of assurance. "They are just small fries," James said, like it was no big deal. "The real problems are the centennial and millennial beasts. Those bastards are very sly and won't face us head on. They will first use their cannon fodders to tire us out before making their move." A lightning bolt flashed in the sky, followed by the shriek of a hawk. John and his sidekick Blitz were having a long-range battle with the 1,000-man beast. James walked up to Marcus to discuss their plan of action. The wolves had regrouped like an army waiting for their general's order. Howls echoed in the valley as thousands of dire wolves made their presence known. "Boss, what's the plan?" Marcus asked. He noticed William and Ella in the distance, but he didn't say anything. Clearly, James brought his grandson with him for a reason. James stood in front of everyone as he surveyed the surroundings. Excluding William, there were 9 fighters present. All of them were looking at the wolf tide with complicated expressions. "It seems that we are fighting the losers of the pack," James replied after observing the wolf tide. "These wolves are the old generation? Is it that time of the year again?" Marcus asked. "If I remember correctly, it had been 3 years since the last beast tide," Jekyll commented. "It seems that the competition this year is quite intense." All of them were thinking the same thing. Since the beast tide had appeared here, it meant that other villages and towns around the kingdom were also suffering the same fate. "Don't worry. Even if the sky falls, Lant will be safe from harm," James announced. Everyone present nodded their heads in agreement. This was something that they never doubted. William listened to the conversation with a serious expression. He had been observing the adults, but none of them seemed too troubled by the current situation. What William didn't know was that the only thing that had troubled the adults earlier was the safety of the kids. Since the kids were already back in Lant, the adults no longer needed to worry about holding back. In fact, they were very eager to face the wolf tide like it was some form of special event. "Sir, is it okay for the young master to be here?" Helen asked. James grinned as he gave William a sidelong glance. "Don't worry about him. He's just here to gain some experience. However, let's not overestimate him too much. Stay by his side and make sure that he doesn't become wolf poop, as you command." Helen bowed. James faced everyone and told them his battle plan. "Let's take out the 2 centennial beasts first, but make sure not to kill them," James announced. "Cut off their limbs so that they can't run around." "Does the old rule apply?" Ava raised her hand. She had a bloodthirsty look on her face as she hovered above the ground. Wind blades danced around her as if they were part of her wardrobe. "Of course." James nodded his head. "Whoever kills the most wolves will get the beast cores of the 2 centennial beasts." "All right, now we're talking." "Haha, sorry boys and gals. Those cores are in the bag." "Shut up, Marcus. Those cores are mine." Everyone started to get rowdy as they prepared for battle. James looked at his grandson and nodded his head. William also nodded his head in acknowledgement. The two of them had discussed a few things along the way. William was not allowed to join them in their advance against the wolf tide. James had explicitly told him to only act after receiving his order. The boy knew that this was not the time to play hero. His grandpa had already prepared the stage for him. All he needed to do was play his part and reap the benefits. James summoned a giant war axe and held it with both hands. A fearless smile hung on his face as he started to run towards the countless wolves in front of him. "Charge!" James ordered as he raised his axe to battle. The others ran behind him with the exception of Jekyll. The dentist shook his head and walked leisurely towards the battlefield. "Such hot-blooded people," Jekyll commented. Even though he seemed to be admonishing his comrades, there was an excited glint in his eyes. "Young master, don't be surprised about what you're going to see," Helen said with a sweet smile on her face. "It's been years since I've seen them this lively." William didn't say anything in reply. He already had an idea of what his Aunt Helen was hinting at. After seeing the battle in the forest, he realized that the people of Lant weren't as simple as they seemed. Right at that moment, a mighty roar echoed in the valley as James jumped high up in the air. The muscles in his body bulged as he dove fearlessly into the center of the beast tide, like a meteor falling from the sky. James slammed his battle axe on the ground. What followed next was an explosion that blasted the bodies of the wolves into meat paste. A mighty squeal reverberated across the valley as thunder, the wild boar, charged straight through the sea of wolves like a bulldozer. Everything that blocked his path was torn to shreds. Ella watched this scene and bleated. Her hooves pawed the ground as if she was raring to charge into the wolf tide as well. "Calm down, Mama," William said as he patted her neck. "Our time will come, me." Truth be told, William knew that Ella was still not at the level where she could charge through the battlefield and slay everyone on her path. Even so, he believed that there would come a day where she would be able to walk unhindered across the land. William would strive to make that happen. Ella understood what William was thinking. Although she was disappointed, she stopped pawing the ground. She stood in place to watch the battle with determination. Suddenly, 2 unique wolves appeared on the battlefield. They were 4 meters tall, and their blue fur made them stand out from the crowd. There were 2 horns protruding out of their heads, and they were glowing with green light. "The 2 underlings have arrived," Helen commented. "Young master, take a good look. Those 2 are centennial beasts. As the name suggests, they are as strong as 100 men. If you ever encounter them during your travels, please run as far as you can." William replied, "I will only fight them when I'm confident that I will win." The 2 dire wolves roared, and a powerful shockwave swept the battlefield. James and the others were pushed back, but they were undeterred. In their eyes, the 2 wolves were not a big deal. "Remember, don't kill them," James reminded everyone. "Just cut off their limbs, I'm on it." Sean, the baker, laughed as the rolling pin in his hand extended up to 10 meters. The closest centennial beast was hiding behind the cannon fodders, so he decided to use the rolling pin as a pole vault to reach it. William watched with sparkling eyes as Sean flew across 100 meters in the air. Sean was about to unleash his killer move when he saw a purple flash at the corner of his eye. Sean immediately retracted as a shield to block the lightning bolt that was launched in his direction. A resounding clap was heard as Sean was blasted across the valley. Everything happened so fast, and everyone was caught by surprise. Sean's body catapulted through the air and crashed in the forest behind William. As if announcing its arrival, a 10-meter-tall purple wolf howled in anger. 4 horns protruded on its head, and tendrils of lightning danced around their tips. A tune played in the background as the system announced the arrival of the last boss. William could only swallow his saliva as he gazed at the boss monster in front of him. He knew that at his current level, defeating this boss was merely a pipe dream. Chapter 30, all your XP belongs to me. James clicked his tongue. If it was only an ordinary millennial beast, he wouldn't have any problems dealing with it. However, the beast in front of him had the affinity of the lightning element. "This bastard is a bit tricky to kill," James thought as he scanned the surroundings. Even though Sean got hit by the lightning bolt, it wouldn't be enough to kill him. This was the reason why James and the others were not worried. "Sir, your orders?" Marcus asked. "No rush, my son is on his way," James replied. As if waiting for those words, 6 men exited the forest. The one who was leading them was Mordred. Surprisingly, Sean was also in the group. Aside from his clothes being burnt, no signs of injury could be seen on his body. "What took you so long?" James snorted as soon as his son arrived by his side. "I had to appoint people to stay and protect Lant," Mordred answered. "Dang, a lightning-type millennial beast. Talk about bad luck." "I know, right?" James sighed. "I could have already dealt with it if it was any other element. But this bugger had to be the lightning type." A man with white hair, who seemed to be in his early 90s, walked up to the front. He was using his walking stick, and his wrinkled face looked at the millennial beast as if it was a pesky guest. "Troublesome vermin," the old man muttered. His name was Owen. He was a life magus, and highly regarded in Lant. Everyone who suffered from injuries or diseases would go to his home to receive treatment. He was one of the most important personages that safeguarded Lant from harm. Everyone nodded at the magus's words in agreement. "Well, since everyone is here, I guess it's time to cleanse," announced. "Mordred Jekyll, and I will handle the millennial beast. Marcus, John, Sean, deal with one of the centennial beasts. Feel free to cut off its limbs, but don't kill it." James paused for a while and looked at the floating woman in the distance. "Ava and the other shepherds. You deal with the other centennial beast. What about us?" A man carrying a wok and a ladle asked. His name was Gordon. He was the owner and chef of the only tavern in Lant named Sleeping Forest. "Gordon, you and the peanut gallery will exterminate the small fries," James said after careful consideration. "Peanut gallery? Well, this doesn't sound bad." An elf holding a lute grinned. His name was Fayrite, the traveling bard of the kingdom. "The peanut gallery would always watch me perform. Being on the sidelines is also good from time to time. Cleaning up the small fries isn't necessarily an easy thing. The old sir is just too lazy to kill them all." Barbados, the town's blacksmith, lifted his mithril hammer. "But I have to agree. Pounding wolf heads instead of iron ingots is a good change of pace." Owen sighed as he raised his walking stick. "Let's just finish this early. My wife will get worried if I come home late," the life magus chanted, and everyone was bathed in light. Mass blessing. William felt a gentle breeze envelop his body. He felt invigorated as if a newfound strength had entered his inner being. In order to confirm his suspicion, he opened his status page and was shocked by what he discovered. All of his stats increased by 100. What sorcery is this?" William almost screamed out loud. He thought that the skills he used to boost his mama Ella was already overpowered. Who would have thought that his meager skills couldn't even compare to a single blessing skill from a life magus? However, it was not over. Mass haste, mass protection, mass bull strength, mass cat's grace, Mass Arcane Agility. William's jaw almost dropped on the ground when he saw the insane increase in his status points. At first he thought that the Mass Blessing was already amazing, but the other skills made him realize that he was still a frog under the well. Mass Bull's Strength. Spell grants a plus 100 enhancement bonus to Strength. Skill duration, 30 minutes. Mass Cat's Grace. Spell grants a plus 100 enhancement bonus to Dexterity. Skill duration, 30 minutes. Mass Arcane Agility. Spell grants a plus 100 enhancement bonus to Agility. Skill duration, 30 minutes. William looked at the Life Magus with sparkling eyes. Should I become a Life Magus as well? William's passion was ignited. This is just so freaking awesome. Even Ella could barely contain her excitement. She stomped her hooves with the intention to battle. If William wasn't mounted on her back, she would have already charged at the wolves to avenge her fallen comrades. James glanced at his grandson and nodded his head. William, you can also join the peanut gallery and wipe out the small fries, James said with a smile. Helen. Yes, sir, Helen replied. James then glanced at Owen. Owen, relax, I'll keep an eye on your grandson. Thank you. Just go already, Owen said impatiently. My wife. All right, we're going. Guys, let's hurry up. The henpecked old man might get killed if we dilly-dally. With a roar of laughter, the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen and Women rushed towards the wolf tide. James, Mordred, and Jekyll ran straight towards the millennial beast. They needed to buy some time for the others to defeat their targets. Mama Ella, let's go! William said with determination. Bestow, leader of the herd, steal armament, me. The Angorian goat carrying William at her back rushed towards the dire wolves like a raging bull. All of Ella's stats were in the hundreds. As long as they didn't fight against the centennial and millennial beasts, none of the dire wolves, including the alpha wolves, could beat them. Helen followed William and stayed a few meters away from him. She watched in amusement as the boy waved the wooden staff in his hand. Whenever he swung his wooden staff, tens of dire wolves would be blown away as if he was sweeping dead leaves. Ella was more straightforward. She just ran in a single direction, and anyone who blocked her path would be torn apart by her horns. A mighty squeal resounded in the battlefield. Thunder, the wild boar, saw Ella's relentless charge and felt competitive. Marcus was with the others fighting against the centennial beasts, while Thunder's job was to help annihilate the small fries. Me. Snort. Me. Snort. The two animals bulldozed everyone in their path as if they were injected with chicken blood. It seemed that both of them had entered a rivalry and were competing against each other. William's eyes, on the other hand, were burning like crazy. In his eyes, all of these wolves were free experience points. It was like a bonus stage in a game. A stage where you could battle to get as many experience points as possible within a certain time limit. If he didn't use this opportunity to the fullest, then he would regret it for the rest of his life. The boy decided to stop being low-key and gave into the battle lust that spread through every fiber of his being. Magnum Burst. Magnum Burst. Ice Spike. William brandished his staff in a frenzy. All your XP belongs to me. Razor-sharp ice spikes rose up from the ground and skewered everything in its path. The little boy was hell-bent to squeeze as much experience points as he could during this period of time. Helen and Owen, who were observing William from the distance, raised their eyebrows in surprise. They had known the brat since he was a baby, but this was the first time they had seen him use magic in an actual battle. Chapter 31. Either it dies, or we die. The dire wolves were helpless against William's and Ella's mad rush. Helen's golden threads would decapitate any wolf that tried to attack William from his blind spot. With an expert like her protecting him, William didn't have to worry about getting hurt. Of course, he and Ella steered clear of the centennial and millennial beasts. They only fought the wolves along the outside perimeter. Although they were feeling confident, they were not cocky. Helen and Owen nodded their heads in appreciation. Not every 10-year-old boy would get the opportunity to fight in a beast hide and remain unscathed. Gained EXP points, 46,176. Gained EXP points, 70,131. Gained EXP points, 65,495. Strings wrapped around the two of them. Helen didn't want William and Ella to get carried away, to where Owen was standing. She noticed that the tide of battle was starting to get serious from now on. Majority of the small fries had been dealt with. The real battle was about to begin. Young master, things are going to get a bit dangerous, Helen said. Stay here for the time being. William obediently nodded his head. He had already gained decent experience points, so he decided to listen to his Auntie Helen. At that right moment, the wolf tide suddenly had a drastic change. The wolves' eyes glowed red. The Black Sea had now a smattering of red dots, and looked more sinister compared to before. Berserk call, Owen muttered. As expected, this is going to be ugly. The wolves charged at the three teams who were attacking their leaders. At first, Marcus and the rest were taking it easy. Although the wolves had the advantage in numbers, they were more than capable of dealing with them. The Centennial Beasts, although strong, was not something that they couldn't handle. They were about to completely incapacitate them when a powerful howl descended on the battlefield. Immediately the two Centennial Beasts' countenance changed. They entered a berserk state which multiplied their powers threefold. The same could be said for the rest of the wolves that were currently attacking them without fear for their lives. "This is why I hate fighting against millennial beasts with lightning elements," James cursed. "These critters are full of dirty tricks." It was at that time when a flash of purple lightning bolt streaked towards James's direction. The old man used his giant axe to block the blow like a shield. However, it still sent him hurtling a few meters in the air. Flare explosion. Mordred roared as he pressed both of his palms on the ground. All the wolves within 15 square meters around him were turned to ashes. "Hey, are you forgetting that I'm here?" Jekyll yelped in anger. He was in the middle of the battle formation and keeping close watch on James and Mordred's situation. Mordred's sudden attack caught him by surprise because he was distracted by the millennial beast's purple lightning. "Relax, this little blaze couldn't possibly kill you," Mordred replied with a shrug. "I'm not worried about your puny fire killing me. I'm worried about my clothes," Jekyll snapped. "I just bought this from the capital a week ago and now it's ruined. Just put it on my tab." "Fgah, what tab are you talking about? You still haven't paid the debt you owed me and it's been 4 years already. You two bastards, stop arguing and help me," James roared. He wanted to use his axe to slap the two arguing numbskulls who had completely forgotten that they were dealing with a walking calamity. If not for the fact that he was surrounded by hundreds of berserk dire wolves, he would have already beaten the two idiots to kingdom come. The battle continued for an hour, and most of the dire wolves had been dealt with. Now only less than 200 wolves remained of the once formidable wolf tide. The two Centennial Beasts were also lying on the ground. They were not dead, but they no longer held any threat whatsoever. Although the outcome seemed to be leaning on the side of Lant, everyone had dire expressions on their faces. William noticed this as well, and wondered why everyone felt that way. "Aren't we already winning?" William asked. "How come I sense that everyone's mood has turned for the worst?" "You have good eyes, little Will." Owen chuckled. "Indeed. If we were just to look at the numbers, then this battle can already be considered a victory. However, until the millennial beast retreats, the victors and losers are still undecided." "Retreat?" William frowned. "Why would we want that oversized wolf to retreat? Wouldn't it be better if it is killed?" "Of course." Owen nodded. "However, millennial beasts with the lightning element have a very disgusting ability. They have this skill called Storm Annihilation. This is a suicide skill that is capable of destroying everything. The last time this skill was used, an entire capital disappeared from the face of the continent." "Yuck." Williams almost choked on his saliva when he heard Owen's explanation. Destroying an entire capital. Is that a joke? However, one glance was enough to tell William that Owen was not lying to him. He also noticed that his grandfather and the rest were only trying to threaten the beast and not fighting it head-on. "I'm very worried," Helen muttered. "This is an old monster, and it might not really care whether it lived or died." "Owen, we have to prepare for the worst." Owen nodded his head and began chanting. If the beast was really going to use its suicide move, he would erect a barrier and try to protect everyone. However, he was not confident that he would succeed. The best-case scenario was for the millennial beast to leave on its own. James decapitated the last dire wolf with ease. His giant axe was now soaked in the blood of its victims. The millennial beast watched all of these with indifference. It didn't really care whether its pack died or not. They had already been banished from the Forbidden Land, and there was no going back for them. It raised its head and howled a mournful cry. James and the faces of everyone in the valley immediately paled. They understood what the beast wanted to do. It wanted to have a life-and-death battle with them. Can I go home now?" Jekyll asked. "I remember that I still have things to do." Everyone glared at Jekyll, but they didn't say anything. In fact, they were thinking the same. They were cursing the millennial beast in their hearts for being stubborn. All of them wanted to scream and raise their middle fingers at the same time. "If you want to die, then just die by yourself, bastard." "Sir, what are we going to do?" Marcus asked. Although he tried to hide it, the worry on his face was evident. "We need to end this quickly," James replied. "Either it dies, or we die." Owen and Helen also made their move. They left William alone and headed to assist their comrades to battle. It was not because they didn't care for William's safety. On the contrary, they made their decision because they cared for everyone's safety. If the beast isn't killed as soon as possible, then the entirety of Lant would be wiped out from the face of the continent. Simply put, there was no safe place to run or hide. Chapter 32. Message from the author. To those who had read up to this point in the story, I would like to make an announcement. I had read your comments about a certain shift and transition between chapters that caused confusion. After checking my chapter list, I noticed that I missed posting one chapter. This chapter was supposed to be chapter 16, A Storm is Brewing. However, due to a mistake on my part, I posted the chapter guess from a far part, which was supposed to be chapter 17 instead of chapter 16. I would like to let you know that I have fixed this issue. Although it's a bit late, feel free to read chapter 16. A storm is brewing so that you will find out how William jumped from being a 1-year-old baby to a 10-year-old boy. Once again, I apologize for this mishap, and I will be more careful from now on in posting the sequence of chapters for this story. To answer Nirvana's question in regards to the merging of 10 job classes. The condition for merging the classes is not the basic job classes. It has to be at least the second advanced classes. For example, William's Ice Wizard can be counted as one of these advanced classes. The Ice Wizard is the next evolution of the Ice Mage job class. Of course, in order to meet the requirements for the Jack of all trades, the Ice Wizard class should reach its max level first. All job classes have 3 forms: basic, advanced, final. William will be able to fulfill the condition of the Jack of all trades after getting 10 advanced job classes, and they must be all at their max level. Naturally, if William will be able to get 10 final classes and merge them together, the result will be a more powerful form of the Jack of all trades. The same can be said for prestige classes. For example, the prestige class Disciple of Thunder and Prince of Darkness. Oops. Sorry, spoiler. These 2 are just of the basic job class of the prestige class. The respective transcendence classes are the equivalent for the advanced job classes of the normal professions. As for special classes like Battle Mage, this is considered as an advanced job class. The reason is because you need to have a mage job class, any mage types, and a monk job class at their max level to unlock this special class. If you are familiar with Final Fantasy Tactics, some special classes can be unlocked when you meet their respective requirements. Feel free to ask me questions in the comment section if you have some things that you don't understand about the system. Also, if you find loopholes, feel free to tell me as well. Thank you for reading, and may all of you have a blessed day. Chapter 33, Storm Annihilation Part 1. James gripped the giant war axe in his hand firmly. This axe had accompanied him in many battles and had witnessed his glorious days. He glanced at his son Mordred. This son of his was a very stable individual and had managed to gain the support of everyone in Lant. The Ainsworth family was a dying clan. There were only 5 of them left on the continent: James, Morgan, Mordred, Matthew Mordred's son, and William. If he failed to finish off this monster, only 2 of their bloodline would be left. He, Mordred, and his grandson, William, would die alongside this calamity. James clenched his teeth. This was something he didn't want to happen. He couldn't allow it to happen. Failure was not an option. We only have 1 shot, James said with a determined expression. No matter what happens, do not let it use Storm Annihilation. I don't care how you do it, as long as you do it. Do I make myself clear? Everyone present nodded their heads. Words need not to be spoken. Even the always smiling Jekyll was no longer smiling. The dentist had already taken off his glasses, which meant that he was now going to get serious. The 10-meter-tall wolf charged, and tendrils of lightning danced around its body. Mordred stomped on the ground and punched the air in front of him. Fire Dragon Assault! A fire dragon emerged in front of Mordred and flew towards the beast with an earth-shaking roar. The 4 horns of the wolf boss glowed. It then shot out 2 streaks of purple lightning towards the apparition that dared to challenge its existence. As the lightning and dragon crashed against each other, a massive shockwave shook the battlefield. Mordred, Marcus, and 2 others were blown away due to their close proximity to the area of explosion. A giant dust cloud emerged and blocked everyone's line of sight. However, even though they couldn't see their opponent, they could feel its mighty presence. A purple figure emerged from the dust cloud and charged in their direction. The wolf boss was not even fazed by Mordred's full power attack. This clearly showed the difference between their powers. James rushed to meet the wolf head-on. There were no signs of fear on his face. Instead, one could see his unwavering determination for victory. Die! James growled as the muscles in his body bulged. The axe in his hand swept the air in a mad strike. The wolf didn't meet James' attack head-on and dodged to the side. As a creature that had arrived at its rank, it had the ability to gauge the strength of an individual. It knew that James's attack wasn't as simple as it seemed. The axe missed its target and slammed into the ground. The ground was split apart, creating a 10-meter-long fissure. James didn't stop his attack and delivered a backhand strike to the sly wolf who tried to do a sneak attack. A howl of pain escaped the wolf's lips as James's fist hit its target. Everyone knew that it was a crucial time, so Helen joined the battle, leaving William in Owen's care. Golden threads wrapped around one of the wolf's legs and held it in place. Now, Helen shouted. Marcus and the rest unleashed their ultimate attacks at the same time. Fire Blast, Steel Hammer, Earth Spike, Windstorm. The combined attacks fell upon a purple screen of light that covered the wolf's body. This ability was called Light Screen. It had the power of elemental attacks. Although it didn't give the beast immunity to the elements, it decreased their effect, allowing the wolf boss to endure the barrage of spells that fell mercilessly on its body. It's not enough. James muttered as he jumped into the air to unleash another powerful strike. The wolf growled and pulled on the golden threads that were wrapped around its leg. Since the golden threads were connected to Helen's fingers, the woman was pulled along with her ability. The wolf sent her flying to block James's strike mid-air. With a roar of annoyance, James dispelled his attack and caught Helen in his embrace. The wolf knew that this was a good opportunity, so it jumped into the air to swallow both of them whole. Unfortunately, it underestimated the resourcefulness of the humans around it. With a wave of her arm, Ava pulled James and Helen in her direction. What followed next was a shrill shriek that pierced the air as Blitz and John made their move. Using its maximum speed, the hawk fearlessly dove towards the wolf who was in mid-air. The collision resulted in a howl of pain coming from the wolf. It fell on the ground with a crash. Blitz flapped its wings to soar back into the sky. Traces of blood could be seen on its talons, which proved that its attack was effective. The wolf stood up and roared in fury. One of its eyes was bleeding, and it made everyone regain their courage. However, before anyone could do a follow-up attack, an intense flash of light gathered around its body. "Damn! It's going to use Storm Annihilation," James cursed. "Everyone, brace yourselves." Blitz caught James and Helen with its talons and flew upwards. Everyone else ran behind. Owen, as the Life Magus, prepared his strongest barrier to fend off the wolf's suicide attack. He had already positioned himself in a defensive position with the town of Lant at his back. He would do everything in his power to protect his comrades and the townsfolk from this full-powered last resort by millennial beast. "Blessed goddess, redeemer of souls, in my time of need I come to you. Renew my strength so I might live in peace," Owen chanted. "I plead this of you as your faithful child, O brightest light. Absolve me with your glorious grace. Protect those who worship your excellence." Aegis, a golden barrier of light that was 30 meters tall, burst out in front of Owen. It spread out towards the side until it was almost a kilometer long. The Aegis spell was Owen's strongest defensive ability, but it wasn't supposed to be used this way. At most, the Aegis would form a small barrier that would absolutely fend off any attack. However, Owen stretched the barrier to its limit. Although it wouldn't be as sturdy as the concentrated barrier, he hoped that it would be enough to minimize the damage of the Storm of Annihilation. This was the best he could do for his comrades and the people of Lant. Just as everyone was bracing themselves for the Millennial Beast's suicide attack, they noticed something moving towards the thunder-horned wolf from behind its back. Chapter 34. Storm Annihilation Part 2. But everyone present was an expert in battle. When James saw who it was, his heart almost broke into pieces. "William!" The old man's shout was deafening. However, William didn't hear it. His concentration was locked on the glowing wolf in front of him. The moment the wolf initiated its Storm Annihilation, William had also made his move. He ordered Ella to use Quick Attack in order to close the gap at the fastest speed possible. Although the Storm Annihilation was truly a powerful move, it was not something that could be used in an instant. The wolf needed to channel all of its life force and energy into its beast core before this ultimate attack could be unleashed. However, who was William? He was someone that had the help of his system. Before the battle started, the system had already analyzed how to block the Storm Annihilation. William knew that it was very risky, but he still decided to do it. Quoting what his grandfather said, "Either the wolf died, or everyone would die." Since death was already a foregone conclusion, why not struggle until the last moment? When William was only 10 meters away from the wolf, he channeled his magic to his staff, and aimed it at a certain location. Glacial Lance, a 5-meter-long lance that shone like crystals, shot forward with a vengeance. This was the strongest spell that was currently available in William's Ice Mage skill tree. Glacial Lance 10/10, 50 mana points, hurls a 5-meter-long lance of ice to your enemy, dealing piercing frost damage. Piercing strike increased by 50%. Damage dealt is equivalent to intelligence x10, deals 5 times damage to frozen enemies. Has a chance to freeze enemies except boss monsters. William was able to unlock it due to the experience points he had gained from the earlier battle. Simply put, this was William's last hurrah, and he bet his life on this desperate last strike. Everyone watched with bated breath as the lance drew near the wolf's body. All of them knew that this wouldn't change the current situation. Once the wolf initiated its suicide attack, nothing could stop it. Many people had tried in the past, and all of them had one ending. They had been incinerated by heavenly lightning until they turned into ashes. Contrary to everyone's expectations, they saw and heard something truly unexpected. The wolf yelped as its massive body bolted off the ground. The glacial lance had embedded itself in the wolf's body, which made it lose its concentration. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. What had they just seen? Once the wolf activated the Storm Annihilation, it covered its body with a light screen. This reduced the effectiveness of all attacks by half. It was also why no one had thought that William would succeed in his attack. Earlier, Mordred and the others had also unleashed their full-powered attacks. However, the wolf endured their attacks with grace. They never believed for a second that William's spell, Glacial Lance, could do better. Compared to the veteran's ultimate moves, William's spell was not particularly strong. Although it looked cool, Its power was not even a fifth of Mordred's full-powered fire blast. How can this be? Owen asked. What's going on? No one answered his question. None of them could explain the unbelievable sight in front of them. Actually, the adults had forgotten one thing. Even though the wolf had used a light screen, there were some attacks that couldn't be endured even if your body was made of steel. For example, if you were to be hit in a certain place, the damage would be multiplied. Astronomically. Indeed. William didn't think of anything complicated. He used his glacial lance to impale the only place that would bring the wolf to its knees. What place was that exactly? Ahem, it was none other than the wolf's BT-tedol. Hey, humans could endure punch and kicks, but if that place was suddenly poked by a long, hard, pointy and tapered stick, they would definitely be in a world of pain. Of course, there were some experts that were able to take such penetrating attacks by cucumbers with grace. Unfortunately, the millennial beast was not one of them. All of their attention turned back to focus on William and Ella, who were about to have a head-on collision with the millennial beast. Ice spike. Ice spikes materialized on the ground in front of William, creating an icicle bridge. Mama Ella, horn assault, William ordered. Me. Ella ran over the icicle bridge as her horn glowed bloody red. This was currently her strongest move, but it was a move that couldn't be underestimated. Thanks to Owen's buffs, Ella's strength stat had surpassed 300. William had maxed out this skill at level 10. Its damage output was Ella's strength stat multiplied by 7. Right now it was as strong as Mordred's fire dragon assault. After channeling its life force and energy to its magic core, the millennial beast was at its weakest. The two bloody horns slammed into the wolf's forehead with a resounding clap. A dying howl permeated the battlefield as the wolf's massive body fell to the ground. Its eyes looked at William and Ella with bitterness. It was unresigned. It planned to bring all of these insects with him to the afterlife, but it was foiled by this little kid whom it treated as livestock. Soon its eyes became dull and lifeless as it breathed its last. The battle was finally over. Everyone stared at the boy who was mounted on top of the Angorian goat with burning eyes. The boy, on the other hand, had a dazed look on his face as he stared at the dead millennial beast in front of him. That's my grandson, James shouted with pride. He's just like me when I was younger. Ha ha ha, as expected of my grandson. The hawk shrieked and glanced at his master. He gave John the "can I drop this old fool" expression as the latter only chuckled and shook his head. John stared at the boy on the ground and nodded his head in appreciation. This youngster is very promising. William wasn't aware of the burning looks that the people were giving him. The reason why he was in a daze was because of the notification that had appeared in front of him. Ding. Gained EXP, 1,200,000. Congratulations, you have slayed a millennial beast. Special monster first kill bonus EXP, 500,000. You have acquired Wolf Slayer title. You have acquired millennial grade beast core. Ice Mage job class had reached its max level. Would you like to advance to the next job class? Yes, no. Mama Ella, we struck it big time. Me. William wanted to laugh out loud, but he was feeling lightheaded. The adrenaline rush was now leaving his body and it made him feel very weak. If not for the fact that he was firmly mounted on Ella's back, he might have slipped sideways and fallen to the ground. With a loud thud, James landed beside Ella and happily lifted William from her back. Ha ha ha. Although you were not as awesome as me when I was your age, you still did well. James laughed as he spun the boy round and round. Me. Ella gave James a grumpy stare. If she could only speak, she would have already nagged at James for handling her baby in a rough manner. Gramps, pull me down. I'm feeling dizzy, William pleaded. Fine. James placed William on Ella's back and looked at him with satisfaction. How could he not be satisfied? His grandson was so bad. His grandson was able to stop a skill that was said to be unstoppable. No one had succeeded in the past. Only his grandson was able to achieve such a feat. This was something that he could brag about to his friends when they met again for their joint exploration in 3 months' time. Chapter 35, Looking for a Second Opinion. A day passed after the great battle against the Wolf Tide. The village of Lont was in a festive atmosphere because they had narrowly escaped a calamity. Unfortunately, some other towns and villages didn't share their happiness. Several messenger birds had arrived at the Ainsworth residence, and the majority of them brought bad news. James was frowning as he read the latest letter that had arrived. After a while, he heaved a deep sigh as he carefully placed the letter on the right side of the table. The town of Fuchsia had been overrun by the beast tide. There were no survivors, James announced. This makes it the third town that got wiped out, Owen commented. Those poor souls. This beast tide really came without warning. Helen grimaced. If the defenders of Lont were just a bit weaker, this town would have suffered the same fate as the others. Everyone in the room silently agreed with Helen's deductions. If none of them were here, this town would have already been in ruins. Let's wait for John's reconnaissance mission, Marcus suggested. We can make our move once we get his detailed report. Do you think it's a good idea to open Lont to accept refugees? Sean asked. This was a question that was hard to answer. Lont was a peaceful place, and they liked to keep it that way. If refugees were to swarm into this town, then a certain balance would be broken. This was not something they wanted to happen. However, could they really turn away the people who were in dire need of help? Those who had lost everything. Although none of the people inside the room were innocent and all their hands were covered in blood, they still had a shred of humanity in them. If push came to shove, they would still extend their hands to offer these refugees assistance. After they resisted the wolf tide, the town of Lant had entered a state of emergency. No one was allowed to leave town, except for the few elites that were responsible for Lant's safety. The wolves on the battlefield were currently being cleaned up and turned into wolf jerky. This was their way of helping the refugees get something to eat, if and when they arrived in their small town. The thousands of wolves would be enough to feed a lot of people. As for the centennial and millennial beasts, they didn't intend to share them with anyone. They were magical beasts that would help nurture the next generation, and only the original residents would get the privilege of eating their meat. Their fur, claws, and horns could be used to forge weapons and armors. It was quite a pity. The two centennial beasts committed suicide when they saw that their leader had perished. William could have gained a few levels for his shepherd job class if they had survived. Even so, the boy didn't think too much about it. Two centennial beasts couldn't compare to a millennial beast. If William would have to choose between them, he would pick the latter any day. The atmosphere inside the conference room was heavy. Almost all the towns and villages near Lant had either turned to ruins, or had been wiped out completely from the face of the continent. John and his animal companion, Blitz, decided to do a reconnaissance mission in order to get a better understanding of the current situation. Lant was located at the western edges of the Hellen Kingdom. It was quite far from the capital city, and it would take at least 5 to 6 days to reach it if you were to travel using a flying beast like a griffon. For now, let's wait for turn, James said after organizing his thoughts. If any refugees arrive in Lant, we can allow them to stay in the town hall for the time being. That place can house up to 200 people. Everyone nodded in agreement. After a few more discussions, everyone left to return to their duties. James sighed for the umpteenth time as he stared at the ceiling. I wonder how the king will react to this calamity. William looked outside the window of his room. The battle against the millennial beast had taught him a lot. He had to admit that it was the second most dangerous experience that he had encountered in his current lifetime. The scale of the battle was very different from the controlled environment inside the dungeon. Inside the dungeon, William had the opportunity to escape. However, in the outside world there were no second chances. The boy opened his status page and checked the title that he had acquired after defeating the millennial beast. Wolf Slayer. Time to save Little Red Riding Hood. Increase attack against wolf-type monsters by 50%. Strength +3. William gained a lot from that battle. His Ice Mage job class reached max level. Not only that, he was able to unlock the skill, Chantless Casting. This was a skill that William had always wanted. It allowed him to use spells without having to chant them out loud. Now, he had several options in front of him. The first option was to level his Shepherd job class. The second one was to take the next step and advance his Ice Mage to a stronger class. William opened the job advancement menu. There were several choices for him to choose from, but the majority of them were locked. There were even some that were unknown. Ice Wizard, Elemental Lord locked, Battle Mage locked, Magic Swordsman locked, Arcane Ranger locked, Cryo Lancer locked. The system told him that the jobs with question marks were known as prestige classes. According to the system, these classes require chance encounters and extreme luck to acquire. William didn't think much about it because he already had a prestige class waiting for him to unlock. It was none other than the Disciple of Thunder. Its requirements were very simple. You need to get 2 job classes to reach their max level. It was a very straightforward requirement, and William only needed to max 1 more job class in order to unlock it. The basic job classes like Swordsman, Archer, Spearman, Mage, etc. needed to reach job level 40 in order to advance to the next job class. The only question on William's mind right now was, which job class should he choose next? The Shepherd job class was his permanent main class. If he wanted to maximize both worlds, leveling this job class would bring him the most benefits. However, William was very tempted to switch the Ice Mage job class to one of the other classes as well. According to the system, once you reach the max level of a certain class, you would be able to add 1 single skill to your list of permanent skills. What did this mean? Simply put, if William were to swap the Ice Mage with one of the other job classes, he could choose 1 skill from the Ice Mage class to add to his main skill slot. For example, even if he chose the Swordsman as his next job class, he would still be able to use Glacial Lance if he wanted to. He could also choose Chantless Casting, Ice Armor, Ice Wall, Mana Regeneration, etc. Having 1 permanent skill from a job class was a major boon to William's repertoire. Battle Mage and Magic Swordsman sound cool, William muttered as he looked at these 2 job classes. Although they were still locked, William could see their job requirements. Battle Mage. Might and magic are at your disposal. Who said that a mage couldn't fight in close combat? Requirement. Any mage job class level 40. Monk job class level 40. Magic Swordsman. Perfect combination of sword and magic. Nothing is too hot or too cold to those who wield both powers in his hands. Any mage job class level, swordsman job class level. William scratched his head continuously. He couldn't make up his mind. The problem with multi-classing was that it took a lot of time to max the level of his job class. The wolf tide was a special event that wouldn't happen too often. William knew that killing a millennial beast was not an easy thing to do. If not for the fact that the one he fought was greatly weakened, he wouldn't even stand a chance in killing it. Look for beast tides? That was a very stupid idea. Although the people of Lant were surprisingly strong, he didn't want another beast tide to head in their direction. One step at a time. William sighed. I don't need to rush. Maxing one job class is already good in my current age. William suddenly thought about his ex-fiancée Rebecca. They said that she was a genius born every 200 years. If the young girl knew that he had already become a full-fledged ice mage, what would she think? What would her mother, Agatha, and her master Eleanor think? The corner of William's lips curled up into a smile. No good. I am feeling narcissistic again. He shook his head in order to clear his thoughts. What he needed to do now was to decide which job class he should prioritize. Should I advance to Ice Wizard or go for the basic job classes? Deciding is a pain. William scratched his head for the umpteenth time. I think I need to ask Mama Ella for advice. Maybe she can give me a second opinion. Chapter 36, William's naming sense. William headed towards the back of their residence where the goat pen was located. Right now, Ella was looking after the goats to make sure that they behaved. Mama Ella, I need your help. Me? It's about this. Ella listened to William's dilemma. The boy pointed out the pros and cons of choosing a job class. After a 15-minute explanation, William looked expectantly at his wise and dependable mama. Me. I also think that this is the best option. Thank you, Mama Ella. Me. William happily hugged the Angorian goat and brushed her head with his hand. What Ella told him was indeed the most ideal choice. System, I need you to do something for me, William said inside his mind. How may I be of service? I want to change the settings for my experience points. I want to allocate future gains to the shepherd job class. Acknowledged. Setting has been successfully changed. Thank you, William said with a smile. You're welcome, the system replied before going into silent mode. After William had reached job level 40 in his Ice Mage job class, the system's AI had also that it was more. Gained an upgrade. While its voice was still monotonous, William felt intelligent compared to before. After getting over his problem, William decided to tackle another one. He looked at the 13 goats that had survived the battle against the dire wolves. William had already had a good talk to Ella, and both of them agreed that they couldn't allow the same thing to happen again. Because of this, William decided to strengthen the goats as well. How would he do that? The answer is very simple. He planned to bring them all inside the goblin crypt. But there was an even more pressing matter that he had to attend to. Should I call them 01, 02, 03, 04, etc.? William muttered. No, I shouldn't do that. Naming kids shouldn't be taken lightly. William could still remember the faces of his classmates whenever they were teased due to their names. Some of them even cursed their parents silently for being too casual in their naming sense. The boy didn't want the same thing to happen to his own children, so he made a vow that he would take naming them seriously. Right now, William was still a boy, and certainly didn't have any children. However, these goats could be considered as his children since he was the one who raised them. Because of this, he was at a loss on what to do. Maybe I can call them Freedom, Justice, Strike, Destiny, Impulse, Stargazer, Atlas. William crossed his arms over his chest as he tried to remember the names of his favorite G&Dams. Me. Sorry, Mama Ella. I was just joking. Me? William sighed as he laid on top of the hay that was bundled up at the side of the pen. He watched the clouds pass by, while Ella lay down beside him. Suddenly, William had a eureka moment. The boy stood up from the hay and motioned for the goats to line up in front of him. Today, I will formally recognize you as the members of my herd, William said with a serious expression. Because of this, I decided to bestow you names. Me. The goats cheered in unison. After the battle, they had already gained enough intelligence to understand William's words. Okay, let's start with you. William pointed at the goat at the far left of the formation. From now on, your name will be Aslan. Me. Next. The goat right next to Aslan took 2 steps forward. Your name will be Balder. Me. Next. Balder returned to his position, and the next goat stepped forward. Your name will be Kronos. Me. Next. Your name will be Daedalus. Me? You're a girl? William gave an awkward cough as he thought of a suitable name for a girl. All right, your name will be Dawn. Me? It took William less than 10 minutes to give all the goats their names. Aslan, Balder, Kronos, Dawn, Echo, Flynn, Griffin, Hades, Lo, Jed, Keith, Levi, Mir, 9 boys, and 4 girls. These were the surviving members of William's herd. He looked at them with a determined expression. It was at that moment that William started to form his own army, an army that would support him until the end of time. Ella stood by his side and nodded her head in satisfaction. She liked the names that William chose for her comrades. James, who was secretly observing William from afar, looked at this scene with a smile on his face. He had a feeling that his grandson would definitely make the southern continent a much more interesting place to live in. Later that night, "I have good news to tell everyone," Mordred said with a big smile on his face. He then glanced at his beautiful wife, which made Anna blush. "I'm pregnant," Anna announced after Mordred's urging. "Congratulations, Aunt Anna." William clapped his hands. "I'm now going to have a little sister." James, on the other hand, roared in laughter as he patted Mordred's arm repeatedly. "You did well, son. I don't mind if you keep giving me grandchildren. The more the better." James laughed. "Father, my figure will disappear if I give birth to many children," Anna commented. "It's fine, Anna," James replied. "I'll take care of your kids for you." Everyone could tell that James was truly happy with the news. William remembered that his grandpa told him that their bloodline was too few. This was perhaps the main reason why James found the news to his liking. After congratulating Anna, the family enjoyed their dinner. Anna's and Mordred's eldest son, Matthew, was not around. He was currently studying at the Royal Academy in the capital of the Helen Kingdom. He was the next in line to take over Mordred's position as the overseer of Lond. Because of this, he needed to learn a lot of things in order to improve the living conditions in their territory. Matthew thought that it was best if he studied in the Royal Academy, so that he could help his parents in the future. "I also have a bit of news to share, everyone," William said after dinner ended. "From time to time I will be sleeping with the goats in the goat pen every night. They were traumatized by what happened. I need to be there so that they will feel at ease." "Okay," James replied. "Just make sure to stay inside Lond. Although the chance of another beast tide heading our way is slim, the possibility still exists. Don't go out sneaking outside of our territory, understood?" "Understood." William nodded his head. He really had no intention of sneaking out of Lond. All he wanted to do was to stay with the goats and do a little experiment. Chapter 37, The Dungeon Raid Part 1. "Mama Ella, are you ready?" "Me." William nodded his head and went to Ella's status page. After defeating the millennial beast, Ella had also reached the max level of an Angorian goat. In order to advance, she needed to evolve. However, the system made an interesting discovery. After Ella evolved, she could still return to her previous form, which was the Angorian goat. William was very happy with this outcome, because he had grown fond of his Mama Ella's current form. He had seen Ella's evolutionary form, and it was quite intimidating. "Would you like to evolve Ella to become the Angorian war ibex? Yes, no?" William chose yes, and immediately Ella transformed into a 2-meter-tall Angorian war ibex. The two huge back-curving horns on her head were 5 feet long, 1.524 meters, and gave her an intimidating bearing. Although her white coat still looked comfortable and fluffy, it was in fact as sturdy as the lightweight metal armor that adventurers and mercenaries usually wore. Overall, Ella's evolution gave her outstanding strength and physical defense. Just like the name of her race suggested, she was a beast that was born for war. The goats, who were inside the goat shed, looked at her with sparkling eyes. With a glance, William could tell that they were all looking forward to evolving just like Ella. "Me?" Ella raised her head proudly. It was her way to encourage the goats to do their best to become stronger. She had the, "if I can do it, you can do it too" expression on her face, which made the goats stomp their feet in excitement. "Me! Me! Me!" The goats replied happily, as if to tell her that they would evolve as well. William approached Ella with a big smile on his face. This was what Ella wanted. She wanted to become stronger in order to protect William, and her goal had been met. However, both William and Ella knew that this wasn't the end. It was just the beginning, and the journey to the peak was still a long way to go. William checked Ella's stats, and the smile on his face widened. Ella's evolution had given her a massive boost in her status points. Her previous form and her current form were like heaven and earth. Name: Ella race. Angorian war ibex, level 1 hit points, 2000 mana, 800 over 800 strength, 50 agility, 80% vitality. 50 agility. 50 agility? Congratulations. William hugged her neck. "Me," Ella replied. She then rested her chin on William's shoulder and closed her eyes. They stayed like that for a few minutes before William reluctantly took a step back. Although the night was still young, there were still things that they needed to do. "If there is any among you that wish to live a peaceful life, then you can go to that side," William said and pointed to his right. "I will not force any of you to endanger yourselves. I'll be completely honest. I cannot guarantee your safety. I don't know what kind of foes we are going to face in the future. All I know is that they will be stronger than the dire wolves that you had faced yesterday. The chances of you guys dying is high. Do you still want to follow me to the unknown?" "Me," the goats replied in unison. Perhaps due to what they experienced, the goats' desire to grow stronger had superseded their desire to live a peaceful life. "Very well." William nodded. "Let's all go and conquer the goblin crypt together." "Me." William activated the Ring of Conquest, and a blinding light enveloped everyone inside the goat shed. A few seconds later, they found themselves on the 10th floor of the goblin crypt. "Is this what you wanted to show me, Father?" Mordred asked. "Yes," James replied. "William is still young, and there are things that he cannot do. What you and I can do for him is to give him our full support from the shadows." Mordred glanced at the goat shed with a calm expression. "Understood, father. Good." James nodded his head and walked back towards the house. William is following the footsteps of his father. I just hope that he will be able to overcome the challenges that are waiting for him. The father and son pair disappeared under the cover of darkness. The beast tides were still active in the western part of the Helen Kingdom. Both of them still had things to do, and among them was to ensure that William's secret would be kept for as long as possible. 11th floor Goblin Crypt. Me! Me! The Angorian goats charged at the two hobgoblins as a team. Although the hobgoblins were stronger than the direwolves, they were no match against 13 crazed goats who were out for blood. Center of the herd, but she just stood at the back and watched as her subordinates trampled the hobgoblins with ease. The goats were divided into two teams. One of the teams was led by Aslan, while the other was led by Kronos. Team, Alpha Leader, Aslan members, Baldur, Dawn, Echo, Flynn, Griffin, Hades. Team, Omega Leader, Kronos members, Lo, Jed, Keith, Levi, Mir. One team against one hobgoblin. This was the strategy that William had devised after entering the 11th floor. He reasoned that the goats needed to work as a team if they wanted to advance to the lower floors of the Goblin Crypt. The hobgoblins on the 11th floor came in pairs. It was the perfect training ground for the goats to test their teamwork. EXP gained 220. EXP gained 220. William checked the notification and nodded his head. He had already anticipated that the experience points would be greatly reduced due to the number of participants in the battle. However, he didn't care. He was not in a hurry to gain massive experience points. The important thing right now was to train his army and polish their battle formations. Name, Ella Race. Angorian War Ibex level hit points. 2000 mana. 800 over 800 current EXP. 40 over 922. William smiled as he saw his mama Ella gain a level. He then added the 3 stat points to agility. His mentality still hasn't changed. The boy still prioritized Ella's speed because he believed that being fast was just as important as being strong. Now let's check the new skills. William opened Ella's skill tree with excitement. When Ella gained a level, she received 3 stat points and 2 skill points. William was very picky when it came to Ella's skills. He preferred to choose practicality over being too flashy. The first skill he chose was Mithril Armament. This was the stronger version of the steel armament that Ella had when she was still an ordinary Angorian goat. Mithril Armament. 10 mana points. Make the creature's horn and hooves as hard as mithril. This skill cannot be upgraded. Skill duration 30 minutes. Mama, please, test this skill, William pleaded. Me. The color of Ella's horn and hooves changed into a silver blue color. They were like crystals, shining in the darkness. It also gave Ella a regal and elegant appeal. William playfully touched his mama Ella's mithril horns. It gave him the feeling of confidence and security. He knew that it would only take a matter of time to clear the Goblin Crypt with his mama Ella's newfound strength. Chapter 38, the Dungeon Raid Part. The second skill that William chose was the skill Warcry. Warcry. 10 mana points. Unleash a rallying cry to increase your own and your allies' stats by 20%. This skill cannot be upgraded. Skill duration 30 minutes. Ella didn't need William's reminder, and immediately used her Warcry. Me. The powerful aura was excluded from her body. The other goats bleated in acknowledgement. As they felt their bodies become stronger, the powerful goat army cleared the entire map in a day. The goats gained 1 level. William gained 2, and Ella gained 7. It was a good start, but William decided to stop there. Dungeon raid for the time being. He wanted the goats to feel what it was like to work as a team. William planned to take things one step at a time, and let the goats get used to their new formation. Also, he felt a bit sad because his main stats could no longer advance. Stats EXP bar. 146,283 over 183. His stats gauge needed to ascend to the next level in order to reset, which would allow him to continue to level up. This was similar to the other job classes he had gained, where he needed to choose a means to advance them to a stronger and more powerful class. In order to solve this problem, William needed to visit a temple and pray to his patron god. Then and only then would the experience bar for his stat points reset. Unfortunately, the temples were at least 4 days away from Lon if you were to travel by carriage. Currently, beast tides were rampaging across the land. It was impossible for William to travel to a temple. Even if he could, James wouldn't allow it. The only silver lining was that the shepherd job class could still gain levels because it hadn't reached its level cap. William looked at his current stats and sighed. He silently thanked the beast tide for giving him the opportunity to advance by leaps and bounds. Based on his calculations, it would have taken at least 2 to 3 years to reach his current level. Fortunately, the millennial beast and his lackeys gave William the best opportunity to gain massive experience points in a controlled environment. Race. Half-elf hit points. 725 over 725 over 725 mana. 1240 1240 1240 job class. 35 plus 3 vitality, 22 plus 3 vitality, 25 plus 2 dexterity, 16 plus 20 current EXP, 146, once they had returned to the Go Pen. Although only an hour had passed in the real world, they had stayed inside the dungeon for a whole day. All of them were very exhausted, and William didn't want to push them to their limits. Let's go to sleep as well, Mama Ella. Me? Ella returned to her normal mode, and laid down on the piled-up hay in the corner of the goat shed. William followed suit and hugged his Mama Ella to sleep. That night, William dreamed of leading a herd of Angorian war ibex to battle against a wolf tide. All the wolves were trampled under their feet, and even the centennial and millennial beasts didn't survive the battle. Hee hee. William chuckled in his sleep. So many experience points. While William and the rest of the children in Lot were sleeping, the adults were taking turns as night watch. Jekyll, time's up, Marcus said with a smile. Get your beauty sleep. I'll take over the watch. About time, Jekyll replied as he stretched his body. Sean, make sure to bring us freshly baked bread tomorrow. I'm counting on you. Mr. Bond patted Sean's shoulder. I don't mind as long as you pay for it. Sean yawned. Make sure not to fall asleep while on duty. That goes without saying. Mr. Bond patted his chest. If one monster comes, I'll kill one. If a dozen comes, I'll kill a dozen. Relax, those critters won't get past me. The night passed peacefully as the defenders of Lant stood their vigil. Only when the first light of sunrise fell upon the small town did they hear the shriek of a hawk coming from the east. Finally, James muttered as he gazed at the hawk that was descending from the sky. Everyone was waiting for John's arrival, so they hurried towards the Ainsworth residence to meet him. All of them were eager to hear his report and understand the current situation. Inside the conference room, James was busy placing gemstones on a map that almost occupied half of the round table. The colored gems signified the current conditions of the various villages, towns, and cities in the western side of the Helen Kingdom. James and the others waited patiently until he finished his task. Even so, some of them were already frowning. They could tell at a glance that almost the entire western region was now in ruins. Dear God, Owen muttered, such destruction. John heaved a deep sigh as he placed the last gemstone on the map. As you can see, the western region is as good as gone, John reported. The beast tide from the Forbidden Lands came 5 years earlier than expected. Lot faced a wolf tide. The town of Fusha encountered a bear tide. Pran was besieged by harpies, Zinner by hyenas. John listed all the towns that he had seen along the way. According to him, there were almost no survivors from these territories. Blitz and I delved deeper into the kingdom and found traces of the beast tides. It seems that all of them are going to converge to attack Fort Windermere. As expected, James muttered as he stared at the map on the table. Fort Windermere was a fortress that was built to resist the beast tide invasion. Usually the beast tides happen every 15 to 20 years. It seemed that something big had happened in the Forbidden Lands that caused the beast tide to come earlier. In the past, the Helen Kingdom had amassed a massive army to clear out the Forbidden Land known as the Strathmore Forest. Unfortunately, they weren't even able to enter the outskirts of the forest due to a powerful restriction. When the genius scholars of the kingdom analyzed this restriction, they were surprised to find out that only those who were 20 years old and below could enter the forest. Because of this, all plans to conquer Strathmore Forest had been put on hold. Since they couldn't invade the source of the problem, they decided to build a fortress that would protect the kingdom from these rampaging beasts. Chapter 39. The Expansion of Lant. John, are you saying that Lant is the only town that survived this disaster? Jekyll asked. Yes, John replied. Lant is the only town that is still standing in the western edges of the Helen Kingdom. The atmosphere in the room became heavy as everyone finally understood their current predicament. Their eyes fell on James, who was lightly tapping the table with his fingertips. What do you think will happen after the kingdom deals with the current beast tide? James asked. What else? Owen sneered. Those scummy nobles will fight tooth and nail to gain a foothold in the territories that have lost their owners. They will rain on the sky like vultures and grab every piece of meat that they can find on this ruined land. Frankly, I think we can consider ourselves lucky if they don't come knocking on our doorstep. No greedy scum would miss this opportunity to add lands to their fief. Of course, there is another possibility, Ava commented with a smirk. The king will definitely use this as an opportunity to award lands to those of his knights that have done meritorious service during this crucial period. James looked at the territories that surrounded Lant and made up his mind. Fusha to the north and Zinner to the east, James said after careful consideration. Lant is at the farthest edge of the western region. These two places have been our good neighbors for many years. Since that is the case, we will not allow them to fall into the hands of those greedy nobles. James raised his hand and issued orders. Take Blitz and raise the flat in Fusha. From this day onwards, it will be part of our territory. I will send some people to help you gather the dead bodies. We will give them all a proper burial and erect a monument in their name. Yes, sir. John nodded his head and left the room, Marcus, Ava, and Jekyll, go to Zinner and do the same. In the small chance that there are any survivors, make sure to take good care of them. I will also send some people to help later. Jekyll chuckled. Jekyll chuckled. If we secure it, Lant will not have to worry about its food supply. Fuchsia is known for their silver mines. Ava brushed her hair. The nobles would definitely set their eyes on that one. Well, that will depend on their ability. James sneered. I'd like to see them try. Everyone in the room smiled. They had been living peacefully for so many years. Some of them were itching to beat some stupid nobles to release their pent-up urges. After the meeting had been disbanded, Mordred approached his father to talk more about their expansion. Father, are you sure about this? Mordred asked. The king may not like it. I'm sure that His Majesty has more important matters at hand than dealing with small fries like us. Compared to us taking a few lands on the edges of the western region, he would focus more on how to deal with the current beast tide, James replied. As long as we do not reach his bottom line, I'm sure that he won't mind our shameless attempt to take possession of a land or two during this period. You have a point, father. Mordred rubbed his chin in agreement. Even if we take Fuchsia and Jinner, there are still plenty of territories that have lost their owners. It will be more than enough to satisfy the nobles. Right? That's why? You don't have to worry about this matter, James commented. Also, it will still take a few months before the other lands are reclaimed. Even the greedy nobles won't be able to rebuild these territories in such a short amount of time. Besides, I feel that this beast tide isn't over yet. Eh? Mordred looked at his father in surprise. It's not over yet? The older man shook his head. I'm not sure, I just have a nagging feeling that this beast tide is not as simple as it seems. James walked towards the hill that overlooked the town of Lant. They had lived in this small piece of land for many years. Life here in the countryside was peaceful. Although it didn't have the lively atmosphere of the cities, it was still a wonderful place to spend your days in retirement. Send the messenger birds. It's time to call them back, James ordered. Time for everyone to have a reunion. All of them? Mordred asked. There was a trace of excitement in his voice. James turned his head to look at his son with a smile. All of them. Aunt Anna, shouldn't you be relaxing instead of doing the household chores? William asked. You're pregnant, right? Who said pregnant women can't do chores? Anna lightly pinched William's cheeks. Enough talk. Eat your breakfast. Although you can't go outside the town, you still need to take care of the goats. William smiled and nodded his head. After eating his breakfast, he didn't immediately go to the goat pen. He and his mama Ella decided to take a stroll. William sat on Ella's back as they traveled the familiar roads of their hometown. Along the way they were greeted by a bunch of people. Almost everyone in Lant knew each other. Of course, everyone knew who William was. Since the Ainsworth family was the overseer of Lant, it was impossible for the children and the adults to not know who he was. William watched the children playing on the streets with a smile. He greeted the busy adults carrying wolf pelts, and waved at the old people who were making wolf jerky. Although Lant was a small town, it was filled with smiles and life. The two walked up the ramparts of the town wall and gazed at the distance. The bodies of the Centennial and Millennial beasts were being dismantled by Mr. Bond. He volunteered to do it alone in order to preserve the quality of the goods. William watched the enthusiastic barber as he worked with a serious expression. According to his grandpa, Aunt Helen would make him a set of clothes made from the pelt of the millennial beast. This set of clothes could be considered on par with first-rate lightweight armor that he could wear for any occasion. For this, William was truly grateful. Mama Ella, I'm glad that we managed to prevent this town from getting destroyed, William said after looking at the scene in front of him. Me? I'm just a bit worried. Me? I'm afraid that the beast tide was just a prelude to something bigger. Me. Fort Windermere. The soldiers manning the fortress walls had grim expressions on their faces as they looked at the beast tide that was slowly, but surely approaching them. This was not the first time that they had experienced a beast tide, but the current one far exceeded their expectations. My lord, it would be best if we asked for reinforcements from the capital, Mott, the vice-general manning the fortress proposed. If we don't receive help soon, I'm afraid that the fortress will be overrun in 2 days. You're right. General Aerith sighed and nodded his head. Send our fastest messenger hawks to the capital. Tell them that we need the Griffon Brigade to assist us in battle. At once, General. The general's aide stepped out of the conference room to execute his superior's order. Aerith left the conference room and made his way to the fortress walls. All the high-ranking officers in Windermere followed behind him. General Aerith stared at his trusted aides and the soldiers who were awaiting his orders. He then raised his fist into the air and made a declaration. No matter what happens, Fort Windermere should never fall. The moment we fail the Helen Kingdom will fall into ruins. Our mothers, brothers, sisters, wives, and children will then become the food of these monsters. Do you want this to happen? Then fight. General Aerith roared as he unsheathed his sword and pointed it at the beast tide that was slowly approaching the fortress walls. Fight for everything that you hold dear in this world. Let us send these foul monsters to hell. Death to the enemies of the kingdom. Death! Kill them all! Kill! Archers aim! General Aerith ordered. Magicians, prepare your spells! Thousands of archers loaded their bows with arrows and took aim. Hundreds of magicians started to chant their long-range spells. The archers and the magicians focused their attention on the enemies before them. General Aerith watched as the beast tide came within range. He then resolutely thrust his sword forward and gave the order to fire. Fire at will! Thousands of arrows took flight and spells rained down from the fortress walls. The Battle of Fort Windermere had officially begun. Chapter 40, A Stubborn Fool. While the battle at the fortress was underway, John and Blitz had arrived in Fuchsia. After firmly securing the flag of Lant on the highest structure of the destroyed town, he then started to look for survivors. A few hours later, several men from Lant arrived and helped him in his undertaking. Surprisingly, they did find survivors amongst the ruins of Fuchsia. Some had hidden in their cellars, while others buried themselves amongst the dead. After half a day of searching, John and the others were able to rescue over 100 people. These were the last remnants of Fuchsia. A town which once housed thousands of people now lay in ruins. Uncle John, is that you? A young man in his early 20s stepped forward. Cedric? John looked at the young man in surprise. Where's your father? Did he also survive? Cedric was the son of the mayor of Fuchsia. Since Fuchsia and Lant were basically neighbors, the two had a good relationship with each other. James and Cedric's father, Sebas, were good friends. Cedric teared up when he remembered how his father pushed him and his sister towards the cellar of their house. Sebas ordered them to wait for his return. Cedric knew that his father didn't want them to die, so he obeyed and took care of his sister as they hid in the cellar waiting for his return. I don't know if father is dead or alive, Cedric said after regaining his composure. Only my sister and I are left of our family. John sighed and hugged the young man. He then patted his back. Your father is a brave man. He will live through you and never be forgotten. The survivors of Fuchsia looked at this scene and teared up. Some of them wailed in despair at the death of their loved ones, while others looked at the ruins with a tinge of helplessness. All of them knew that it was impossible for them to rebuild the town on their own. If Fuchsia was to rise again, they needed help in more ways than one. It was then when a young beautiful girl, who seemed to be around 14 years old, stood beside John and Cedric. She was the only daughter of Sebas and Cedric's younger sister, Leah. Her long midnight blue hair rested behind her back and her clear blue eyes looked at John with hope. Uncle John, what is going to happen to us? Leah asked. Did Uncle James send you? Yes. John nodded his head. We came here to place Fuchsia under our protection. Uncle, do you mean that from this day onwards Fuchsia is now a part of Lant? Leah asked. Leah. Stop being disrespectful to Uncle John. Cedric snapped. Now is not the time to talk about these things. You are wrong, brother, Leah replied. There is no better time to discuss the ownership of Fuchsia than now. Since Uncle John is here, it means that Lord Ainsworth has no intention of letting the other nobles stake their claim on Fuchsia. For me, this is a good thing. At least, Lord Ainsworth is a good person. John was shocked by Leah's calm and rational explanation. He never thought that a 14-year-old girl would be capable of analyzing the current situation and give her views on the matter. Not only that, she was also able to tell John face to face that she was aware of James' plan for expansion. Is this true, Uncle John? Cedric asked. Does Lord Ainsworth intend to take over Fuchsia? Yes, John answered honestly. As for the details, it would be best if the two of you meet him. I'm sure that he will be more than happy to know that the two of you are still alive. For now, let's wait for the wagons coming from Lant. Why should we leave? Cedric asked. Isn't the beast tide over? Not by a long shot, John replied. The last time I saw the beast tide, they were converging to attack the fortress of Windermere. Until they have been annihilated, there is no safe place in the western region except the town of Lant. Except the town of Lant? Leah asked. Did Lant also experience the beast tide? Yes. How did you manage to survive? You will know when you get there. For now, I advise all of you to rest. We can't stay here for long. A messenger bird landed at the Ainsworth residence. Sebas, you're such a stubborn fool. James felt sad as he read the letter. You should have stayed with your son and daughter in the cellar or your house. Mordred, who was seated beside his father's side. Sebas and him were also good friends, and he really liked the mayor's upright and straightforward attitude. Call William, James said after reading the letter. Tell him to take his goats to Fuchsia and assist in the evacuation. Also, tell the people at the town hall to prepare beds for the survivors. Father, can we let Cedric? Mordred inquired. And Leah stay in the residence. Of course, James answered. Leah and Cedric can be considered as my niece and nephew. It is only proper that we take care of them. Understood. Mordred nodded his head and left the room. 2 hours later, 20 wagons departed from the town of Lant. William rode on Ella's back while his Team Alpha and Team Omega guarded the wagons on both sides. The journey between Lant and Fuchsia usually took 2 hours by carriage. When William and the rest arrived in Fuchsia, the sun was already at its zenith. William, over here. John waved and called out to the boy who was seated on top of the Angorian goat. William was the only boy in Lant who used a goat as his mount. Although no one questioned it, most of them found it funny. "Uncle John," William greeted the older man with a smile. "I heard that brother Cedric and sister Leah are among the survivors. Where are they right now?" William had met Cedric and Leah many times in the past. Every year there was a harvest festival that was celebrated within the western region. James had dragged William and Matthew to these festivals in order to let them mingle with the daughters of his friends. If not for the fact that William already had a fiancée, James would have definitely played matchmaker for him. Since William was off limits, Matthew became James' target. He even pestered Sebas to matchmake Leah to Matthew, and his cousin was only 12 years old. Of course, Sebas just laughed it off, and even reprimanded James that he shouldn't interfere in the affairs of the children. For him, love was something that shouldn't be forced. If Leah and Matthew were to become a couple, as long as both of their feelings were mutual, then he would definitely give them his blessing. Cedric and Leah are in their house, or what remains of their house. James sighed. They are trying to salvage the things that they can salvage. It would be best if we leave them alone for the time being. William nodded his head in understanding. Cedric and Leah had just lost their father. Their mother had passed away after giving birth to Leah. In this world, only the two of them remained in their family. An hour later, Cedric and Leah arrived at the town plaza. Both of them had sad expressions, because they didn't see their father among the dead in their household. Cedric was still clinging to the small hope that their father had survived. Leah, on the other hand, had already accepted the reality. "Little William, you still look as stupid as ever," Leah said with a smile. "Big sister, you still as ever," William replied. "You've matured a bit. In the past, you would always retort when I call you stupid." "Big sister, that is as handsome as me, is not that petty." Leah gave a wry smile as she looked at the handsome boy seated on top of the Angorian goat. She was fond of William because he was fun to tease. However, she felt that the current him seemed to be more mature compared to the stupid boy that had visited Fusha a year ago. "Ella, you're doing well, I presume?" Leah asked the Angorian goat with a smile. "Me? That's good to hear." Leah couldn't understand goat language. However, that didn't stop her from trying to communicate with Ella. Cedric, on the other hand, only gave William a brief nod before talking to John about important matters. He felt that there was a need to negotiate the ownership of Fuchsia, since it was a town that had been governed by their family for many years. William and Leah heard Cedric's words, because the older boy didn't try to hide it from them. John just smiled and kept on nodding his head. He understood what Cedric was trying to say. However, understanding and agreeing were two different things. As for who would govern Fuchsia in the future, James, Cedric, and Leah needed to have a proper discussion in order to smooth out the details of their cooperation. Chapter 41. Let's cross that bridge when we get there. This! Cedric stuttered as he gazed at the thousands of dire wolves that had been piled up outside the city of Lant. Just how did Lant survive the beast tide? Leah, who was seated beside her brother, looked at this scene with an expression of disbelief. Her eyes widened in shock when she saw the corpses of the centennial and millennial beasts that were only a stone's throw away from the town's entrance. "Will, who was the one who defeated the 1,000-men beast?" Leah asked. William patted his chest and gave Leah a dazzling smile. "The one who killed it was me." "Leah and Cedric." William chuckled as he looked at the two who had an "Are you messing with us?" look on their faces. "Are you really the one who killed it?" Cedric asked. Clearly, he didn't believe that William was the one who managed to kill it. "Do you know what that is?" "That's a millennial beast. It's a moving one-man army. How can a little kid like you kill it?" "I know that it's hard to believe, but it's true," William answered. "If you doubt me, you can ask the adults in the village." "How did you kill it?" Leah inquired. She had known William for a few years, although William liked to boast. Leah knew that the boy was someone who was not fond of lying. Cedric glanced at his sister before shifting his gaze to William. The siblings were really curious about how William managed to do the impossible. "Well, Grandpa and the others had weakened it considerably. I was just the one who gave it the final blow," William explained. In the end, he decided to downplay the battle against the millennial beast. This way Cedric and Leah would be able to accept his explanation. "I see." Cedric nodded his head in understanding. His father, Sebas, would often say that James was a very strong person. As to how strong he was, Cedric had no idea. Even so, he readily accepted this explanation. Leah gave William an appraising look. Although William said that he only gave the finishing blow to the monster, Leah felt that there was a deeper meaning to his story. William casually flipped his hair as he gave Leah a confident smile. "Big sister, I know I am handsome. However, if you keep looking at me like that, even someone as thick-skinned as me will feel embarrassed. It seems that your narcissistic nature had only grown worse since the last time I saw you." Leah gave William a sweet smile. "Thank you for your praise. I am not praising you." The two children bickered for a while as they made their way towards the Ainsworth residence. Cedric, on the other hand, shook his head helplessly. He put the matter of William slaying the 1,000-men beast aside and prepared himself to meet with the overseers of Lant. The other survivors were led by Helen to the town hall, which would serve as their temporary Place of residence. Beds and other necessities were already prepared, including food and water. As for clothes, the townspeople of Lot had donated their second-hand clothes for them to wear. Although they still felt sad about what happened to Fusha, the survivors were touched by Lot's hospitality. After ensuring that their people were well cared for, Cedric and Leah followed William towards the Ainsworth residence. When they arrived at the estate, they saw 3 people waiting for them at the entrance. James, Mordred, and Anna were there to welcome their guests. Cedric, Leah, welcome to Lot. James greeted the 2 children with a smile. I'm very sorry for what happened to Seaboss and Fusha. Lord Ainsworth, thank you for taking us in, Leah replied with a smile. I hope that we will not be an inconvenience to you and your family. Nonsense. James patted Leah's head. In my eyes, you and Cedric are my niece and nephew. The 2 of you are family. Call me Grandpa like you always do. Lord Ainsworth is too stiff for my taste. Thank you, Grandpa. Thank you, Uncle. With a smile. I hope that the 2 of us can have a proper talk about the situation in Fusha. Leah sighed as he gave her brother an admonishing look. Sometimes she really hated her brother's stubborn and straightforward attitude. Grandpa, please forgive my big brother for being too straightforward. Leah bowed her head in apology. He meant no harm. James glanced at Cedric and nodded his head. He didn't mind Cedric's attitude. He had watched the boy grow up to be a young man. Although Cedric may not be as smart as his little sister, Leah, he was someone who had an honest character. James didn't dislike these kinds of people. It was easier to deal with them than the old schemers in the capital of the kingdom. It's fine. James patted Cedric's and Leah's shoulder. The 3 of us will have a proper talk tomorrow. For now, let's have an early dinner so that both of you can rest. The siblings thanked James and followed him inside the house. Anna immediately dragged Leah away, so that the young girl could take a bath. Her face and clothes were covered in dust and it made Anna's heart ache. Cedric, too, was taken by Mordred to their guest room so that he could also wash the dirt from his body. While the 2 guests were away, James asked William to tell him the things he saw in Fusha. Everything was in ruins, William sighed. It was as if a hurricane passed through Fusha and destroyed everything in its way. Even the houses that were made of brick didn't escape the beast tide's rampage. James nodded. He had already anticipated this outcome. His plans to rebuild Fusha and Jinner was a huge undertaking, and he would need to lay the proper groundwork to make it happen. William, there is also something that I need to tell you. Yes, Grandpa? We currently have guests, James said, as he rubbed his grandson's head with his hand. It is best to pick the right place and time when you activate the Ring of Conquest. William's body stiffened when he heard his grandpa's words. He raised his head and saw his grandpa's amused face. The old man had the "I know what you did last summer" smirk plastered on his face. It wasn't hard for William to connect the dots. Since the ring belonged to his father, it was only natural for his grandpa to know of its secret. The young boy lightly coughed and nodded his head in understanding. He was about to go to the goat pen when James gave him another reminder. Safety should always be your priority, James advised. Be aware of your surroundings and retreat when necessary. Life is precious. Do you understand, Will? Yes, Grandpa, William replied. He looked at the old man with a serious expression. I will be careful. Good. Don't go dying on me anytime soon. I'm still expecting to hold my great-grandkids in a few years. Let's cross that bridge when we get there, Gramps. Although William liked to be narcissistic with his looks, he still had a realistic approach when it came to relationships. Like all healthy young men, he was very interested in the opposite gender. Unfortunately, William had no experience when it came to romance aside from those short few hours with Belle. He hoped that in this world, he would be able to find a girl that would make his heart beat wildly inside his chest. Chapter 42. A Father's Love. The Ainsworth family along with their guests gathered for an early dinner. Although the dishes that were laid out on the table weren't extravagant, all of them were delicious. When dinner ended, James, Cedric, and Leah went to the living room to relax. William excused himself and went out to take a stroll with his mama Ella. Mordred also left the house to check on the survivors from Fusha. He wanted to know if they were in need of other necessities aside from the current supplies that they had provided for them. Seeing that her grandpa James was in a good mood, Leah decided to ask the question that had been bothering her ever since she arrived at Lant. Grandpa? William said that he was the one who landed the killing blow on the millennial beast. Is that true? Leah asked. Cedric, who was seated beside her, perked his ears in attention. Although he accepted William's reasoning, he wanted to know how the little boy managed to do it. Yes, James replied with a smile. The little bastard almost gave me a heart attack. However, if not for him, then Lant might have also ended up in ruins. James grinned as he reminisced William's courageous charge on the battlefield. It was something that made a lasting impression on him. Uncle, what kind of millennial beast was it? Cedric asked. His father, Sebas, had taught him a lot when it came to identifying the monsters that belonged to the Forbidden Lands. It was a Strathmore thunder-horned wolf, James answered. That critter is a pain in the bum. One mistake and everything will go boom. Strathmore thunder-horned wolf, Cedric muttered. Wait, thunder-horned wolf? That thunder-horned wolf, the one that can use storm annihilation? Yes. James nodded. That pesky and annoying wolf that only knows how to bring others with it to the afterlife. The bastard is a scummy vermin, I tell you. If not for Will, we would have been grievously injured from the explosion. Grandpa, could it be? Leah looked at James with disbelief. When William said that he landed the last blow, do you mean it was during the time when the thunder-horned wolf was about to unleash its suicide attack? Yes. James grinned. The boy got lucky and managed to hit the wolf where it hurts. He was able to cancel the suicide attack. This gave Ella the opportunity to deliver the death blow which ended the bastard's life. Ella? Leah's eyes widened in shock. Will's mama Ella? She gave the death blow to the millennial beast. Unbelievable, right? James chuckled. Frankly, if I wasn't there to witness the scene, I wouldn't have believed it either. It was simply a miracle. The siblings exchanged a glance at each other. It never crossed their mind that the narcissistic boy whom they had known for a few years was capable of such a feat. He was about to say more when he felt a familiar presence just outside the house. James didn't feel any hostility coming from that presence. Instead, he felt a sense of familiarity. The guest lingered for a time before disappearing completely. Grandpa, is there something wrong? Leah saw the sudden change in James' expression and wondered if their questions had somehow offended this kind old man. No, James replied with a smile. I'll go out to patrol the town for a bit. The two of you can do anything you want for the time being. Please, make yourselves feel at home. James casually walked towards the eastern side of Lant while humming a tune. The full moon and the countless stars in the heavens illuminated the path in front of him. Soon, he arrived at a grove of trees. A man wearing a traveler's cloak was leaning against a tree with his arms crossed over his chest. He had a sturdy build, and his aura was that of an expert fighter. Aren't you going to see them? James asked. They are very worried about you, you know. Maybe I'll meet up with my daughter, the man answered. As for my son, he needs to stand on his own 2 feet and see the world for what it really is. I have pampered him long enough. Sebas, Cedric's and Leah's father, stepped out of the grove and faced James with a determined expression. What are your plans? James raised an eyebrow. Do you want me to help your son rebuild Fuchsia? Lord Ainsworth, I leave my children in your hands, Sebas bowed his head. I plan to visit some of my old friends and see if they are still alive and well. As for the rebuilding of Fuchsia, you can talk to my children about it. Sometimes I wish that Leah was a boy. She has a good head on her shoulders, and she's talented in magic as well. Although Cedric isn't a bad candidate, he is just far too naive. You spoiled him too much, James commented. Flowers raised in a greenhouse are beautiful, but they will not survive in the wild. Sebas nodded his head and thought for a while. Lord Ainsworth, if possible, please, enroll my son in an academy in the central continent. Maybe that environment will become beneficial for his growth. James nodded his head after careful considerations. He had the same opinion as Sebas. Although Cedric was already 20 years old, he still needed to learn the ways of the world. Both men were worried that he would be taken advantage of by nobles if he remained the same. That can be arranged, but how about Leah? James asked. Leah can also be considered a young genius, Sebas replied with pride. It would be best if she were to enroll at the Helen Royal Academy in the capital. I believe that little Matthew is currently studying there, isn't that right, Lord Ainsworth? Indeed. My grandson is currently studying at the Royal Academy. Then it's settled. I'm sure that Matthew will look after Leah. Oh, so you knew? The corner of James' lips curled up into a smirk. How could I possibly not know? Sebas helplessly shook his head. Whenever Matthew was in Lant, that good daughter of mine would sneak out of the house to meet him. To this day, I still don't know what that little girl sees in your grandson. James laughed as he patted Sebas's shoulder. Clearly, he was also very impressed on how Matthew managed to win the affection of the genius girl from Fuchsia. It's because Matthew inherited my charisma, James bragged. I'm sure that Leah saw that he has a lot of potential, so she decided to call dibs on him. Your daughter has good eyes for men. Sebas simply nodded his head. He had already accepted that his daughter was smitten with Matthew. The Ainsworth family had a good lineage, so Sebas didn't have a problem with their union. His only concern was whether their feelings would stay the same as they grew older. For him, it didn't matter who Leah married in the end. As long as she was happy, would give her his blessings. Chapter 43. Return to the Goblin Crypt. Leah knelt beside her bed as she prayed to the goddess Una. She was the goddess of rivers and lakes, and her deceased mother was one of her firm believers. Finished her prayer, she heard a knock coming from the door of her room. It must be Big Brother checking up on me, Leah thought as she hurried to open the door. However, the one standing outside her room wasn't her brother, but James, the overseer of Lant. Sorry, did I disturb you? James asked. No, Grandpa, Leah replied. I just finished my prayer. James smiled and nodded his head. He then gave Leah a letter and bid her good night. Leah watched her, Grandpa disappear in the hallway before closing the door of her room. She looked at the letter in her hands with curiosity. Leah knew that James wouldn't do unnecessary things. If he wanted to talk to her, there was no need to use a letter as a medium. Since that was the case, then where did this letter come from? I guess I have no other choice but to read it. Leah sighed and started reading the letter in her hand. 5 minutes later, Leah left her room with hurried footsteps. Her heart was thumping wildly inside her chest. If possible, she wanted to run towards the door, but she didn't want to cause a commotion inside the house. The moment she left the main entrance, her calm demeanor broke down. Leah no longer cared about etiquette as she ran with all her might towards the eastern side of Lant. Her white robe fluttered in the night, not caring if it got dirty or not. Her lungs were already screaming at her, and the stinging pain in her chest made her aware that she was pushing herself to the limits. However, she didn't care. There was only one thing in her mind. She had to see him. The man whom she and her brother thought had died during the beast tide. Under the moonlight, the beautiful girl with midnight blue hair arrived at the grove. She leaned against a tree, panting for breath as she endured the pain in her chest. Silly girl. Why do you need to push yourself like this? Sebas asked. I'm not going anywhere. Dad! Leah cried out and jumped into her father's arms. Feeling the strong and protective embrace wrapped around her, Leah's final defenses broke down. She cried and cried and cried, until Sebas could no longer endure and teared up as well.
So any words that they wanted to say?
But all of them disappeared the moment they held each other. For now, those questions would have to wait. The reunion of father and daughter had started in this manner. William locked the main entrance of the goat open and closed all of its windows. His grandfather had reminded him that he should be more aware of his surroundings when using the Ring of Conquest. The goats lined up in order as their eyes looked excitedly at William. They had been waiting for this moment, and all of them were raring to explore and train inside the goblin crypt. Is everyone ready? William asked with a smile. Me, what is our main priority? Me, that's right. William nodded his head. Safety is our main priority. All of you are not allowed to leave your team and wander alone inside the dungeon. Troublemakers will be punished. You will be banned from entering the dungeon for a day. Do I make myself clear? Me. William smiled and mounted his mama Ella. He then clenched his fist and activated the ring in his finger. Open Ring of Conquest! A white light enveloped everyone inside the goat pen and transported them inside the dungeon. William's understanding on how to control the Ring of Conquest had made it possible for him to choose which floor to appear on. He didn't hesitate and chose the 12th floor of the Goblin Crypt. The two team leaders, Aslan and Kronos, stepped forward and their party members lined up behind them. William and Ella were at the front, while the two teams flanked to sides. The difference between the 11th floor and the 12th floor was the number of hobgoblins in a party. 2 warrior hobgoblins and 1 hobgoblin archer were the most common party composition on the current floor. Sometimes, there were exceptions where there were 2 archers and only 1 warrior in the party. Even so, it didn't make much difference against the small herd of goats who were looking at them, not as monsters, but as experience points. The tactics of the Angorian goats were very simple. They first used quick attack in order to get close to their targets. Next, they used horn attack to inflict greater damage. The arrows fired by the archers were immediately blocked by William's ice bullet. The battle would immediately become a one-sided beating as soon as the goats arrived in close combat range. 7 hours later, the group managed to clear the 12th floor with ease. William ordered them to rest for an hour before they continued their exploration. The 13th floor was a bit trickier, because there were 4 hobgoblins in each party. In order to overcome this formation, Aslan and Kronos decided to split their team. William only gave them a suggestion, and the 2 leaders acted on it with determined expressions. 3 goats per hobgoblin. That was the new battle plan that they had devised. The battle took longer, but the results were satisfactory. After 2 days, William and the rest cleared the 13th floor and descended to the 14th. The goats had gained a level, and all of them were currently level 20. Ella, on the other hand, was now level 10. After careful considerations, William decided to allocate her skill points on 2 offensive skills that matched her rank. Wild Charge 10 tenths, 30 mana points, deals 2 times damage to beast-type monsters. He dismounted Ella and stood at the rear. Enshroud self with inner strength and charged towards the target with wild abandon. Damage dealt is equivalent to strength stat x10. Has a chance to stun the enemy. This was the more powerful version of horn attack. It was a skill that was meant to destroy everything in its path. The next skill that William chose was Mega Kick. Mega Kick 8 tenths, 30 mana points. Delivers a powerful kick that can shatter boulders with ease. Damage dealt is equivalent to strength x8. Deals 3 times damage to non-living creatures, objects, or constructs. If Wild Charge was a skill that was meant to take the life of living things, Mega Kick was meant to destroy non-living things. According to the system, there were several creatures in the world like the undead, and golems that were very hard to kill using normal means. This was why William chose to add Mega Kick, so that Ella would have a means to handle any kind of situation. Although the skill wasn't currently at its max level, its damage was still powerful enough to blow away everything that stood in their way. In truth, William wanted to call it a day. But the goats were still raring to go. Will and Ella were in a predicament. Both of them thought that it was time to go, but they were also curious about what was in store for them on the 14th floor. Chapter 44. William's Fall. In the end, William relented and led the way. After walking for a few minutes, the boy spotted a group of hobgoblins who were also looking in their direction. William frowned when he noticed a new monster among their ranks. He immediately used his appraisal skill to see its information. Hobgoblin Shaman. Goblins with the affinity to wield magic and have evolved to become a hobgoblin shaman. Specializes in the use of dark and elemental magic. This monster is stronger than the hobgoblin leader by 1 rank. William's expression immediately became serious. 1 rank higher than the hobgoblin leader. The hobgoblin leader was the boss of the 10th floor. Although Ella was able to fight it one-on-one, it was still a boss monster. The young shepherd knew that the hobgoblin shaman was a threat at the boss monster level. However, he reasoned out that his mama Ella was also very strong right now. After a brief internal struggle, William decided to give it a try. Mama Ella, I'll leave the hobgoblin shaman to you, William stated. Me, Aslan, Kronos, we are going to use the same strategy. Me? William held the staff in his hands firmly and used bestow and ice armor on everyone, including himself. Bestow doesn't work on William. Only the ice armor. Go! Quick attack! William ordered. The goats turned into white blurs as they charged on their respective targets. The hobgoblin shaman was unfazed as it looked at the charging war ibex in front of it. It pointed its gnarled fingers at Ella as it chanted a spell in its mother tongue. Zakruta! A red beam of light shot out from its finger and hit Ella's forehead. The Angorian war ibex immediately stopped its charge and thrashed around like a crazed bull in a rodeo competition. Ella's wild attacks accidentally hit Kronos, which sent the goat slamming towards the wall. Wisp of red aura surrounded Ella's body and had forced her into a berserk state. She could no longer identify friend or foe and attack the creatures near it. Aslan commanded his team to retreat, but it was already too late. The hobgoblins had joined the fight and waved their wooden bats at the goats mercilessly. The archers fired arrow after arrow which pierced the bodies of Echo, Flynn, Griffin, Hades, Lo, making them scream in pain. No! William roared as he erected ice walls to separate the hobgoblins and his herd. Rakashjak too! The hobgoblin leader pointed at William, and a black orb of light shot out from its fingertips. William's vision immediately darkened as the blind spell of the hobgoblin shaman landed on him. He was too focused on the hobgoblins attacking his herd that he didn't notice the shaman casting a spell on him. Black smoke oozed out of William's eyes. He couldn't see anything, but the darkness wasn't able to stop him from hearing the pain bleating of the goats. Clearly, they were seriously injured, perhaps even dying. Ring of Conquest. William activated the ring to forcefully eject all of them out of the dungeon. Before the light enveloped William and the goats, an arrow pierced his right chest. The darkness had increased his sensitivity and the stinging pain made his body go into shock. The hobgoblin wasn't being idle either. Several orbs of different colors hit William's body as the hobgoblin shaman fired a barrage of spells. It had recognized the boy as the highest current threat and decided to finish him off. William's body helplessly fell on the ground and stopped moving. A few seconds later, he and the rest of his herd disappeared from the goblin crypt. James was meditating outside the goat pen. It had become his habit to wait for his grandson's return from the dungeon every night. When he heard Ella's mad bleating inside the goat shed, he realized that something was terribly wrong. The old man punched the locked door and made his way inside the shed. The scent of blood reached his nose and it made him anxious. There, in the corner, William laid on the ground with an arrow sticking out of his chest. Ella was bleeding and nudging the young boy's head in an attempt to wake him up. The effect of the berserk spell had worn off at the same time that they were ejected from the dungeon. When she saw William's current state, Ella panicked and immediately called out for help. She knew that James was outside the shed, and only he could help William in his time of need. Black wisps of smoke were coming out from William's eyes, and it made James' chest tighten. He was very familiar with this spell because he had experienced it firsthand on the battlefield. The rest of the goats were lying on the ground. Their white coats were stained in blood, and several deep gashes showed the bones in their bodies. The corner of their lips were bleeding, and some of them were in near-death conditions. William? James roared as he rushed towards his fallen grandson. He checked his condition and was about to take him to Owen when the boy opened his eyes. Gee, Grandpa, William said through gritted teeth. How is everyone? The goats, how are they? They are fine, James lied. Does it hurt? Don't worry, I'll take you to Owen. He will fix you up in a jiffy. In nobilium. William resisted. I need to save them first. Or else they will die. I can't allow them to die. It was my fault. My fault. William's tears streaked down the side of his face. His vision was covered in darkness, and needed someone to guide him to help him attend to his herd. He was hurting. But the pain of losing his goats was more painful. Please, Grandpa. Let me treat them. Okay. James had no choice but to agree to William's pleading. He carried him in his arms and approached the goat whom William had named as Kronos. S system, H help me. How may I help you? MS, F first aid. Understood. Creating special skill. Host has learned skill, mass first aid. William didn't have time to heal the goats one by one. He knew that time was running out and he could only beg the system to help him. Fortunately, the system accommodated his request and created the skill he required. Mass first aid. 250 mana points. Heals 20 hit points of every member of the herd. Only work for creatures that belong to the herd. This skill cannot be upgraded. James guided his grandson's hand and placed it over Kronos' head. The boy didn't waste any more time and used the skill Mass First Aid repeatedly. The entire shed was covered with a gentle green light. William kept using the skill until he had exhausted all of his mana reserves. Consciousness. After the last dregs of magic power left his body, William finally lost. James bolted out of the shed as soon as he saw that his grandson fainted. He made a beeline towards the only life Magus and Lon. Ella was hot on his tail as she sprinted behind the old man. She was still in her war ibex form, which allowed her to keep up with James' fast movement. Owen, help! James kicked the door of Owen's house without caring whether the other person would get angry or not. The wooden door broke, sending wood pieces flying in every direction. You bastard! What do you think you're doing? Owen roared as he angrily ran down the staircase. He was sleeping peacefully with his wife a few seconds ago when he heard the loud crashing sound of their front door being torn apart. The first thing he saw was James carrying William in his arms. There was an arrow sticking out of the boy's chest and black wisps of smoke were rising from his closed eyes. Owen's angry expression immediately became grim as he understood the situation. Lie him down, Owen ordered. Don't say anything until I finish curing him, do you understand? Yes, I just said that you're not allowed to say anything. James wanted to slap the old man for being unreasonable, but knew that now was not the time to have an argument. William's safety was his priority, so he kept his lips shut and watched as Owen used his life magic on his grandson. Owen firmly held the arrow that was sticking out of the boy's chest and pulled it out in one attempt. He immediately applied healing magic to close the wound. After that, he used a diagnostic spell to give William's body a full scan. Darkness magic, blind, poison, and corrosion, Owen hissed. Damn! Just who is this dark magician who dares to bully a little kid? Does he have no shame? Owen was perplexed. These kinds of spells were not something that a simple mage could do. Only dark magicians on the fourth circle were capable of wielding this degree of dark magic. Although there was a dark sorcerer in Lant, that person would never harm anyone in town. Owen knew that this was the work of someone outside their circle of friends. For the time being, he pushed these thoughts to the back of his mind and busied himself in dispelling the curses in William's body. Chapter The Old Ginger is still spicy. How is he? James inquired after Owen finished treating William's injuries. Calm your tits, old man, Owen snorted. Your grandson is fine. Now tell me, how did this happen? Are we under attack? Did the nobles make their move? No. James firmly shook his head. We are not under attack, and this has no relation to the nobles. Then how? Owen narrowed his gaze. Celine would never harm anyone in this town. Don't tell me this is her work. Even if you kill me, I won't believe it. No, this is not Celine's work. James sighed and decided to come clean. William has inherited the Ring of Conquest. Maybe he encountered a strong monster during his exploration. What? Owen exclaimed. What did you say? He. James glared at the stuttering old fool in front of him. Don't tell anyone. The only people who know about this are me, you, and my son Mordred. You understand the consequences if this matter is brought to light, don't you? Owen clicked his tongue. If possible, he wanted to forget that James had shared this secret with him. The Ring of Conquest was a royal heirloom that belonged to the demon race. If they caught wind that it was in the possession of a 10-year-old brat, then the Demon King would definitely send his generals to retrieve it, no matter the cost. Fine. I will not tell a soul, Owen promised. However, we need to handle this matter properly. You were too reckless. Do you think that everyone in Lant are blind and deaf? You broke into my house and raised a commotion. It is impossible to cover this up. We need to think of an excuse. James sighed and felt slightly regretful. His worry had overcome his common sense. He had made a scene in front of everyone, and their curiosity would lead them to ask questions. Fortunately, Owen had erected a barrier around his house to prevent anyone from spying on them. Although they trusted their comrades, they couldn't risk letting William's secret be known by everyone. The less people in the know, the better. Let William stay with me for the time being, Owen said after thinking things through. Tell everyone that he has suffered evocation madness and needs to be monitored for a few days. Evocation madness was a state where a magician's magic power went out of control. This was similar to becoming berserk. The only difference was that this time, magic was involved instead of physical prowess. That is indeed the best solution. James nodded his head in agreement. Everyone saw William use magic. Encountering this state is very common among those who have just awakened their powers. The two old men discussed for another half an hour before parting ways. James also promised that he would call a carpenter to fix Owen's broken door as soon as morning came. It took James a while to convince the worried Ella to return to the goat shed with him. Ella was very reluctant to leave, but James managed to convince her in the end. The night's incident was wrapped up the next day, and everyone accepted James' explanation. Kronos, Aslan, and the rest of the goats were also on their way to a full recovery. Although they were still shaken by what happened to them, Ella's presence made them feel less anxious. William woke up 3 days after the incident. Owen was a very powerful life magus, and it was very easy for him to heal the young boy's injuries. The reason why it took him 3 days to wake up was due to the mental exhaustion he suffered during the fight against the hobgoblin shaman. "Thank you for everything, Mr. Owen," William said while bowing his head in a respectful manner. Owen replied while casually waving his hand, "Are you hungry? Then eat. We will continue our talk after you finish eating." William happily ate the chicken soup that was served to him by Owen's servant. The enticing aroma sharpened his senses, and the delicious taste brought warmth to his soul. Owen watched the young boy eat with a smile on his face. "Dear, are you here?" A soft and delicate voice of a lady sounded from outside William's room. "I am here, sweetheart," Owen replied. "Come. It is a good time to introduce you to our guest." "All right, I'm coming in," the lady replied. William raised his head to look in the direction of the door. A beautiful lady with blonde hair and green eyes walked towards Owen with a smile. William could tell that the lady was only in her early 20s. He assumed that she was Owen's daughter. The beautiful lady grabbed one of the other chairs that was sitting against the wall and carried it over, so she could sit beside Owen. She then sat down beside the old man and held his hand. Owen smiled and made a gesture to introduce William. "Sarah, this is William. He is grandson. William, this is my wife, Sarah. I hope that the two of you get along." "James." William spat the delicious chicken soup inside his mouth when he heard Owen's introduction. "Wife, she is your wife." "Yes," Owen answered with a smug look on his face. He didn't seem to mind that William had created a mess inside the room. This was not the first time that Owen had seen this kind of reaction. He was already used to it. In fact, he enjoyed seeing this reaction from people. "It's true." Sarah smiled sweetly. "Owen is my husband. We have already been married for 2 years. Hiss. This old cow hit the jackpot and managed to eat beautiful young grass," William thought. "The old ginger is still spicy." Sarah chatted with William, but she didn't stay for long. After giving Owen a kiss, she left the room and returned to doing her duties. "Isn't my wife a beauty?" Owen asked. "Yes," William replied with a complicated expression. "All right. Since you have finished eating, it's time to talk about serious business," Owen said. "James has already told me that you are in the possession of the Ring of Conquest. I'm sure that he already told you that this secret should not be known to many people, right?" "Yes. Good. Now this makes things easier. Tell me, what did you face to suffer such injuries? Only a powerful dark magician can use curses of that level." Elyon decided to come clean about his battle against the hobgoblin shaman. He didn't hide anything and narrated the event from start to finish. The old man listened as William told his tale. Although he didn't say anything, William could see the disapproving expression on the old man's face. Chapter 46, Fight Fire with Fire. And that's what happened. William sighed. "It was my fault for underestimating it." Owen smacked William's head with the palm of his hand, which made the boy yelp in pain. "Idiot, the first rule of dungeon exploration is to never underestimate your opponents," Owen nagged. "You do realize that if you didn't react on time and use the ring, you and your goats would have died." "Yes." William felt aggrieved, but it was the truth. He didn't dare to make any excuses for the mistake that he had made. "Listen here, little Will," Owen said with a serious expression. "There are instances where pure strength is useless. Dark magicians are feared by many. Do you know why? Is it because of their curses?" "Yes and no," Owen grunted as he summoned a white ball of light in his hand. "The reason why dark magicians are feared is because they can kill people without their victim knowing how they died. Their curses can penetrate that person's body and destroy it from within." A black speck appeared in the middle of the ball of white light in Owen's hand. It then gradually became bigger until it encompassed all the light in the ball, turning it into a black orb of malice. "This process can take years, but one thing is for sure," Owen stated. "Once a dark magician decides to kill a person, it will be very hard for anyone to survive. Fortunately, the hobgoblin shaman you fought is only at the 4th circle. The spells can be dispelled by someone of my rank. However, if you were cursed by someone that equaled or surpassed mine, then nothing in this world could save you. I guarantee that you would suffer a very slow and painful death. This is why people don't like to associate themselves with dark magicians." William listened to Owen's explanation and frowned. He then looked at the old man with a serious expression and asked a question that he had been meaning to ask since the old man started to talk about dark magic. "Then, Mr. Owen, how can I fight against it?" William asked. "Well, there are many ways to fight against dark magic. The first thing you have to do is kill the hobgoblin shaman before it kills you," Owen answered. "I just find it strange for a 10-year-old like you to ask me how to fight a hobgoblin shaman. Do you know? Even silver-ranked adventurers can die when facing those critters." The old man's voice was filled with contempt as he looked at the young boy in front of him. Even so, William's gaze never wavered. He continued to look at Owen with a serious expression which made the old man raise his eyebrow. "You're seriously trying to find a way to fight a hobgoblin shaman at your age?" Owen asked. "Why? Are you trying to meet a deadline or something?" "No." William shook his head. "I just want to become stronger. The fight against the millennial beast made me realize that I am just an ant that can easily die once a being of that level decided to step on me." Well, you're not wrong." Owen had to admit that the boy's logic held some truth in it. After pondering for a short time, Owen decided to give the boy some advice in order to overcome his current predicament. There are 3 ways that you can overcome your current situation. Like I said, the first one is to kill the goblin shaman before it kills you. This means that you have to use a long-range spell, or an attack that can kill it at a safe distance. The second way is to learn light or life magic. Although both magics have the same roots, they still have different purposes. Light magic is widely used by clerics, priests, and paladins. You can even say that they are the nemesis of dark magic. Owen paused for a moment to allow William to digest his explanation. He understood that this might be hard for a 10-year-old to understand, but since the boy was serious, he decided to get serious as well. Then the last way to beat dark magic is to fight it with dark magic. Owen grinned. Do you know of that saying, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, and fight fire with fire? Once you master dark magic, there will be very few status spells that can cause harm to you. So, little Will, what do you plan to do? Let me just say this in advance. If you are to learn dark magic, people will avoid you like a plague. Although dark magic isn't necessarily evil, those who wield it are treated as such. William lowered his head as he sank into deep thoughts. He weighed the pros and cons of Owen's suggestions. After thinking for 10 minutes, William raised his head and said his answer. "Mr. Owen, I'd like to learn me. After talking with Owen, William returned to the Ainsworth residence. After seeing his grandfather, uncle, and aunt, he went straight to the goat pen to check on his herd. He was immediately surrounded by Aslan, Kronos, and the rest of the goats. William crouched on the ground and gave everyone a hug. The goats surrounded him and pressed their foreheads against his body. The young boy felt their love and concern, and it made him feel warm. Ella looked at this scene with a calm expression. She wanted to step forward and lean her head on William's shoulder, but she held it back. William's second mother understood that her son needed to give the goats some sense of comfort in order to calm the anxiety that had kept them stretched to their limits these past few days. After a while, the goats were finally sated and regained their lively demeanor. William stood and opened his arms wide. Ella walked forward and licked the boy's face. William giggled because his mama's tongue felt very ticklish. He hugged her neck and brushed the top of her head. This was their way to assure each other that everything was fine. The Ainsworth family, along with Leah and Cedric, had lunch together. The 2 siblings were relieved to know that William had recovered from evocation madness. William had been told in advance that this was the explanation that Owen and James had given their comrades, so he had to stick to this explanation. During lunch, William noticed that Leah seemed livelier compared to that last time he had seen her. She was even smiling, and the boy could tell that she was not faking it. "Did something good happen, big sister?" William asked. "You look more beautiful than the last time I saw you." "Really?" Leah gave William a very sweet smile, a smile that was sweet enough to rot his teeth. "Yes." William nodded his head. "Did something good really happen?" "Maybe," Leah replied. She playfully stuck out her tongue, but didn't say anything else. Cedric also noticed the change in his sister's attitude. However, he didn't say anything about it. For him, it was better for Leah to be like this instead of being depressed by their father's passing. If he only knew that his father wasn't dead, and had even met her sister, he would probably be feeling the same as her. Chapter 47. The next day, Owen accompanied William and Ella to a house that was located on the southern outskirts of Lant. The 2-story house looked very cozy on the outside. Several orchids hung on the front porch. The air was filled with their fragrance, and William could feel that his body was feeling refreshed after inhaling their scent. "Celine, I brought little William with me," Owen said as he lightly knocked on the door. "Come in, Owen," a voice that was as soft as silk replied from inside the house. Getting the owner's permission, Owen opened the door and made a gesture for William to enter. The first thing that William saw was a room filled with the weirdest creatures that he had seen in both of his lifetimes. An orange fruit that seemed to have grown tentacles were sunbathing by the window. A fish that had the head of a tiger was swimming inside a fish tank. 2 potted plants were playing chess on top of a table, and a parrot with the head of a monkey looked at William in disdain. "Walk! A monkey has arrived," the monkey parrot announced as it ridiculed William from its perch. "A stupid monkey with a stupid goat. Walk! Mind your manners, Oliver. This is not the way we should treat our guests." The same silky voice reprimanded the parrot monkey, which made it shut its mouth completely. "Celine, it seems that your pet is still as disdainful as always," Owen said as he scanned the room to look for the master of the house. "Well, Oliver wouldn't be Oliver unless he acts this way," Celine replied. I'm on the second floor, Owen. Forgive me, but can the two of you wait for 5 more minutes? I'm about to finish my experiment. Of course. Owen had already expected something like this to happen, so he nudged William to take a seat on the couch that was near the window where the orange-tentacled creature was currently sunbathing. The parrot monkey made faces at William, but it didn't utter a word, lest it anger its master. William looked at this bizarre creature with interest. Aside from its weird appearance, it didn't look malicious. In fact, William felt that this creature was very intelligent and was only pretending to be stupid. Exactly 5 minutes later, a beautiful lady who seemed to be in her mid-20s walked down the staircase. She had long purple hair and wore gold-rimmed glasses. Ironically, the dress she wore was also purple-colored and had highlighted the delicate curves of her body. William was captivated by her surreal beauty, and he wasn't able to stop himself from staring at her. She was like a beautiful painting, and every side of her was flawless. You're quite cute, but sorry, I am not interested in boys that hadn't even grown their hair. Celine gave William a mischievous wink that made the young boy's heart beat wildly inside his chest. Damn, her beauty is over 10,000. William gulped as he stared at the beautiful lady in front of him. By far, Celine was probably the most beautiful woman that he had seen in his life. She was even more beautiful than his first love, Belle. William? Hey, young man, are you still with us? Owen teased the young boy as he lightly slapped his cheeks. Me? Ella's voice snapped William out of his daze. He then scratched his head in order to hide his embarrassment. Don't worry, no one will laugh at you. Owen patted the boy's shoulders. If I wasn't married, I would have confessed to her long ago. Celine snorted. Sorry, I'm not interested in an old cow who is after young grass either. You must have saved the world in your past life to have Sarah in your life now. Well, I admit that my wife may not be as beautiful as you, but she's quite feisty in bed, Owen replied with a smug expression. Celine, William, Ella, and the parrot monkey looked at the old bastard with disdain. All of their expressions were saying only one word, and that was scum. Owen was unaffected by their disdainful looks. In fact, he even felt that it was the highest compliment. Celine snorted one more time before landing her gaze on the young boy in front of her. William, is it? Allow me to break your bubble, young man, Celine said as she fixed the glasses on her face. You won't be able to learn dark magic just because you want to learn it. Only those that have the affinity for the dark arts will be able to wield its power. I understand, but please, give me a chance, William replied with determination. If I really don't have any affinity with dark magic, then I won't pursue the matter any further. For a 10-year-old you sure have spunk. Celine nodded her head in appreciation. Very. Well, let us see if you have any affinity with dark magic. Owen told me that you have learned ice magic. Is this true? Yes. Interesting. Celine summoned a crystal ball on her hand and motioned for William to come closer. Place your hand over the crystal ball. William did as he was told. A few seconds later, a snowflake appeared inside the crystal ball. Celine observed it for a few seconds before shaking her head. Sorry, you don't have any affinity for dark magic, Celine stated. I suggest that you should just focus on your ice magic. Owen and Celine thought that William would feel depressed because of the result. However, instead of depression, what they saw made them puzzled. Why are you smiling? Celine frowned. Didn't I just tell you that you don't have an affinity with dark magic? Yes, William replied. I heard you loud and clear, Miss Celine. Then why? It's because I don't need things like affinities to use any kind of magic. Celine and Owen looked at the boy's smug expression. Both of them felt an itch on their hands, and if not for William being a few years younger than them, they might have spanked his butt silly for saying something so audacious. In this world, magic affinity was supreme. Even if you trained for 100 years, you couldn't change this fact. A fire mage wouldn't be able to use water, ice, wind, and earth magic, even if they spent many years practicing it. Even if they succeeded, the most they would be able to do was use simple spells like Magic Bullet, and the likes because of the restriction in their affinities. There were rare cases where people were born with 2 affinities, and on very rare occasions, some even had 3. These people were considered a drop in the bucket and the different. Kingdoms and empires would pay every expense to nurture these promising individuals. However, the smug-faced boy in front of them declared that he didn't need any kind of affinity to use any kind of magic. Owen was already grasping the walking stick in his hand very tightly, and was so close to spanking William's bum. Boy, are you messing with me? Celine asked. Her tone carried a dangerous vibe like a hunter that was about to lunge at its prey. You think that learning magic is as simple as eating rice porridge? Well, perhaps it is impossible for ordinary people, William replied as he answered with a confident gaze. However, I am not someone ordinary. Miss Celine, do you want to have a bet with me? Yes. In less than 15 minutes I will be able to learn dark magic. Oh? Celine narrowed her eyes and gave William a devilish smile. Interesting. So what kind of bet are we going to have, little boy? If I win, you will become my master and teach me dark magic, William said with a mischievous smile. If I lose, then you can make me your slave for a year. Mr. Owen here will serve as a witness. William, this Owen wanted to dissuade the boy. He didn't know where William's confidence was coming from, but he understood Celine's character. She was someone who hated those who treated the learning of magic as a casual thing. Interesting. Celine eyed William with contempt. Very well, I accept this bet. Owen, you will stand as our witness. I don't want to hear old James saying that I bullied his grandson. Ha, William, are you really sure about this? It's not too late to apologize, you know. Owen sighed and tried to convince the young boy one more time. There are things in this world that you cannot force. Learning magic is one of them. Don't worry, Mr. Owen, William replied, and Ainsworth doesn't back down from their words. Seeing that the little boy had no intention to take a step back, Owen took out a blank parchment from his storage ring and chanted. His words flew in the air and danced around the parchment, making it give a white glow. After the chant ended, the parchment floated between Celine and William. This is a contract that will bind your oaths by blood, Owen explained. William, this is the last time I will ask. Are you sure about this? Sure, I'm sure, William answered with a smile. If you really succeeded, then I don't mind calling you young master from now on, Celine said in a musical voice that made the young boy feel lightheaded. Owen took a small dagger out from his storage ring and pricked William's fingertip. The drop of blood flew into the contract, making it glow dark red. He did the same thing to Celine. The moment her blood melded with the contract, a dazzling light appeared and split the contract into two parts. They turned into beams of light and penetrated William's and Celine's chests. A monotonous voice sounded in the air and made its declaration. Your 15 minutes starts now. Chapter 48, Don't regret your decision, little Will. Miss Celine, can I borrow your weapon for a while? William asked. I promise not to do anything to it. I just need to hold it in order to gain an affinity for dark magic. This is the first time I've heard of someone gaining an affinity by just holding a weapon, but... Sure, here you go. Celine summoned a grimoire and handed it to William. Since the contract had already been established, she wouldn't be so petty as to deny the boy's needs in order to prove his claims. Owen watched at the side with a serious expression. This was, also, the first time he had heard of someone gaining affinity by merely touching a weapon belonging to someone else. He was half in doubt, and half expecting for William to show him something he had never seen before. The monotonous voice made Celine flinch for the second time. It made her realize that the boy, grimoire of forbidden dreams, a grimoire that once belonged to the dark magician who was known as the Dream Eater, empowers its owner to have the ability to visit people's dreams and convert their dreamscape into a terminal, which the owner can enter at will, increases intelligence stat by 100, increase resistance against curses by 50%, allows the usage of the skill Dream Eater thrice a day. Ding. Would you like to acquire the Dark Mage job class? Yes, no. William smiled and chose yes. Immediately he asked the system to swap the Ice Mage job class for the Dark Mage job class. Congratulations. Host has acquired the Dark Mage job class. Host has learned skill Taint. Host has learned skill Seed of Darkness. Thank you, Miss Celine. William handed back the grimoire to the beautiful lady in front of him. You're welcome, Celine replied as she unsummoned the book in her hand. So, did you gain dark affinity by holding my book? Instead of answering her question, William opened his palm and chanted, Seed of Darkness. A blood-red teardrop hovered in the middle of William's palm. Celine flinched, while Owen's eyes widened in shock. Suddenly, a monotonous voice echoed inside the room. William von Ainsworth has successfully fulfilled his part of the contract. May the losing party adhere to the discussed terms and fulfill their obligations. Had really succeeded, and what she was seeing wasn't a parlor trick. Of course, as a dark sorceress of her rank, she had already felt the authenticity of the Seed of Darkness. She just couldn't accept that William really learned dark magic by simply holding her grimoire. This? Is this really possible? Celine stuttered. Oi, boy, is this for real? Yes, William replied in a calm manner. This was also his grandpa's reaction back then, so he was already expecting that Celine and Owen would act the same way he did. Unbelievable. Simply inconceivable. Owen gasped in shock. You mean to say that you can learn every kind of magic there is in this world? William nodded his head. He didn't dare say that he could actually learn all the job professions in this world. He was afraid that it would cause Owen to have a heart attack if he heard his explanation. Miss Celine, are you going to honor our bet? William asked. Ha, since I dared to bet, I dared to lose, Celine replied as she placed her hands on her hips. You asked me to become your master, so I will do my best to make you the most powerful dark mage in history. However, I will tell you now, you might regret your decision for choosing me as your master. I look forward to the teaching that you will impart to me starting from now on, master, William said with a smile. He knew that his knowledge when it came to dark magic was very shallow, and he needed someone to teach him the right way on using it. Just like his Ice Mage skill. Although he could learn and use the skills at will, his knowledge when it came to ice magic was very shallow. Compared to those who had mastered their magic to the highest level, William was like an ice mage who could only cast ice cubes in their eyes. If William were to meet a magician of his level, even if they used the same skills, the boy's power would be significantly weaker compared to an expert who fully understood his element. Just like in martial arts. If two martial artists of the same practice were to fight against each other, 8 out of 10 battles, the stronger one would always win. This also applied to a fight between magicians of the same element. Let's see if you will be singing the same tune after a few days, Celine said with a sweet smile. I'm telling you this right now, William. The path of a dark mage isn't easy. You might come to hate me in the future. Are you still sure you want me to become your master? Of course. Don't regret your decision, little Will. Master, you're scaring me. That's right, you should be scared, Celine said as a dark glint passed briefly in her eyes. Very scared. William gulped when he saw that sinister glint that appeared momentarily in Celine's eyes. For some reason he felt that something bad was going to happen to him under his new master's tutelage. Celine frowned as she glanced at the ring in William's finger. It would be best if you asked Barbados to put a special enchantment to change the appearance of that ring on your finger first. Although not all the masters of Lont can recognize the Ring of Conquest, those who do will certainly know its origins. I don't doubt their loyalty, but everyone has a price. If someone were to offer me something that I really wanted, I might just spill the beans and tell them that you are in possession of that ring. William sighed as he thought about his grandpa's words. Maybe it was a mistake to place the ring on my finger. Should I wear it like a necklace again? Although wearing it like a necklace would hide it from everyone's eyes, it wasn't a long-term solution. After giving it some thought, Celine's advice was more practical. Thank you for your advice, Master. That's more like it. Celine grinned and looked at William as if he was a frog that was about to be dissected. The boy felt a sudden chill run down the back of his neck. He then took a few steps back and looked at Celine anxiously. Celine giggled when she saw the little brat hide behind Owen's back. Celine, you are up to your tricks again. Owen sighed. Can you give William some slack? Fine, meet me after 3 days, Celine said before heading towards the stairs. I still have an important experiment to finish. For the time being, you find Barbados and have your ring fixed. We'll start your lessons in 3 days. Thank you, Master. William peeked behind Owen's back. I'll come back in 3 days. Good. Now please, leave me. I want peace and quiet when working on my experiments. Celine had already gone up to the 2nd floor, leaving the boy and the old man standing in the living room. Let's go, William. Me. As they left Celine's house, William felt the pressure on his shoulders decrease dramatically. Even though he wanted to raise his shepherd job class to the limit, it wasn't possible at this point in time. Of course, if he really wanted to, he could grind on the lower numbered floors of the Goblin Crypt until he reached his desired level. But William didn't want to do that. Since he already experienced how malicious dark magic was firsthand, he wanted to understand this power to prevent the past incident from happening again. William admitted that fighting against the unknown was a scary experience. However, he was not alone. He has his Mama Ella, and his herd, to fight by his side. The boy patted his Mama Ella's neck as he mounted her back. Don't worry, Mama, we will win next time, I promise. Me. Owen watched as the goat and the little boy took the lead and walked towards the direction of the Ainsworth residence. His immature face and his small build were no different from any 10-year-old in Lont. It was his eyes. His clear green eyes always looked forward, unwavering, uncompromising, and unyielding. The boy's eyes reminded Owen of William's father, the man who single-handedly kept the demons from invading the elven continent of Silvermoon. William's father, Maxwell von Osworth, was also known as the Dungeon Conqueror, the man whom the elves had acknowledged as a hero. He was also the one who had won the heart of the Saintess of the World Tree, Lady Arwen. It should have been a perfect ending, but fate had other plans for him. I pray that you will not follow your father's footsteps, little William, Owen sighed as he thought about the future that might have been, but never came to pass. For your sake, and the sake of the Ainsworth family, I hope. Chapter 49, Latest News from the Kingdom. William laid his head on Ella's soft and fluffy belly as he read the 2 skills he had gained from acquiring the Dark Mage job class. These 2 skills are quite good, William thought. Now let's check the other skills under the Dark Mage job class. 20 mana points. Disperses an aura that weakens surrounding enemies within 10 square meters around the Dark Mage. Have their physical and magical resistances decreased by 30%. Increase the chances of inflicting status effects on enemies within the aura's range. Skill duration, 10 minutes. Seed of Darkness, 20 mana points. Deals continuous pulsing dark magic at the enemy for 10 seconds. Damage dealt is equivalent to Intelligence X2. Deal 6 times additional damage to enemies for each status effect applied to them, while Seed of Darkness is active. Damage can be stacked up to 5 times. Wasn't able to keep his excitement from appearing on his face as he opened the Dark Mage skill tree. Earlier he didn't have time to check his skills because he was still in the presence of Celine and Owen. Now that he was alone, nothing would be able to stop him from exploring the job class that almost wiped out his entire party. Dispel. 10 mana points. Has a chance to remove a negative buff to a target depending on the user's skill level. Deadly Venom. 10 mana points. Fires an orb of concentrated poison at your enemy. Has a very high chance to poison enemies. Contagion. 10 mana points. Range Touch. The target contracts one of the following status effects at random: blind, poison, paralysis, fear, weakened, and deafened. Void Arrow. 10 mana points. Fires an arrow of darkness at the target that may cause blindness. 20 mana points. Orders. Dark Whip. 10 mana points. Conjures a whip of dark energy. Can be used to attack, defend, or let the user maneuver in the terrain. No more than 2 dark whips can be created at a time. Damage dealt is equivalent to Intelligence x2. Confuse Ray. 20 mana points. Fires a red beam of light to the target that may cause confusion. Once the spell succeeds, the target will enter a berserk state. It will randomly attack anyone within its range. Unholy Touch. Requires 5 skill points to unlock. Range Touch. Prevents the target from regenerating. Healing spells, potions, and other items with healing effects will be rendered ineffective while Unholy Touch is active. Skill duration, 20 seconds. Spectral Hand. Summons a ghostly hand that moves as you desire, allowing you to deliver low-level, touch-range spells at a distance. The Spectral Hand is also able to use Dark Whip. Dark Might. 10 mana points. Infuse weapon with Dark Element. Dark Mastery. Increases the chance of inflicting status spells to enemies by 10%. Increases the damage of dark magic by 10%. This effect stacks with the Taint skill. Shadow Conjuration. 100 mana points. Creates a shadow replica of the target. The created shadow is able to manifest the target's power by percent. The created shadow can use any skill or spell that the target possesses. You can only order the shadow to attack or defend. It will not listen to any other. Only one shadow can exist at a time. One with the darkness. Increases your and your allies' resistance to dark magic by 10%. Decrease the effect and duration of status ailments applied to you and your allies by percent. William finally understood that dark magic is not like other elemental magics that dealt devastating damage. It focused more on the impairment of the target and using its moment of weakness to finish it off using Seed of Darkness. Also, the Spectral Hand along with the Shadow Conjuration gives William plenty of alternatives to boost his curses to its limit. Although Seed of Darkness might look like a weak skill, its deadliness would shine once the target was inflicted with one or more status ailments. It may even be stronger than my Glacial Lance at max level, William muttered. No, it is definitely stronger. This Darkness Seed is quite sinister. It is definitely the strongest magic attack in my current arsenal, but the condition is that a status effect has to be applied to the target. What William didn't know, and Celine didn't tell him, was that the skill Seed of Darkness was a very rare skill. It was similar to the skill Dream Eater that could be acquired by using Celine's grimoire. In the Central Continent, aside from William, there were only 5 people who were able to use this offensive skill that belonged to dark magicians. Celine was one of those 5 people. This just proved how rare the skill was. So, which one should I get first? William mused. Should I choose one with the darkness first, in order to raise everyone's resistance to dark magic? Or should I learn a status effect skill first like Void Arrow or Confuse Ray? William had seen how effective Void Arrow was because he experienced it firsthand. As for Confuse Ray, it doesn't even need to be mentioned. Ella going berserk in the middle of her attack was a very scary sight to see. Of course, if he wanted to be practical, he could just get the Dispel skill that could effectively remove negative buffs on a target, instead of getting the one with the darkness skill. In the end, he decided to raise his Dark Mage job level to level 15% first, before challenging the Hobgoblin Shaman. Due to Gavin's blessing, he would have a whopping 45 skill points available when he reached his target level. That would be more than enough to get the skill set he required to have his revenge match with the Hobgoblin Shaman. One step at a time. William smiled as he looked forward to visiting the Goblin Crypt tonight. Fortunately, I discovered dark magic early. If not, I might have grown conceited from having a smooth exploration inside the Goblin Crypt. After defeating the Millennial Beast, William's confidence had swelled exponentially. Only the latest incident against the Hobgoblin Shaman had managed to bring him down a peg. While William was busy daydreaming of his eventual victory against the Hobgoblin Shaman, Leah appeared in the goat shed looking for him. "Aren't you bored staying with goats all day long?" Leah asked as she looked at the lazy boy that was lying so snugly on his mama's belly. "Big sister, as long as I'm with Mama, I will never get bored," William replied with a smile. "Me." Ella nodded her head in agreement. Leah eyed William with a curious gaze. "You look very calm. It seems that nobody has told you the latest news regarding what is happening in our kingdom." Is there something that I should know?" William asked. He was aware that his grandfather was keeping up to date with the latest news in the kingdom, with the help of the messenger birds that were sent by his friends and acquaintances. John and Blitz would also leave town for a day or two, in order to see the current situation of the beast tide. William had been unconscious for 3 days, so he was not aware of the recent development in the kingdom. Since his cousin's girlfriend was looking for him, it seemed that something big had indeed happened while he was busy thinking of his own problems. Leah sighed as she gave William the latest news that had just arrived from the front line. Fort Windermere has been overrun by the beast tide, Leah said with a serious expression. More than half of the defenders have died. Those who survived were rescued by the Griffon Brigade and brought to Windkeep Citadel in order to solidify the second line of defense. William frowned. If memory served him right, Windkeep Citadel was the kingdom's second line of defense, just in case Fort Windermere fell to the beast tide. During the past beast tides, the defenses of the citadel had been reinforced, due to the increasing strength of each attack on the kingdom. Even so, it was still significantly weaker compared to Windermere Fort. What does my grandpa plan to do? William inquired. Is he currently planning to join the fray and earn merits for the kingdom? Leah shook her head. I don't know what grandpa is planning. However, once Windkeep Citadel has been breached, the beast tide will have open access to the inner territories of the Hellen Kingdom. I think you don't need to worry about this, big sister, William commented. I'm sure that everyone in the kingdom, including the nobles, have finally realized how dire the situation is. I'm sure that our king had already sent out a decree to all the nobles that they must send their private armies to help defend Windkeep Citadel. Big sister, the Hellen Kingdom isn't that weak. Without a doubt, all the masters in the king's disposal are now headed to the front lines to deal with the current threat. Is that so? Leah may be smart, but she was still a young girl at heart. She wasn't like William, who had read many stories on kingdom building and played many RPG games of the fantasy genre. William grinned as a thought popped up inside his head. The young boy was sure that his grandfather would definitely not stand by idly. James would certainly join in the fun and earn some merits for Lant. That way, the king would turn a blind eye on the expansion plan that they had started under his nose. Chapter Hidden Danger Within the Depths. William was unable to go to the Goblin Crypt for 2 days because his ring was currently being modified by Barbados, the blacksmith of Lant. Of course, that was only one of the reasons. Even though William hated to admit it, he had somehow developed a trauma to entering the Goblin Crypt after their face-off with the Hobgoblin Shaman. Similar to when you experience a car accident, you will have a subconscious fear of driving again once you put yourself behind the wheel. Of course, these fears would fade in time. Some even say that the sooner you face it, the less powerful the trauma would be. William gave himself 2 days to prepare his heart and mind for the inevitable confrontation that would happen in the future. James had come to look for him a few hours ago, that he would be taking some of the veterans of Lant to attack the rear of the beast tide. William thought that his grandpa would bring him along on this expedition, but the old man simply said that he should stay in Lant. The reason? According to the reports, there were over 20 millennial beasts and hundreds of centennial beasts. Those were the ringleaders of the beast tide. However, one had best not forget the sheer number of lower-tier beasts that comprised the rest of the beast tide. According to an estimate, the numbers had easily surpassed 1 million. It was not surprising that Fort Windermere was overrun. The numbers were simply impossible to resist with half-baked forces. Only true masters would be able to oppose such high-end monsters and live to tell the tale of their encounter. I guess I can't be too greedy, William thought. Getting another bonus round might max my job levels, but it will also make me stand out. I guess Grandpa didn't want me to appear this early in the game. Although it was a bit regretful, William still thought that staying low-key would be for the best. Since he had the Ring of Conquest, it was only a matter of time before he leveled his job classes to their max levels. There was no need to be in the spotlight if it was possible to hide in the darkness. 2 days passed by in a blur. William and Ella went to the blacksmith to get the ring he had commissioned. So, do you like it? Barbados asked. I put aside my other commissions in order to work solely on your ring. Your father saved me once on the battlefield, so this is the least I could do for his son. It's perfect, William replied. Thank you, Mr. Barbados. Well, I'm glad you like it. Now go. I still have work to do. Thank you. The Ring of Conquest had a complete makeover. It was now coated in gold and several rune letters were embedded in the surface of the ring. If not for the fact that William could sense the bond he shared with the ring, he would think that Barbados had given him a different ring to scam him. Seeing William's happy expression, Barbados felt that all the effort he had put in these past 2 days was worth it. It had not been easy to place an enchantment on the ring because it was a ring that was forged with the flames of Tyr, that could only be found within the Demon Kingdom. Barbados, along with his best friend, the jeweler Seraphi, worked hand in hand to embed the runic words along the ring's surface. It was a monumental task performed by 2 masters. Even if the reigning Demon King were to stare at the ring, he would definitely not be able to recognize it. William bowed many times to express his gratitude before he left the smithy. Barbados watched him go with a smile. When the boy was no longer within sight, he returned to his forge to catch up on the commissioned works that he had set aside for the past 2 days. William, oi, William! Theo called out to him when he saw William walk past his house. Where are you going? Me? I'm going back home. Why? William asked back. I'm going with Chris and the others to fish in the river, Theo replied. Want to join us? Fish? All right, I'm in. William nodded his head. He had been cooped up inside the town since the beast tide, and it was taking a toll on his mental health. Fishing in the river was a good distraction. The river was only 300 meters away from the west gate of Lant, so the adults guarding the gate decided to turn a blind eye to the kids who were looking at them with pleading eyes. "Fine," the watchman said after careful consideration. "You can also swim in the river, but don't go too far. Do I make myself clear?" He could understand what the kids were going through, so he decided to be a bit more lenient with them today. "Yes." The children replied in unison. Like a band of misfits, the children of Lot cheered and ran in the direction of the river. Of course, some of the adults followed secretly to guard them from the shadows. William and Ella were the ones in the lead as the other children trailed behind him. When they reached the river, some of the older children took off their clothes and jumped in for a swim. Naturally, not everyone joined them. Others contented themselves with dipping their feet in the water in order to cool off their boredom. What the kids didn't realize was that a horde of dark-scaled crocodiles was currently at the bottom of the river. These crocodiles, that were over 5 meters long, had hidden themselves when the beast tide struck the western region of the Helen Kingdom. Together, they migrated towards Lant, for this was a place that had survived the calamity. Originally, they planned to hibernate for a few months, but the boisterous sounds of the children swimming above them made these cold predators open their eyes one by one. Their bestial instincts were telling them that this opportunity was something that they couldn't miss. Chapter 51, Job Advancement in the Midst of Battle. Sounds of laughter echoed across the river as the kids played tag in the water. They were not aware that 100 meters below them, countless dark-scaled crocodiles had started to raise their heads to look in their direction. A lone individual swam up. Its eyes locked on a young girl who was floating in the water. Its tail swayed back and forth behind it, boosting its speed. Its huge mouth gaped open, and its razor-sharp teeth glistened in the murky depths. 50 meters. 40, 20, 10. Its cold-blooded eyes showed no mercy as it went in for the kill. It was about to bite the unsuspecting child when a 5-meter-long ice lance pierced through the water and penetrated its wide-open mouth. The dark-scaled crocodile let out a cry as its body squirmed under the surface of the river. "Everyone get out of the river. There are monsters hiding in the depths," William shouted. "Hurry!" If not for the fact that the surface of the river beside the girl had been stained with blood, no one would have believed him. The young girl screamed in fear as she swam towards the land. Several of the children also backed away in fright as they watched the river's water start to churn. Suddenly, a giant gaping mouth broke the river's surface. It was a crocodile that was over 10 meters long, and its eyes locked on the children with predatory lust. "Centennial dark-scaled crocodile," one of the adults gasped in shock. "Quickly, evacuate the river now." The centennial beast opened its mouth wide and shot out a concentrated cannonball of water. The hairs on the back of William's neck stood on end as he felt the feeling of impending death fall upon him. "Ice wall!" William created 5 ice walls in front of him, creating 5 layers of protection. He wanted to cast more, but there was not enough time to do it. The water ball instantly broke the first 2 ice walls and pushed through the third with ease. The boy only had enough time to brace himself for the impact as all 5 layers broke down in front of him. "Me!" Ella faced the water ball with its horns and neutralized it upon impact. Even so, the blast still sent her and William flying away for a few meters. If the 5 ice walls hadn't reduced the power of that water ball, Ella might have already been blasted into pieces. A trail of blood streamed down the corner of William's lips as he slowly stood up from the ground. Ella positioned herself in front of William in order to protect him from other surprise attacks. It was at that moment when hundreds of heads bobbed up the river's surface. The young boy and the goat watched in horror when they saw that there were 10 centennial dark-scaled crocodiles in the horde of crocodiles. Theo, who rushed to check on William's condition, looked at the monsters in fright. "Fortunately, there is no millennial beast among them," Theo stuttered. "If there were, we would really be in big trouble." William's body stiffened when he heard Theo's comment. He wanted to slap his good friend and shout, "Don't raise death flags, you damn fool." There were 2 types of people that William hated the most when facing a battle of life and death. They were crow-mouthed people, those who raised death flags, and pig teammates. Right now, William was looking at one of those people. Before William could even smack his friend's head for raising a death flag, another presence made itself known. A crocodile with a golden head that was at least 5 meters in length poked out of the water. Its blood-red eyes glanced in William's direction, and the boy felt his legs weaken. "By the goddess! Millennial beast golden, scaled crocodile!" Barbados uttered in disbelief. He had heard the warning bells from the watchtower and knew that an emergency situation had taken place. James, Mordred, and some of the fighters in Lant had left the town in order to do a reconnaissance mission. Right now, there were only a few masters left in Lant, and he was one of them. "Damn it!" Barbados ran towards the river as he held the hammer in his hand. He needed to buy time for the other defenders to arrive and ensure that none of the kids would die in this skirmish. "Theo, run!" William grabbed Theo's robe and dragged him away. Take the kids back to the town. Are you going to fight? There's no chance of winning. I'll only help to hold them off. William glanced at the crocodiles who were now making their way towards the land. Enough talk, go! William mounted Ella's back as the two of them charged towards the front lines. System, I need your help. What can I do for you today? For example, I advanced my Ice Mage to Ice Wizard. Is it still possible for me to open the other?
Sir?
That Elemental Lord, Battle Mage, Magic Swordsman, Arcane Ranger, and Cryo Lancer? Yes. You can change job classes as often as you like as long as you meet the necessary requirements. Good, William said with a serious expression. I want to advance to Ice Wizard. Can you make it happen? Certainly. Should I also allocate the experience points to the Ice Wizard job class instead of the Shepherd job class? Please do. Understood. Ding! You had successfully ascended to Ice Wizard. A wizard who had dedicated his life to learn the secrets of ice magic. Ice magic effectiveness increased by 30%. Host has learned skill. Glacial Wave. Glacial Wave. 10 mana points. Causes an explosion of ice around the user, pushing enemies around away and freezing them for a short period of time. William breathed heavily as he tried to calm his senses. Advancing to the next job wasn't part of his plan, but the situation called for it. Among all the job classes in his arsenal, only his Shepherd and Ice Mage job classes had sufficient levels to make a difference. A centennial dark-scaled crocodile fired a concentrated water ball in William's direction. The boy raised his hand and created 6 layers of ice wall to block the attack. Just like last time, all 6 ice walls shattered. However, the attack was completely mitigated this time around. When William had changed his job class to Ice Wizard, his ice magic received a boost in its effectiveness. Blue mist shrouded Ella and William as he cast ice armor on both of them. He also bestowed ice armors to Barbados and the 10 other adults who were keeping the crocodiles at bay. This is hopeless, Barbados grimaced as he sent a crocodile flying with his hammer. These bastards have high resistance to physical attacks. We need mages. Ice Spike. Glacial Lance. Cone of Cold. William's attack passed through the battlefield, freezing the crocodiles in its path. Although it was effective, it was only a drop in the bucket. The hundreds of crocodiles advanced without a care in the world. As for the leaders of the horde, the centennial and millennial beasts were very intelligent creatures. Seeing that there was only one mage in the battlefield, they decided to focus all their attention on William, while the low-tiered dark-scale crocodiles attacked Barbados and the others. Chapter 52. A Chance to Turn the Tables, Part 1. Ella didn't stop running and dodging. She didn't have the leisure to take it easy because the crocodiles were hell-bent on taking William out first. Even the millennial beasts had shot high-powered water beams in their direction. Walls of ice surrounded the riverside, as William did his best to capture their attention. Naturally, he didn't just defend. He also attacked as well. Gained EXP points, 600. Gained EXP points, 600. Gained EXP points, 600. Gained EXP points, 600. William was lucky that the crocodiles were still soaked with water. The ice magic froze them all, and the adults shattered them to pieces. Although they were resistant to physical damage, it was very different when they were frozen. With a swing of his hammer, Barbados shattered all of these frozen crocodiles to pieces. Even though their numbers are less than 1,000, they are still a pain to kill, William thought as Ella narrowly avoided another high-speed water ball. My mana is almost exhausted. I alone can't turn the tide of battle. Most of his mana were used to cast Ice Wall in order to mitigate the tens of concentrated attacks that Ella couldn't evade. He already stopped casting offensive spells and focused on defending. His mana regeneration couldn't keep up with the high-intensity battle, and he had almost been wrung dry. The millennial beast, golden-scaled crocodile, had already stepped on land. It raised its snout to roar, and a crippling fear made William and Ella shudder. Host has been affected by Dragon's Fear. Host movement speed and reflexes had been decreased by %. Effect, William cursed. When did a crocodile become a dragon? What William didn't know was that dark-scaled crocodiles were descendants of lower dragons. Although the dragon blood inside their body was very thin, those who reached the ranks of a millennial beast would be able to awaken the ancient blood that was dormant inside their bodies. A golden-scaled crocodile at the millennial beast stage could evolve into a flood dragon. Me? Ella struggled as she barely dodged a water ball that passed their side by mere inches. Mama Ella, let's retreat, William ordered. We can't hold on any longer. Staying here would only bring us death. Me? Ella agreed with William, so she immediately ran towards the town of Lant. They had already done their best. The adults were also slowly retreating. Barbados was blasted off the ground when he blocked the attack of the golden-scaled crocodile that was aimed at William's back. Mr. Barbados! William shouted as he steered Ella to assist the fallen blacksmith. I'm fine, Barbados roared. Don't come near me or both of us will become sitting ducks. William gritted his teeth as Ella stopped in her tracks. They could only watch as Barbados gingerly stood up from the ground while holding the hammer with shaking hands. Don't worry, Barbados said with a serious expression. The only time I'll die in this situation is when that golden-scaled crocodile decides to fight me at close range. Its weak long-range attack is not enough to make me kick the bucket. Mr. Barbados, is there any hope to win? William asked. If this goes on, Lant will be overrun. Barbados didn't answer him right away. The number of mages inside Lant could be counted with 2 hands. Half of those mages were currently with James, while the other half were probably on their way. If Celine were here, there might be a way, Barbados answered. However, it seems that she is not aware that we are currently under attack. Master? William was genuinely shocked by Barbados' revelation. Master is currently doing an experiment right now. This might be why she is not aware of our current dilemma. Barbados looked at William with understanding. So that's the reason why Celine isn't here yet. We may still have a chance to turn the tables. The blacksmith of Lant took out a silver spear from his storage ring and stabbed it in the ground. Iron Fortress, Barbados shouted. Immediately a 10-meter-tall wall filled with sharp spikes extended in front of him. It surrounded the west gate of Lant and became a protective barrier. This barrier will not hold on for long, Barbados explained. William, please, drag Celine from her laboratory. Tell her it's an emergency that concerns the life and death of Lant. Please, hurry. William nodded his head and urged his Mama Ella to run as fast as she could. Their destination was the house of the Dark Sorceress on the outskirts of Lant. It took William 5 minutes to arrive at the house. He immediately dismounted and knocked on the door repeatedly to announce his arrival. Master, Master, it's William! William shouted. It's an emergency. We need your help. Master, please help us. What's with all the shouting? An irritated voice replied. I'm almost done with my experiment. Come back after an hour. Master, an hour from now, Lant will already be in ruins. William screamed as he continued to knock on the door. We need your help now. A horde of dark-scaled crocodiles are attacking Lant. It is led by a golden-scaled crocodile that can use dragon's fear. No reply came, but William didn't stop knocking on the door. He kept on hawking and yelling, while pounding the door with his fists. The door abruptly opened, and a disgruntled Celine appeared in front of William. Her hair was in disarray, and dark stains could be seen in her dress. Clearly she wasn't joking when she said that she was still doing her experiment. If I find out that you're lying, I'm going to castrate you, Celine said with a smile, but her eyes were screaming murder. William nodded his head like a hen pecking rice. If I'm joking, Master can make me her slave for a year. I won't resist even if you use me in your experiments. That is the least you can do for interrupting my experiment, Celine snorted. So what's the current situation? Master, it's... Before William could even start his explanation, a strong explosion reached their ears. It was followed by a strong shockwave that pushed William towards the wall of Celine's house. Celine's hair danced as her sight locked on several giant serpent heads in the distance that were conjured by water magic. It seems you are not joking, Celine said with a serious expression. The dark sorceress transformed into a dark beam of light and flew towards the sky where the serpent heads were located. William did his best to stand up despite the shaking of his legs. Me? Thank you, Mama. William leaned on Ella's body as she helped him mount her back. 5 minutes later, they returned to the west gate to check the current state of the battlefield. Chapter 53. A Chance to Turn the Tables Part 2. The iron fortress that Barbados summoned was shaking constantly. It was currently resisting the combined attacks of all the crocodiles and the serpent heads that were made from water magic. When Celine arrived at the battlefield, the first thing she did was fire berserk spells at the centennial dark-scaled crocodiles who were conjuring the water serpents. After their host lost their focus, the giant serpents slithering in the air collapsed into a rain shower. Celine hovered in the air as she gazed at the dark-scaled crocodiles with annoyance. Surprisingly, she was not alone. Floating beside her was Owen, who was also sizing up the crocodile army with a frown. Can you handle it? Owen asked. I can easily kill all the crocodiles except the big boss, Celine replied. However, if I wipe out its entire clan, it might enter a berserk state. Even if all of us joined hands, it will be quite difficult to deal with it. Millennial beasts like the golden-scaled crocodiles were one of the hardest creatures to kill because of their absurdly strong resistances to magic and physical attacks. I see, Owen replied with understanding. So we just scare them away, right? Yes, Celine answered. Back me up, I'm going to start. All right, leave the support to me. I'm counting on you, old man. Celine summoned her grimoire and her face became extremely serious. Her lips moved as she chanted a powerful spell that would turn the tide of battle in their favor. Dark clouds hovered above the town of Lant as Celine released the bindings on her powers. Her eyes glowed a bright purple color as her voice echoed in the surroundings. Glorious darkness, my redeemer. I need you now in my time of need. Guide my hand so I might conquer your foes, punish the fools who have forgotten your name, and doom them all to eternal darkness. Darkness breaker! Thousands of dark beams descended from the heavens as they crisscrossed against the dark-scaled tide. Even the golden-scaled crocodile wasn't spared from the attack, but it received very minimal damage. Black wisps started to emit from the eyes of the crocodiles as they stopped their attacks on the iron fortress. What Celine used was a spell similar to Mass Blind with higher efficiency. The golden-scaled crocodile stared at her in ridicule because it was unaffected by Celine's attack. The bastard has no intention of backing down, Celine frowned. Old man, prepare for the worst-case scenario. Owen sighed and nodded his head. He knew that Selene had decided to massacre the entire crocodile horde in order to show the golden-scaled crocodile that they weren't pushovers. You forced me to do this, you overgrown lizard. Selene clenched her fist. Because of you, I had to stop my experiment. I was only half a step away from succeeding, and you dared to get in my way. 2 years of preparation were lost, and it was all because of you. I will not forgive you. Oh dear, she snapped. Barbados grimaced, as he looked at the crazed woman hovering in the sky. William, for your own sake, don't anger your master. She's the crazy kind of crazy. See, crazy kind of crazy? William gulped. How crazy is that? The worst kind, Barbados replied in a heartbeat. She's like a yandere, only 12 times worse. Yuck! William's legs trembled. This time he was genuinely scared. If not for the fact that he was mounted on Ella's back, he might have already collapsed to the ground in fright. Revered father, the one who sits on the throne of darkness, your humble servant requires your aid. Lead me by my hand so I might vanquish my demons, Selene chanted. I plead this of you with open arms, O eternal guardian. Favor me with your illustrious might. Garden of darkness. Thousands of little red orbs floated above Selene. They were very similar to William's seed of darkness, that he had shown to Selene and Owen a few days ago. With a wave of her hand, these seeds embedded themselves in the crocodiles who were currently suffering from blindness. Half a minute later, all the crocodiles started to toss and turn. Some of them even started their notorious death rolls that were known to shred their prey in the water. The golden-scaled crocodile felt that something was amiss, but it couldn't do anything at this point in time. The only thing it could do was to roar at Selene in anger. Roar as much as you like, you arrogant lizard. Selene was indifferent to her enemy's anger. Even the materials of your entire clan is not enough to compensate half of the precious ingredients I lost in my experiment. As if waiting for Selene's venomous words, one of the crocodiles suddenly stopped moving. Suddenly, a red flower that was 2 meters tall sprouted out of its back, accompanied by a blood shower. The flower glowed eerily as it sucked up all the blood of its host. A few seconds later, the crocodile stopped moving. What remained of it was only a husk deprived of all of its blood. The crocodiles roared in unison as they all felt their impending death. Hundreds of blood flowers bloomed as the dark-scaled crocodiles died in the hundreds. Seeing its clan dying in front of it, the golden-scaled crocodile body started to glow. It opened its mouth as a ball of energy slowly expanded in front of it. It's going to use dragon breath, Owen exclaimed. What are our chances of survival? Selene asked. 10, no maybe 5%. Owen's face was as dark as the bottom of a kettle. If we don't stop it, even if we survive its attack, half of Lant will be destroyed. Selene looked at the monster in front of her fearlessly. Since the chance of survival was slim, she decided to also take a gamble. Owen, make sure to catch me if I fall. Huh? What do you mean? Selene didn't bother to explain and began chanting. The language she used was a very ancient one. A language that only a few within the continent were able to understand. Even Owen, who was learning many languages, didn't know the language Selene was using. Lidowasniel Arian Tyrariath Mariath Telendin Talaraniel. Ararasnal Trilimbrades Marinial. Aerobras Aloan Thriasrilril Rinalol Trillarin Moralin. Nilimbernil Aerolinian. Selene's index finger glowed in a bloody hue at the golden-scaled crocodile and sneered. Finger of death. A loud clap reverberated in the air as a streak of red lightning shot out from Selene's finger. The lightning squarely landed on the golden-scaled crocodile's forehead, creating sizzling sounds. Selene coughed up a mouthful of blood as she lost the power to levitate in the air. Owen hurriedly caught her and landed on the ground beside Barbados and William. Did we win? William asked. Did Master succeed? It was the question that was on everyone's mind, but no one dared to ask. No one knew the answer to his question. No one dared to answer this question. Selene was already unconscious, while Barbados and Owen's gazes were focused on the golden-scaled crocodile in the distance. They were looking for any signs that might tell them that Selene's final attack had some sort of effect on the enemy before them. They watched in dismay as the ball of light, that hovered a few meters away from the crocodile's jaws, was still expanding. Owen and Barbados sighed. They concluded that Selene had failed. The finger of death had a minuscule 1% chance to instantly kill a millennial beast in one strike. Selene knew that the odds were against her, but she still took the risk. But it seems that her gamble had failed, and now all of them were going to die from the dragon breath that was slowly gaining momentum. Owen was already chanting in an attempt to cast a barrier that would strengthen the iron fortress and help block the calamitous attack that was about to befall them. However, half a minute later, the ball of light completely disappeared. Without warning, the golden-scaled crocodile's head fell on the ground with a loud crash. Everyone was caught by surprise, including the crocodiles that were guarding their leader. A few seconds later, panic spread through the entire horde as the surviving members of the crocodile clan hurried towards the river in an attempt to escape. The 10 centennial beasts, 6 still remained. They too didn't even bother to linger and roar to their subordinates to rally to their side. They led the survivors away and left Lant to find another hiding place where they could recover the numbers that they had lost in this battle. Although they had lost terribly, it would only take 2 years at most to increase their population again. The battle against the crocodile horde ended in such an unexpected manner that the people of Lant didn't even know how to react. Ironically, the first one to shout and cheer was none other than the crow-mouthed Theo. He raised his fist and roared. It was as if he was the one who single-handedly fought against the golden-scaled crocodile and sent the entire horde packing in fright. Soon, more cheers erupted as the citizens of Lant followed suit. The children started jumping up and down while the adults patted each other's back. The two siblings watched all of this with awe and admiration. I think I now understand how Lant survived the beast tide, Leah said with a tinge of envy. She looked at Celine with sparkling eyes as if she had found her idol. Indeed, Cedric replied. He too realized that the people of Lant were not as simple as they seemed. Lant's rise is set in stone. He didn't want to admit it, but he had been impressed by how the citizens of Lant resisted the beast tide. His only regret was that Fuchsia didn't have such experts under their service. Perhaps if there were people like Celine working for his father, then their territory might still be standing in the western region of the Helen Kingdom. Chapter 54. Elven Prophecy Part 1. After the battle, Owen tasked William to look after Celine, while he went to treat the people that were injured during the defense of Lant. Celine wasn't in any kind of danger. She was just thoroughly exhausted. While doing her experiment, she didn't eat or drink anything because what she was doing required extreme focus. Fasting in this manner was fine since she was already used to such a lifestyle. However, getting dragged away to fight a high-level battle while not in her peak condition still took a toll on her body. William looked at the disheveled woman with pity. Her skin was pale, her hair in disarray, and her face looked very haggard. Even so, she was still beautiful. The young boy wasn't able to stop himself from praising Celine, even in her current state. Currently, he was taking his master back to her home while riding on Ella's back. So it was not hard for William to hold her in place. It didn't take long for them to reach her home on the outskirts of Lant. Mama Ella, can you open the door for me? Me. Ella pushed the door with her hoof, and it opened without any resistance. Due to William's strength stat, it was quite easy for him to carry Celine with both arms. Intruder, walk! Oliver, the monkey parrot, shouted from his perch. Intruder, shut up, Oliver! William replied in annoyance. Master is sleeping, don't be noisy. Oliver looked down on William with contempt. It was a bit irritated because the boy dragged away his mistress during an important experiment. The parrot monkey then looked at Celine, then back at William before clicking its tongue. Taking advantage of the mistress while she's unconscious. Brat, don't you have any shame? Eh? You can talk properly? William's eyes widened in surprise. Of course I can talk. I'm not a little monkey like you, Oliver replied with irritation. Take the mistress to the second floor. Make sure not to do anything indecent, or else I'll bite you to death. I'm just a 10-year-old kid. How can I possibly do something indecent? A 10-year-old. The parrot monkey scoffed. Kid, other people may not know, but I know that your soul doesn't belong in this world. What are you talking about? William stuttered. The parrot monkey eyed the boy before it lifted its claw and pointed at the stairs. Let's talk after you properly tucked in the mistress. I also have a lot of questions for you. William looked anxiously at the parrot monkey before heading towards the stairs. His mind was in disarray, and several questions appeared inside his head. 10 minutes later, he was sitting at the dining table on the first floor. He didn't know how the parrot was able to prepare some tea, but everything was already laid out on the table when he returned from his task of taking his master to her bedroom. Oliver seemed to be in a good mood, and the snarkiness from before had completely disappeared. Have some tea first, Oliver said as he stood at the center of the table. It's very rare for us to have guests, so I didn't have time to bake a cake. However, we still have cookies. I hope that they are to your liking. William obediently took a sip of the tea, but he passed on the cookie. He was more curious about how the parrot monkey knew about his identity. Ella stood beside William's chair. She was also curious about what the parrot monkey wanted to discuss with her baby. The goat didn't care about William's past or identity. The only thing she knew was that she had raised William since he was a baby. Even so, her curiosity got the best of her, so she decided to stay and listen. William stared at the parrot monkey with a complicated expression. Part of him wanted to roast the monkey so that his secret would be kept. The other half wanted to bury Oliver deep in the ground, so that his secret would remain. Oliver felt William's murderous gaze, and decided to take the initiative to talk. Don't look at me like that, Oliver narrowed his eyes. I mean you no harm. I was just surprised that someone like you was born in this world. What do you mean someone like me? William asked. What do you know about me? The parrot monkey grinned as it picked up a cup of tea and took a sip to quench its thirst. I don't know much. All I know is that your soul doesn't belong to this world. However, you can't be considered an otherworlder since you were born naturally. That only means that this world had accepted you as one of its own, which is a very rare occurrence. What do you mean a very rare occurrence? William inquired. Also, otherworlders? Are you talking about transmigrators? Transmigrators? You mean those souls who cross space and time and possess the body of dead or dying people? Oliver asked back. Well, there are a few of those cases. My mistress' grandfather was one of those transmigrators you were referring to. Wait, hold on. William looked at Oliver with a serious expression. There are transmigrators in this world. What's so surprising about it? Oliver tilted his head. This world is very vast. The possibility certainly exists. Although their number would not exceed the number of fingers on one hand, the gods wouldn't allow more than 5 individuals in every era. You talked about other worlders. What are they? Simply put, they are people from another world. You thought I was one of them? At first, yes. Oliver nodded his head. But since you were born naturally, then you are not counted as such. Then how did you know? William asked the most important question of all. Do you have the power to look at a person's soul? Oliver chuckled. Since his head was that of a monkey, the chuckle sounded irritating in William's ears. Right now you are a 10-year-old, but the soul that I'm seeing using my ability is older. If I have to make a bold guess, you are in your late teens or early 20s, but not more than that. This is bad, William thought. If there are other people with this ability, then I'm in deep trouble. What you're thinking will not come to pass, so you can relax, Oliver assured him. My ability is unique, and it was something that was given to me by my creator, Lord Darwin. I am fairly confident that only I have the ability to see through the soul of a person in this world. William sighed in relief as he heard Oliver's explanation. Although he still didn't know what kind of ability it possessed, he would like to believe that it was telling the truth. Seeing that the young boy had finally calmed down, Oliver decided to tell him the real reason why he wanted to talk to him. William, I have a favor to ask. I'll listen to it first. Whether I can do it or not will depend on my mood. You're like your grandpa, always haggling for benefits. Oliver shook his head helplessly before saying his request. You don't have to do this request right away because the current you is still too weak and too young to go to that place, Oliver explained. All I ask is that you do your best, because the mistress' life is at stake. William frowned. What do you mean master's life is at stake? Oliver sighed as he lowered his head and looked at the table. Once upon a time on the continent of Silvermoon there was a family of elves that went by the name Rayleigh, Chapter 55, Elven Prophecy Part 2. The Rayleigh family specialized in elven prophecy, Oliver continued his explanation. They had helped the elven race overcome great calamities and were treated with respect by the entire race. One day the patriarch of the Rayleigh family had a revelation in his dreams. What kind of revelation? William inquired. I'm not telling you, Oliver snorted. Then what is the point of explaining if you're just going to leave me hanging? Because you're still too weak, too dumb, and too stupid to understand. You, are you picking a fight with me? No, I'm here to ask you a favor. This is not the right way to ask for a favor. William scoffed. You're just being annoying. Oliver pretended that he didn't hear William's outburst and tapped the table with his claws. When you grow older, you are destined, you might be forced by circumstance to go to the central continent. William eyed the parrot monkey in contempt, but he didn't say anything and listened to his explanation. You will find my mistress' twin sister. Her name is Lady Celeste. Twin sister? Master has a twin sister? Are you deaf? Didn't I just say that you will find my mistress' twin sister earlier? Oliver glared. Now stop asking questions and just listen. Would it kill you to just give me a straightforward answer, you monkey? William glared back. I'm not a monkey. I'm a parrot monkey, Oliver growled. You uncultured swine. Me. Sorry, Miss Ella, Oliver apologized. Your son is making things difficult for me. Me? Okay. I'll try to lower my IQ to his level. Me. Ella nodded her head. William's face darkened. He really wanted to strangle the stupid parrot monkey in front of him for hinting that he had low IQ. What was worse was that his Mama Ella acknowledged that he had a low IQ. Mama Ella, what happened to the promised love between mother and child? William lowered his head in defeat. He felt that the world around him had lost all colors as he drank the lukewarm tea in his cup. As I was saying, when you visit the central continent, you will find Lady Celeste, Oliver said in a slow and clear voice, as if he was speaking to a 3-year-old child. Unlike Mistress, purple. Hair color, Lady Celeste has light green hair and blue eyes. They look exactly the same, so it's impossible for you to not recognize her. Are you following me so far? Yes. By the way, how old are you again? 10. Okay, so 10 years ago. That would make them 18, Oliver mumbled as he looked at the window of the first floor with a nostalgic gaze. The parrot monkey recovered a minute later and focused his attention on William. When you see Lady Celeste, tell her that Mistress needs the seed of life. That's it? That's it. So I just need to tell her that Master needs the seed of life, William asked. Of course you must also personally deliver the seed of life back to Mistress, Oliver replied with a serious expression. This is imperative. You cannot entrust it to anyone else. Do I make myself clear? Understood. William nodded. However, I don't understand one thing. What is it that you don't understand? How come you're so confident that I'm going to go to the central continent? Because the southern continent is too small for you. Oliver raised his head and stared straight at William's face. His voice was very confident, as if everything he had said had already been set in stone. Also, since you are Mistress' disciple, you still need to go to the central continent whether you like it or not. And why is that? William asked with a raised brow. It's a matter of pride, Oliver replied. Any master would want their disciple to succeed, and for that to happen, you must go to the central continent. Only there will you find the things that you are lacking. William was still half in doubt, but he still decided to accept Oliver's explanation. Although the southern continent is not exactly small, it isn't exactly big either. You could easily fit 10 southern continents in the central continent. That just shows how vast the central continent was. Even so, William didn't really feel like going there. Although the life in Lant was crude and simple, it was peaceful. Also, the southern continent has many good things to see as well. He bid Oliver goodbye after finishing their discussion. The boy also promised to return the next day to check on Celine's condition. Although it doesn't show on his face, William was also worried about his master. Oliver watched William's retreating back from the window of the house. When the boy's image could no longer be seen, a sigh resounded in the room. He could still remember his master, Lord Darwin's sad expression as he told Oliver the prophecy that the Rayleigh family had decreed. On the third day in the month of the High Priestess, a pair of twins is going to be born. One an elf, her blood diluted with darkness. The second, pure-blooded, a genius rarely seen in the world. On their 18th birthday, the Prince of Darkness will be born. One of them will be his bride, the other will be left out in the storm. Ruin and destruction will follow in his wake. His happiness or sorrow will drive you awake. In the end, you must remember, not all things are meant for forever. In the end, you have nothing to lose. It just depends on how you choose. Oliver, watch over Celine for me, Darwin said. If you ever meet that prince, make sure to check his character. If you think that he is dangerous, dispose of him. Regardless of the consequences, you must eliminate him. Master, what if he's not dangerous? How can he not be dangerous? He is the Prince of Darkness. He is bound to be dangerous. Oliver didn't want to argue with his master, but he was someone who didn't like to murder people in cold blood. What if he's not? If he really isn't a bastard, then I guess you can spare him. Jay, just make sure that he won't bully Celine or Celeste when he grows up. Do I make myself clear? Yes, master. 28 years have passed since then. Master, Oliver said softly. I have finally found him. But it seems that he is indeed not an ordinary prince. Oliver's eyes could see through the soul of people using the ability, Eye of the Soul. He had stayed by Celine's side in order to keep a lookout for the identity of the Prince of Darkness in the prophecy. He was surprised to see that William's soul was that of a teenager, and not only that, his soul contained 3 divinities. Oliver knew that the fabled prince had finally made his appearance. As to whether he would be a messiah or the bringer of ruin, Oliver didn't know. All he knew was that if William turned out to be a threat to his mistress, he would honor his promise with his creator, Lord Darwin, and kill him. William, I hope you don't disappoint me, Oliver muttered as it closed its eyes. For your sake, and mine, I pray that the day where I have to personally end your life will not come to pass. Oliver didn't know who the bride of the prince would be. The prophecy was vague, so no one could tell if the chosen one would be Celine or Celeste. However, one thing was for sure. Only one of them would be chosen, while the other would be cast to the side. As Celine's guardian for many years, Oliver was biased towards her. If William was really the prince of the prophecy, he would rather have the boy choose Celine rather than the spoiled genius of the elven race, Lady Celeste. If the boy is really good, maybe I should help and play matchmaker, Oliver pondered. Should I send Master a letter and tell him that the prince had appeared? The parrot monkey thought for a long time before finally deciding to write a letter. He reasoned that since this was an important matter, his master must be informed as well. What Oliver failed to foresee was that his action would send ripples through the elven continent of Silvermoon. These ripples would find their way to William, which would in turn make his life more complicated than it already was. Chapter 56. A Mother's Love. After leaving Celine's house, William was about to return to the Ainsworth residence when he heard the loud cry of a crane coming from the sky. Ella raised her head and saw a large crane with a wingspan of at least 5 to 6 meters. The Angorian goat bleated a greeting, and the crane let out another cry in response. William rarely saw cranes in Lant, and this particular crane was bigger than the ones he had seen in the past. Its white and pristine feathers glistened in the sunlight, and the golden marking on its head gave it a majestic and regal appearance. It gazed down at William with warm and gentle eyes, as if it was looking at an old-time friend. The white crane circled above William's and Ella's heads twice before landing a few meters away from them. After giving the crane a closer look, William estimated that it was at least 2 meters tall. Ella's ears perked up as the white crane started to walk towards them. It was not giving off any hostile vibes, but Ella raised her guard just in case. When it was only 2 meters away from William and Ella, it stopped. A soft cry escaped its beak as if trying to converse with them. William had only communicated with goats, so he was surprised when he actually understood what the crane had just said to him. My name is Skyla. That was the message William received from the white crane. It looked at him with a gentle gaze as if waiting for him to give his reply. William, my name is William von Osworth, William replied. This is my mama Ella. Me. Skyla let out another soft cry as she raised her leg. With a glance, William noticed a cylindrical tube tied on its leg. It was similar to the tubes carried by the messenger hawks in their state. For me? William asked. Skyla nodded her head in acknowledgement. William dismounted Ella's back and slowly approached the white crane. Skyla didn't move and simply waited for William to untie the object she was carrying. Can I open it, crew? Ella walked close to William as she tried to take a peek. When he read the first few sentences of the letter that seemed to be really addressed to him. To my beloved son, I greet you from the holy city of Ethel. I do not know where to begin, because no matter what I say it will not be enough to tell you how much I love and miss you, my son. However, know that not a single day has passed when I, Arwen and Arian Ainsworth, didn't think of you. If possible, I didn't want to let you go, to make that choice. I know that you may not believe me, but it was one of the hardest decisions that I have made in my life. I pray that you will find it in your heart to forgive me for not being able to stay by your side for these past few years. Words are not enough to tell you how much I've wanted to hold you in my arms and kiss you before you close your eyes to sleep. William paused in reading the letter because his vision started to blur. Although the handwriting was beautiful, he could see the dried-up tear stains that had merged with the ink of the letter. His heart ached for the sadness of the mother that he hadn't seen since he was born in this world. Only after he wiped away the tears in his eyes did he continue to read the rest of the message that his mother wanted to him. The white crane, Skyla, looked at William silently from the side. She could feel Arwen's bloodline flowing through William's body. It was the bloodline of a high elf that had the power to communicate with beasts at a deeper level. Although it was diluted, it still allowed William to communicate with Ella and the members of his herd. When she saw William's tears, the white crane remembered her master, Arwen, crying as she wrote the letter that she had delivered. Both of them are crybabies. This was the thought that appeared in Skyla's head as she continued to observe Arwen's only child, William. Again, I would like to ask for your forgiveness because it took me 10 years to write a letter to you. I was afraid that you would not be old enough to understand my words, so I delayed sending my letters for a few years. However, after seeing the smiles of the children here in Ethel, I wasn't able to hold back my feelings and decided to put them on paper. I want to know everything about you. You like to eat, your hobbies, the environment you grew up in, and whether your father's family is taking good care of you. Please, tell me everything. Even if it's just about the weather or the things you ate for breakfast. From this moment onwards, I will write to you at regular intervals. Since the Silver Moon continent is quite far from the southern continent, I could only send you 2 letters every month. I am very thankful that Skyla had taken it upon herself to deliver my letter to you. She's my spirit beast, and I trust her completely. Also, she told me that she would like you to address her as Big Sister Skyla. It seems that she has the intention of treating you as her little brother. I hope you don't mind it. I would like to write more, but I'm afraid that I won't be able to stop myself from pouring out all my frustrations in this letter. I don't want to do that. Again, I pray that you will give me a letter in reply. Know that I will treasure your handwritten letters like a family heirloom. I will patiently wait for your reply. Forever loving you, Arwen and Arian Ainsworth. William breathed heavily as he finished reading the letter. His heart ached inside his chest as he organized his jumbled thoughts. This was the first time that his birth mother had reached out to him, and it caught him by surprise. If someone were to ask him if he hated his mother, Arwen, the answer would be a big no. Although he didn't know the circumstances, his grandpa had told him that his mother was carrying a heavy responsibility. Her decision to send William to Lant was to ensure his safety. Williams for Arwen were neither hot nor cold. Right now, Arwen was a stranger to him. Although she was the one that gave birth to him, he hadn't seen or interacted with her for these past 10 years. However, the moment he read his mother's letter, the feelings that had been dormant in his heart suddenly burst forth. The sweetness, the bitterness, and the ache all melded together and gave William a taste on what it was like to connect to someone that was miles away from Lant. He carefully folded the letter and placed it inside his ring of conquest. William planned to read it again later after he had calmed down. The white crane looked at him and let out a soft cry. It released William from his daze and made him realize that he was supposed to write a reply letter to his mother. Be Big Sister Skyla? Crew. What is my mother like? Can you tell me more about her? Skyla looked at William with a soft gaze. Her eyes were saying, this is going to take a while, so why don't we find a place to talk instead of standing here? William looked at his surroundings and gave an awkward cough. The two of them were standing near the road, and it was not an appropriate place to have a lengthy talk about his mother. Let's go to the residence. I will also ask my Aunt Helen to prepare food for you. Crew. William, Ella, and Skyla rested in the garden. The white crane started her tale, and William gave her his undivided attention. The crane spoke of the Silver Moon continent, the holy city of Ethel, and the Anarian family. Skyla was a good storyteller. She didn't mention Arwen's hardships, and only talked about the fun and amusing things about her. Little by little, William started to weave a picture of his mother inside his head. A beautiful elf, with long blonde hair, and light green eyes that would melt the hearts of any man who gazed upon her. Skyla also had a mischievous side on her. She told William stories about his mother like an auntie on the street that liked to gossip. William chuckled from time to time as he pictured his noble mother being buried by stacks of papers. Ella, too, listened with a serious expression. She was very curious about the birth mother of her baby. When Skyla finished her tale, the sun was already about to set. William thanked her profusely for telling him about his mother. He then busied himself in writing a reply letter that Skyla would be carrying back to the Silver Moon continent. After writing his letter, William pestered James for a storage ring that he could use to store the gifts that he planned to give to his mother. James agreed to his request and even opened the storehouse in order to add some special products from Lont. William wanted to give Arwen a special gift that belonged to him, but he couldn't think of any. In the end, he decided to give her the cloak that was made from the pelt of the thunder-horned wolf that he had personally slain in battle. Helen had stitched William's name on the cloak, and the boy thought that it was a suitable gift for his mother. He placed the storage ring inside the cylindrical tube, along with his letter. William personally tied the tube on Skyla's leg, and ensured that it was firmly held in place. Before taking off, Skyla nuzzled the side of William's face, as if remembering his scent. With a soft cry to say her goodbye, she flew towards the moonlit sky bound for the Silver Moon continent. William watched her go as he placed a hand over his chest. He made an oath that someday in the future, he would personally go to the holy city of Nightfaethel and reunite with his mother. Whether their reunion would be filled with happiness or tears, only time would tell. Chapter 57. Reaping benefits amidst the chaos. 5 hours after Skyla left the skies of Lont, William and the goats gathered inside the goat shed to plan their strategy in exploring the dungeon. He knew that the time would come when he would reunite with his mother, but until then, he would have to focus on getting stronger. After a unanimous vote, everyone decided that they shouldn't go to the 14th floor where the goblin shaman resided. There were a couple of reasons for this, but it was mostly due to the trauma that William and the goats had experienced during their last battle. Also, William's Dark Mage job class was still level 0. In order to fight against the hobgoblin shaman, William must first reach level 15% in order to gain sufficient skill points and learn the skills to counter its dark magic. For that to happen, they decided to just focus on gaining experience on floors 11 to 13. William, Ella, and the goats approved of this plan. After making their last-minute preparations, they once again returned to the Goblin Crypt. Goblin Crypt Floor 11. EXP gain 220. EXP gain 220. EXP gain 220. EXP gain 220. William and the goats started to sweep the entire floor hunting for hobgoblins as experience points. The subclass that was currently equipped was Dark Mage, while the supporting spell that William chose from the Ice Mage job class was Mana Regeneration. Due to the system, William was able to choose one skill that he could use even though he had switched his job class. The system allowed William to equip one skill per job class, as long as the requirement was met. What was the requirement for the support skills to work? The job class must be at max level. Since William had the Ice Mage at max, he was able to choose one spell from the Ice Mage job class, and place it in the support magic slot. This was the magic that William could freely use regardless of what kind of job class he was currently using. It was one of the perks of having the blessing of the god of all trades, and William was very satisfied with this feature. After all the mobs in the 11th floor had been cleared, they immediately headed towards the 12th floor. The teamwork of the goats was starting to bear fruit as their speed in clearing the floors increased. William and Ella didn't join the battle. They just stayed in the rear and watched as the Angorian goats developed their battle sense. Battle sense was a skill that could not be taught. It was something that could only be learned through first-hand experience. The Angorian goats had good temperaments, so it wasn't easy for them to become warriors at the get-go. William and Ella had spent years in the Goblin Crypt before they developed their own battle style. If they hadn't encountered the hobgoblin shaman on the 14th floor, William was sure that they would have already cleared the 14th floor long ago. Remember, don't let your guard down, William reminded the goats. Even though there isn't a single monster that can threaten you on this floor, you mustn't be too overconfident. Always work as a team to achieve victory. Me. The goats bleated their agreement as they focused on the new battles that they were going to face. It took them 8 hours to clear the 12th floor, and 10 hours on the 13th. William's Dark Mage job class had gained a total of 11 levels in this dungeon expedition. After clearing the 13th floor, he decided to return and call it a day. Ella and the goats had no complaints as well. Although the experience points they gained weren't much, they still managed to get a level each. Name, William von Ainsworth race. Half-elf current EXP. 146, 283. Over 146, 283. Dark Mage LVL 11. Current job EXP. 455. Over 13, 316. Name, Ella race. Angorian War Ibex level, 11 strength, 51 agility, 108 vitality, 50 intelligence, 40% dexterity, 30% current EXP, 21, 894, over 26, 632 race. Angorian Goat level, 21 strength, 10 agility, 28. Vitality, 10 intelligence 2, dexterity, 7,033 over 42,033 over 42,033 over 42,508. William yawned as he embraced his mama Ella to sleep, and only the sound of William's and the goat's deep breathing as they slept echoed within its walls. Ella watched her wards with a gentle gaze before she too closed her eyes to sleep. Somewhere near the Windkeep Citadel, a great battle was taking place. James, along with the masters of Lant, were kiting the big shots of the Beast-Tide from afar. They were trying to split the attention of the monsters in order to help the offensive of the Helen Kingdom break the Beast-Tide's battle formation. AN. Keating is a term mostly used in games when you attack the enemies from a safe distance, so they can't attack you back. Those bastards must be so annoyed right now, James chuckled as he watched John, Blitz and the Sentinel of Lant, Trent, harass the ranks of the monster army from the air. Of the job advancements of the sniper class. In order to change to this job profession, an important requirement had to be met, and that was to single-handedly slay an adult dragon. Basically, Sentinels were dragon slayers, and every faction in the continent wanted one to join their ranks. In the southern continent there were only 2 dragon slayers. One was Trent, and the other one was serving in a different kingdom. Marcus, who was seated on top of his mount, Thunder, nodded his head in agreement. We're lucky that the big boss of the Beast-Tide was a flood dragon. Due to Trent's harassment, it couldn't command the monster army effectively. Even so, this will still be a very difficult battle for the kingdom, Jekyll commented. The Beast-Tide has the Harpy Queen to command the army from the air. On the ground they have the Lamia Queen and the Garm to take charge. Those two cannot be underestimated because they are very sly monsters. It's fine, as long as we keep the Flood Dragon busy, a monk holding a wine jar said in a casual manner. According to my prediction, the winner of this war will be determined in 2 days' time. Dwayne, you already saw all the big shots in the monster army. James looked at the monk who was happily drinking from the wine jar in his hand. At most we need to deal with 3 of them. What are our best choices? Dwayne burped and closed his eyes. Of course we need to take the Flood Dragon. It is the best catch, and we can't let the nobles get it. As for the last 2, I think the Orobro Golden Ape and the Amphisbaena 2-headed serpent will be very helpful in Lant. I can understand about the Amphisbaena, but Orobro? That one needs careful consideration, James replied as he played with his beard. A single punch from that golden ape can demolish the walls of the Windkeep Citadel with ease. Ah, about that, boss, Dwayne said with a mischievous smile. I am looking for a beast companion, and that monkey is the one that I've always wanted. For it to appear here can be considered a fateful encounter, don't you agree? You still have a big appetite, James grinned. How confident are you in subduing it? As expected of boss, Dwayne grinned and pressed both of his palms together. I have already prepared for this day for many years. I alone can deal with that monkey. What I need to ask from everyone, and boss, is to just lure it to our direction. I'm confident that I will be able to subdue it with ease. Okay, we will move when the Helen Kingdom launches their full offensive. James nodded his head. The night passed swiftly as James and the others lay in wait. They were like a pack of bandits waiting for the treasures to be drawn in their direction. For them, the outcome of this battle had already been set in stone. What they needed to do was to reap as many benefits as they could during the chaos and return to Lant in a triumphant manner. Chapter 58, Time for you to become my slave. It's nice to see that you are looking very beautiful today, master, William greeted Celine with a smile. Celine was seated on the couch on the first floor, wearing a black dress that covered every inch of her body except her neck and head. Even so, it wasn't able to hide Celine's beautiful curves that made William fall into a daze. In Celine's eyes, William was still a child, so she didn't pay much attention to his reactions. She nodded her head with a smile as she nudged her for the little boy to come closer. Since you have accepted me as your master, it is only normal that I give you a gift in return, Celine said as she took a beautiful collar out of her storage ring. This is your gift as my disciple. Wear it proudly on your neck. William accepted the collar and appraised it using his skill. Collar of Wisteria. This collar is embedded with runic language that makes whoever wears it become Celine die. What's this? Celine asked. I prepared this gift just for you, and you don't plan to wear it? An ornate collar made from mithril, forged by an elven master from the Silvermoon continent. Wisteria's slave for 4 years. Increases resistance to curses by 50%. Cannot be removed except by Celine die Wisteria. Yuck. William almost dropped the collar in his hands as he read its information. Master, this collar is too precious, William stuttered. Allow this humble disciple of yours to decline your magnanimous gift. I am not deserving of your grace. He then hurriedly tried to return the collar, but Celine's smile froze him in place. Master, this humble disciple is not worthy, William answered with a serious expression. If you think I'm stupid, why should I wear a slave collar? This sir refuses to become a slave. Celine chuckled, but her eyes that were locked on William were screaming murder. Little Will, are you defying your master's orders? Master's orders are something that this disciple would gladly follow, William replied in a respectful and righteous tone. However, I am not deserving of this amazing gift that master has bestowed upon me. But I insist that you have it. In that case, I will treasure this gift with all my heart. William hurriedly placed the collar of wisteria inside his ring of conquest, but the magical artifact refused to be stored inside it. Celine watched this scene with amusement. William huffed and puffed in an attempt to force the collar to the storage ring, but it yielded no results. William, wear it, Celine ordered. If you do, I promise to give you additional rewards. Master, it's fine. I don't need any additional rewards, William stated in a righteous manner. Being your disciple is all the reward that I need. Brat, are you going to wear it, or must I force you to wear it? I'm not going to wear it. Ha ha! It seems that you're not as stupid as you look, but it's too late. Your fate was sealed the moment you entered my house. Celine let go of any fake pretenses and cast a paralyzing spell on William. The boy's stiff body fell onto the floor, which startled Ella, who was standing by his side. Ella realized that her baby was in danger, so she immediately charged towards Celine in order to protect him. However, the dark sorceress had already anticipated this to happen. A blue orb shot from Celine's fingers and hit Ella at point-blank range. Immediately, the goat collapsed to the floor, deep asleep. Mama? William screamed. Master, what are you trying to accomplish by doing this? Even though his body couldn't move, his mouth was free to say whatever he wanted. I'm just strengthening the bonds of our master and servant. I mean master and disciple. Relationship, Celine answered with a smile. Now, little Will, time for you to become my slave. Barbados told was the crazy kind of crazy. He didn't believe him. When? William, not Celine. Completely. Now he had no doubt that his master was indeed crazy. For her to try to enslave a 10-year-old boy with a smile on her face that was free of guilt was a very scary thing to see. Celine took the mithril collar from William's hand and was about to put it on William's neck when the boy asked her a question. Master, why? William asked. Why must you do this? The young boy looked at Celine with a face filled with injustice. She could see the tears that were about to fall at the side of the boy's eyes as he spoke of his grievances. Little Will, don't think bad of me, Celine said in a soft voice that was as smooth as silk. It's just that my experiment failed because you disturbed me when I was at the crucial stage. Don't you know? I spent many years gathering those ingredients. I spent a lot of resources to get them, and what did I get in return? A bunch of crocodile hides. This is not what you call equivalent exchange, my little disciple. Celine caressed the side of William's face. Either your grandpa pays me up in full, or you have to serve me for 4 years of your life. Either way, it would still not be enough to pay for the losses that I incurred to protect Lon. Still, isn't this unfair? William tried to use reason. Since when did life become fair? Celine asked. Her expression gradually became cold as she looked down at the boy on the floor. Little Will, you have no idea what fairness is. Life has never been fair. There are people who have to beg in order to live, and there are those that were born with a silver spoon on their mouth. Both are people, but their circumstances are like heaven and earth. William, the only one who gets to decide what is fair or not is the one with the bigger fist. Celine's soft and delicate hand caressed William's cheek. Right now, I have the bigger fist. Because I am stronger than you, I can bully you. This is the law of the strong. Seeing William's unresigned gaze, Celine no longer argued with him, and placed the slave collar on his neck. A resounding click echoed inside the room as the mithril collar glowed on William's neck. Warning. Host is being enslaved. Opening system's defensive measures. Warning. System's current rank is insufficient to override the enslavement process. Enslavement process completed. Host is now a slave of Celine di Wisteria. Enslavement duration 4 years. William felt his consciousness blur as his gaze clouded over. He could feel his strength leaving his body. He tried to raise his head to look at the beautiful woman who was looking down on him, but his vision was already blurry. Sleep. A soft and almost musical order reached his ears. When you wake up, your apprenticeship will officially begin. When William closed his eyes and fell asleep, Celine patted his head gently. The cold and arrogant expression she had a few minutes ago were now gone. Instead, she had a sad look on her face as she looked at her one and only disciple. I'm sorry, William, Celine said inside her heart. It's fine if you hate me. But this is the baptism that all dark mages has to go through. It doesn't matter how much you resent me. I will take it all. This is my duty as your master. Oliver, the parrot monkey, eyed William from his perch and sighed internally. His mistress might act crazy at times, but he knew deep inside that she was a very kind and caring person. The loyal guardian knew that Celine was doing this for William's own good, but this was something that he couldn't tell the boy. Oliver decided to observe for now. The only problem was William's family. The parrot monkey was sure that the Ainsworth family would definitely be enraged by Celine's arbitrary action. Chapter 59. Enjoy your first taste of suffering. When William opened his eyes, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. Where am I? William frowned. Although the place was dark, his night vision activated, and it helped him scan his surroundings. With a glance, his intuition told him that he should be somewhere underground. When he tried to move his body, he was surprised to discover that his arms and feet were bound by metallic chains. He tried to free himself from the bindings, but his current strength was not enough to break free. Made from adamantium and runic languages, were set in place so that you couldn't use magic. The beam hit William's body, and the boy's expression immediately slackened. A few seconds. A familiar sound reached his ears, and William hurriedly looked to his right. Mama, are you all right? Ella's feet and neck were held by chains, making it impossible for her to break free. Ella was stronger than William, so if she wasn't able to break her bindings, it would be more impossible for him to do so. Finally, you're awake. Celine's voice reverberated in the room, and William could hear the tinge of amusement in them. Don't bother to free yourself from those bindings. Those chains were. Master, I don't care if you imprison me, but please, let Mama Ella go. William pleaded. You can do anything you want with me, but don't hurt her. Ella bleated in disapproval. She wouldn't leave William no matter what, even if Celine freed her from her shackles. How touching, Celine replied. This is the first time I've seen a half-elf calls a goat his mother. As for your request? Sorry, I have no intention of freeing the two of you. As your master, it is necessary for me to educate you properly. Oliver, I'll leave little Will's basic training to you. The parrot monkey appeared inside the room from who knows where. It then hovered in the air and gave William and Ella a sinister grin. Good day, Oliver will be your trainer for today, Oliver said. Your first training is gaining resistance to curses. Without further ado, enjoy your first taste of suffering. Confuse Ray, Oliver shouted, and two beams of red light shot out from its eyes. Later he screamed and struggled within his bindings. The Confuse Ray was one of the skills of a dark magician that could make its target enter a berserk state. William was currently in a berserk state as he growled and shouted like a crazy person who had lost his mind. Ella screamed in anger when she saw William's current state. Her baby was in a deranged state of mind, and bruises were starting to appear on his skin as he tried to break free from the metallic chains that bound him. Don't worry, you will also suffer the same fate, Oliver commented. Confuse Ray. Ella wasn't spared, and a red beam of light hit her, dead center. Ella's berserk state was more wild compared to William. Ella rattled her chains without caring whether she bled or not. She tossed, turned, kicked, and screamed as she transformed into an Angorian war ibex. Oliver and Celine watched all of this with indifference. As dark magicians, there was a time when they too were subjected to harsh training. Oliver continued to use Confuse Ray on them once they snap out of their daze. You already know how to gauge their limit, right? Yes, mistress. Good. Celine nodded her head. I'll leave the first phase of their training to you. Call me when it's over. By your will, my lady, Oliver bowed his head in acknowledgement. That day William had entered the berserk state more than 50 times. He collapsed on his bindings with his saliva dripping at the side of his lips. Ella, too, was in a similar state, if not worse. Their wrists and ankles were bleeding due to their excessive movement, but the pain was not enough to bring them out of their unconscious state. Owen entered the room with a sigh. He checked William's and Ella's current condition before healing the injuries in their body. He fed them a special potion that was filled with nutrients. With this potion, they did not need to eat for 3 days, for it was potent enough to supply their body with the necessary sustenance they needed to survive. It was a potion made from the heart, liver, and blood of the golden-scaled crocodile. Owen had already been briefed by Celine of the training regimen that she had prepared for William. His task was to heal the injuries they would sustain from the training, and ensure that they would not die from hunger and starvation. The training for dark magicians is too harsh compared to life magicians, Owen sighed as he finished his task. I just hoped that Celine wouldn't break the boy with her training. A week passed by in a blur, and finally a group of people made their way towards the town of Elyon. We're finally back, James said as he breathed in the air of his territory. Home sweet home. James was currently seated on the left shoulder of the Robro Golden Ape and admiring the town of Elyon from its vantage point. I'll inform the others of our arrival, John declared. His beast companion Blitz let out a shriek as it flew ahead of the group. I'll go as well, Marcus said as he urged Thunder to increase its speed. James, along with the 8 people that were left behind, took their time to arrive in Elyon. When the giant golden ape appeared outside of town, everyone went into an uproar. The mighty beast looked so imposing that everyone looked at it with awe and admiration. Dwayne, who succeeded in taming it as his beast companion, grinned with pride. Among the millennial beasts, the golden ape was considered to be in the middle of the SS-class spirit tier because of its well-rounded battle prowess. It was also the only beast who was capable of using the frenzy skill without losing its rationality. The frenzy skill is the upgraded version of Berserk. The Berserk skill would strip the user of its rationality in return for multiplying its strength 3-fold. Similar to Berserk, the frenzy skill, on the other hand, would increase the beast's strength fivefold. Ouroboros was the only spirit beast in existence that was immune to the effect of the frenzy state, which made it a lean, mean killing machine on steroids. Few monsters would be able to face it and survive its beating with an intact body. This was why Dwayne begged everyone to help him secure it when the all-out battle was taking place. James and the rest went back to their own lodgings to rest after arriving in Lant. The battle that they had experienced was quite intense, but the rewards were worth it. The old man was in a good mood, and he walked towards the Ainsworth residence while humming a tune. Mordred followed him to the battlefield because he was worried that his father might get carried away if no one restrained him. They had left Owen in charge of Lant while they were away, for they knew that they could count on him to handle everything even if they were not around. When the two men arrived at their home, the one who greeted them at the entrance was Helen. "Welcome back, sir, and young lord," Helen said with a smile. "Ah, Helen, how is everything?" James asked. "Is my stupid grandson doing well?" "Little Will hasn't returned home for a week," Helen said with a worried expression. "He's currently staying at Celine's house. When I went there to check on him, the only one I saw was Celine." She explained that little Will was undergoing training at the moment and couldn't be disturbed by anyone. "Oh, training, is it?" James smiled. "Wait, why is Celine training William?" "Ah, didn't you know about it, sir?" Helen tilted her head in confusion. "I thought sir was aware that Celine had taken William as her disciple." "Ho?" James played with his beard as he gazed at his son, Mordred. "Is it true that William hadn't been home for a week?" Mordred frowned. "Yes," Helen replied. "Young lord, to tell you the truth, I'm worried about him." James chuckled and patted Helen's shoulder. "All right, I'll check up on William for a while. Make sure to cook my favorite dishes for lunch. I'm starving, Helen." "Understood," Helen smiled. "I'll prepare a feast for sir's triumphant return." "I'll look forward to it," James winked. He then made his way towards the south where Celine's house was located. Chapter 60. A man must learn how to pay his debts. "Celine? What's the meaning of this?" James roared when he saw the mithril collar on William's neck. "How dare you enslave my grandson?" When James arrived at Celine's house, the first thing he saw was William sweeping the porch, with a resigned expression. For a man of his caliber, it was very easy for him to identify that the collar on William's neck was a slave collar. He barged inside the house carrying his grandson in his arms with a livid face as he called out to the master of the house. "Celine, come out. If you don't, I'll tear your house into pieces," James threatened. "HMP, I'd like to see you try to do anything to my house, old man," Celine replied as she made her way down from the stairs. James glared at the beautiful woman and pointed at William's neck. "What's the meaning of this, young lady? If you don't give me a proper explanation, I will have no choice but to punish you for bullying my grandson." "A proper explanation?" Celine smirked. "Very well, here's your proper explanation." Celine walked towards James and shoved a scroll in his face. James grumpily took the scroll from Celine's hand and read its contents. 1 dragon heart, 3 horns of the great unicorn, a spirit core of a fighting Jin, 6 scales of Kun Peng, 1 tooth of Taotite. James' eyes widened as he continued to read the rest of the contents that were written on the scroll. "These are ingredients?" James asked. "Yes," Celine answered. "Those are the ingredients that I lost while conducting my experiment. Do you know, old man? I was only a step away from succeeding when your grandson hawked, hawed, and begged me to save Lant." "Save Lant?" James frowned. "Did something happen while I was away?" The corner of Celine's lips curled up to a sneer. "Little Will, tell your grandpa about the incident that happened while he was off to gain some profits." William sighed because he was duty-bound by the slave collar to speak the truth. He narrated the story to his grandpa and told him everything about the attack of the black-scaled crocodiles during his absence. James' face went from red to green when he learned that Lant had almost been wiped off the map because of his negligence. If not for Celine's intervention, he and his comrades would have returned to a place of ruins. "Old man, if you can reimburse me with my losses, I'll remove the collar from William's neck," Celine said with a sweet smile. "Cough up and give me the goods, and we can all pretend that this thing never happened." James gave an awkward cough as he patted William's shoulder. "William, remember, a man must learn how to pay his debts. Grandpa, why don't you pay my debts in my stead?" "Silly boy, how can you ask your grandpa to do hard labor? Don't you know that I'm suffering from arthritis?" "BLST, I didn't see you suffering from arthritis when you fought against the wolf tide. You were as hale and hearty as a teenager." "Ungrateful grandson." James grabbed William's clothes and lifted him up with a hand. "Have you forgotten that I was the one who fed you milk when you were still a baby?" "What load of crap are you spouting, old man?" William roared. "The one who gave me milk when I was a baby was Mama Ella." "You fool. The one who raised your Mama Ella was me. Since she's the one who fed you milk, that is equivalent to me giving you milk, ungrateful grandson." "Stupid old man, if you've got guts, fight me for 200 rounds. "You're asking for it, boy." The stupid grandfather and grandson wrestled each other like 2 monkeys. Even Oliver, the parrot monkey, had to admit that the two were really related to each other. 5 minutes later, the 2 fools panted as they glared at each other. James then reluctantly tore away his gaze and looked at Celine. "How many years will he be your slave?" 4 years. Of course, if you can pay me ahead of time, then I can free him anytime. Just 4 years? James questioned. Yes, only 4 years. Celine nodded. James stood up and fixed his clothes. Okay, we have a deal. Excuse me? William pounded his grandpa's stomach. How about my say in this matter? James grabbed William and took him outside the house to talk. When the old man deemed that no one would be able to hear their conversation, he gave William a serious gaze. Listen here, William. I understand that this may be hard for you right now, but bear with it, James said with a serious expression. Your master, Celine, had saved Lon. You might not realize it, but she had indeed suffered great losses when she went to battle the golden-scaled crocodile and his minions. Is it really that bad? William asked. Look at this list. James sighed as he gave the scroll to William. Everything written here is a treasure. When we joined the kingdom to fight against the beast horde, we managed to defeat the flood dragon. One of the materials on that list is Dragon's Heart. Although we have the heart in our possession, it doesn't belong to me alone. It was the reward that the group decided to give Trent for his help in slaying the flood dragon at a crucial time. Everything listed there is an SS-class ingredient. It means that you have to hunt Centennial, Millennial, and Myriad beasts to acquire them. William pouted as he looked at the scroll in his hand. There were over 25 ingredients listed on the scroll. If what his grandpa told him was true, then it meant that getting them all in a short period of time was impossible. Tell me, William, does Celine mistreat you? James inquired. Ever since you became her slave, does she do things to you? Grandpa, listen, Master tortures me every day, William whined. He told him all the bad experiences he suffered under Celine's hands. James listened to his complaints with a calm expression. His expression didn't change even though William made the events more gruesome than they originally were. Is that so? James said in an unperturbed manner. Then William, tell me, did you really not gain anything from those experiences? That. William wanted to say he didn't gain anything, but if he really did it, he would be lying. That what? James stared straight at the young boy's eyes. Did you really not gain anything? William lowered his gaze and sighed. I did gain something, but Grandpa, it really hurts. Have you heard of the saying, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger? James smirked. This is exactly what is happening to you right now. Although you are suffering, you are also getting stronger. In the end, isn't it a good thing? Seeing that his grandson had finally calmed down, James chuckled and lifted him off the ground. He then placed him on his shoulders as he took him to a hill overlooking Lont. What is that? William gasped as he pointed at the Ouroboros at the distance. What a big monkey. Ape, not monkey, James corrected. That is an Ouroboros, one of the gains we acquired when we went to Windkeep Citadel to fight against the beast tide. I want one too, William said with sparkling eyes. It looks so cool. It does look cool, James agreed. It was at that moment when Ella arrived beside the two of them. She didn't find William in Celine's house, so she decided to follow their trail, which led her to a hill overlooking Lont. After admiring the coolness of the golden ape in the distance, James took William back to the Ainsworth residence to have lunch. A feast was waiting for them when they arrived, and William ate with gusto. Mordred, Anna, Leah, Cedric, and Helen were shocked when they saw the collar on William's neck. All of them became angry, but James explained the situation properly. Although Mordred, Anna, and Helen were still unresigned, they decided to trust James and let the matter go. However, that didn't stop Anna and Helen from spoiling William by piling heaps of meat on his plate. After lunch ended, James decided to take William back to Celine's house. Will, I know that this may sound cruel coming from me, but 4 years as Celine's slave is a small price to pay for the lives of the people in Lont, James said, as he walked beside his grandson. If she hadn't stepped up to offer her assistance, many people would have died. I know, William replied. Grandpa, there's no need to say anything more. I understand. Although Master can get a bit crazy at times, she's a good person. That she is. James nodded. She's someone who knows what suffering means. Her entire life has been filled with suffering. Even now, she's still suffering. William, take good care of her. At least here in Lont, I wish for her to suffer less. William really didn't understand what James was trying to say, but he still nodded his head. I will do my best, Grandpa. Me? Ah, I almost forgot about you, Ella. Be sure to look after William like you always do. Me. William would be lying if he said that he didn't resented Celine. How could he not? However, aside from the training, his master didn't order him to do anything unreasonable. He could only sigh in his heart and tell himself that his enslavement will end after he turned 14. Since that was the case, he would just focus on his training and increase his resistance against dark magic. Oliver would often give him snarky remarks that a dark mage who was affected by curses from the same field had no right to call themselves dark mages. After giving it some thought, William felt that he had a point. If he could be immune to curses, it could be used as a trump card in the future when he fought against dark mages of the same rank. Chapter 61. Arwen's long-awaited letter. The cry of a crane echoed in the distance, and Arwen hurriedly ran towards the balcony of her room, her gaze locked on the black speck on the horizon that was slowly becoming bigger and bigger. As a high elf, Arwen was a very patient person due to her long lifespan. However, for some reason, she was feeling impatient. She wanted time to speed up a little faster, so that Skyla could arrive in front of her right this instant. The long and excruciating wait had ended when the crane finally landed on the balcony. Instead of greeting the crane, Arwen immediately untied the cylinder that was tied to her leg. Skyla started to peck Arwen's head in dissatisfaction because her friend didn't even greet her, and just focused on the package that she had painstakingly brought with her from the southern continent. Ouch! Skyla, stop! I apologize for ignoring you. Please, stop hecking me! Arwen hurriedly apologized, and did her best to pacify the disgruntled crane, who had traveled a long distance to deliver her message and bring back her beloved son's reply to her letter. Crew. After I delivered your letter for you, this is how you repay me. Sorry, it won't happen again. Crew. It better not happen again or else I won't deliver your letter next time. Skyla is the best, as expected of a royal Silvermoon crane who is prided for their elegance, beauty, and kind heart. Crew. Fool. Your flattery won't get you anywhere. After 10 minutes of coaxing and a gracious serving of Silvermoon milkfish, Skyla finally quieted down and closed her eyes to rest. Although traveling across continents wasn't difficult for her, a round trip from the Silvermoon continent and southern continent was still an exhausting journey to say the least. Seeing that her best friend had finally calmed down, Arwen heaved a sigh of relief and sat on a chair to read her son's letter. To be honest, she was afraid to read William's reply. What if he wrote that he hated her? What if he wrote a letter of complaint for abandoning him? As these negative thoughts passed through her head, Arwen felt that the cylindrical package she was holding in her hand suddenly became heavy. Arwen took deep breaths in order to calm her restless heart. No matter what, she had to know what William thought of her. As she opened the cylinder, a folded scroll and a ring fell into her hand. Arwen took another round of deep breaths before she hurriedly unrolled the scroll to read William's reply. To my beloved mother who thinks of me every single day. Hello, and good day to you, mother. To be perfectly honest, it took me more than 15 minutes to write that single sentence, because I have no idea on how I should start my letter. I didn't know that writing a reply letter was going to be this hard. Arwen lightly giggled as she read her son's first sentences. She could understand that feeling because she had experienced the same when she decided to write a letter to him. Her eyes wandered across William's handwriting. Although it wasn't as elegant as hers, she still fell in love with the firm and bright strokes that showed his determination to reply to her letter. Let me formally introduce myself first. My name is William von Onsworth, the most handsome boy in the southern continent. Grandpa James said that I look just like you, mother, so that means that you are definitely the most beautiful lady in the Silvermoon continent. I was surprised when I saw Big Sister Skyla appear in launch carrying your letter. I've never seen a white crane as big and as smart as her. She was very gentle and kind enough to tell me stories about you, my grandparents, the holy city of Nyfa Ethel, and the Silvermoon continent. Big Sister Skyla also said that although my mother is beautiful, she is also the biggest crybaby in the holy city of Nyfa Ethel. Arwen's lips twitched when she read the part of her being a crybaby. She glared at the sleeping Skyla at the side. You traitor, Arwen thought. How dare you tell my son that I'm a crybaby? I'm not. As if sensing her glare, Skyla opened her eyes and gave her the, "What, you have a problem with me?" sidelong glance which made Arwen immediately avert her gaze. Between Skyla and Arwen, the crane had always been the more aggressive of the two. She had been Arwen's protector for years, and had treated the high elf as if she were her own little sister. This was why Arwen couldn't go against Skyla, even if she was made to drink 2 jars of courage. With a defeated heart, Arwen returned to reading William's letter. Don't worry, mother. Even if you are really a crybaby, as Big Sister Skyla said, that won't change the fact that you are my mother, and I care for you. It is quite regretful that I didn't get the opportunity to see your face when I was still a baby. If possible, can you please send me a drawing of you, so that I may know what my beautiful mother looks like? My Mama Ella also wants to see you. Before I forget. Mama Ella is the one who took care of me since I was a baby. She's an Angorian goat, and I grew up drinking her milk every day. In my heart, she is my second mother, who is just as irreplaceable as you. I hope there comes a day when you can meet each other. I love her very much. I wish to meet her too, Arwen muttered. She wanted to meet William's second mother who had been with him since he was a baby. Arwen also felt envious and jealous of Ella because she had witnessed William's growth in her place. She could feel, based on William's handwriting, that her son really loved Ella. She even felt worried that William loved Ella more than he loved her. Although she could understand William's feelings for Ella because the two of them had been together for many years, she still felt bitter in her heart. Arwen, too, wished that she could have stayed by William's side and see his growth from a baby who could barely crawl to a young boy who was as narcissistic as his grandfather's. Yes, James and Theoden were both narcissistic individuals. It seemed that both of their genes had been passed down to William. Mother, Lot may be the crudest place in the southern continent, but this small town where I grew up is very warm. The people here are lively and full of life. Uncle Mordred, Aunt Anna, Aunt Helen, Cousin Matthew, and Grandpa are very warm and loving people. I think of myself as a very fortunate person because every day is filled with love and happiness. That is why, Mother, you don't have to worry about my well-being. I am very happy right now, and I feel like I'm the luckiest boy in the world to be part of this loving family. There are many more things that I'd like to say, but I'm afraid that my tears will start to fall if I continue to put it into words. Perhaps I also received some crybaby genes from you, Mother. Rest assured, although I can't put the rest of my thoughts into words, I will make up for it in the gifts that I will enclose along with this letter. I managed to pester Grandpa James, and he agreed to open the storage house, so that I can send you some of the specialties of Lant. I also added a few more gifts for my grandparents who I want to meet someday in Neatville Ethel. I don't know if these gifts will be to their liking, but I hope that they will not turn them away. Lastly, Mother, even though this is the first time we've communicated with each other, know that I don't hate you. Although, I'm sad that we have to part from each other, I know that you did it for my sake. Words can't express how much I want to see you, so please, if possible, send me a painting of you. I will also ask Grandpa to have me painted as well, so that you will be able to see how handsome and amazing your son is. I pray that our fated reunion will come a day sooner. Thinking of you from the southern continent, William von Onsworth. Arwen's eyes blurred as she pressed the letter to her chest. She felt relieved, and happy that William didn't hate her. However, she also felt bitter because her feelings of love were overflowing, but she couldn't give them to him. Arwen's tears streamed down the sides of her beautiful face, but she made no attempts to stop them. Skyla, who was resting at the side, opened her eyes for a brief moment before closing them again. Contrary to what Skyla had told William, Arwen was not a crybaby. As the saintess of the world tree, it was impossible for her to show her emotional side to the public. Only when she was alone, and thinking of her departed husband and their faraway son, does she allow the tears to fall from her eyes. She had to remain strong for both of their sakes, and Skyla understood this well. It was also for this reason that she was willing to undertake the long and dangerous journey to travel between continents to deliver Arwen's letter. If this was the only way to make her, little Arwen, happy, then Skyla would even face off against a dragon, if it meant that she could bring William's message back to his loving mother's arms. That night, Arwen dreamed a happy dream. A dream where her beloved son was nestled inside her loving embrace, and no one in the world would separate the two of them ever again. Chapter 62. Time to go to the temple. When William returned to Celine's house, the beautiful lady was lying on the couch and taking a nap. James left because he didn't want to disturb her, and simply told William to take good care of himself. Since he had accepted that his grandson was now Celine's disciple, it also meant that he would be staying in Celine's house for the time being. This was how apprenticeship was done in their world. Gaining a disciple was similar to adopting a child. As a master, it was their responsibility to take care of their disciple till their apprenticeship was over. William and James had also discussed along the way that a goat pen and goat shed should be built outside of Celine's house. He needed to take care of his herd as well, so bringing them to Celine's place was the ideal thing to do. 5 days later, a brand new goat pen and shed were constructed on the property of the Dark Sorceress. James paid for the labor and materials, and also made sure that the new goat shed would be comfortable enough for William and the rest of the goats to stay in. He knew that this was going to be William's secret base when he was going to head inside the Ring of Conquest. With that in mind, James asked the carpenters to make it relatively secure so that no one would be able to get in, unless they entered through the front entrance. After 2 weeks of torture, William and Ella had started to develop some resistance to the Berserk curse. Although they suffered, they had also gained a lot through the experience. Even though they had entered the Berserk state, there were times where they were able to retain their state of mind to a certain extent. Seeing that the training was quite effective, William pleaded with Celine to add Kronos, Aslan, and the rest of the goats in their training. Celine didn't particularly mind, and simply found the notion interesting. Oliver was still the one in charge of the training, so adding a few more goats into the mix wouldn't be a big deal. After 2 months of extensive training, William and his herd managed to clear the 14th floor with flying colors. On their first few tries, the Goblin Shaman was able to neutralize their party with blind and berserk spells. Although William and Ella had raised their immunity, the Hobgoblin Shaman was a master in dark magic. Aside from curses, it was also able to wield the power of darkness up to the 4th circle. What did that mean? It meant that William and Ella had to deal with a bona fide elemental mage, which was a very dangerous foe to face. A Hobgoblin Shaman was equivalent to William in terms of firepower. Even Ella, in her War Ibex form, couldn't afford to take a direct hit from its elemental attacks. Fortunately, it only took 2 months before the group managed to overcome this obstacle. William, Ella, and the goats advanced steadily as they made their way towards the lower floors. The 15th floor was quite challenging because every group of hobgoblins had one hobgoblin leader and hobgoblin shaman in their ranks. Of course, after the goats had developed an immunity to certain spells, the battle didn't go as badly as before. William's battle style had also greatly improved, and he had now become a pseudo-battle mage. Although he still hadn't polished his close combat skills, he was not helpless when fighting enemies at close quarters. Another month passed, and William managed to conquer the goblin crypt up to the 17th floor. He could still advance their exploration, but he decided to put it on hold, at least for the time being. The reason why he decided to stop their advance was because of the pending quest that he hadn't finished to go to a temple in order to talk to Gavin. Since the remnants of the beast tide had mostly been eradicated, it was now safe again to travel in the western region. All he needed to do was to gain permission from his master and his grandpa to leave Lant and finish his pending mission. "All right, I will approve of your request to visit the temple," Celine said in a lazy voice. "However, you must bring me a souvenir when you get back." "Thank you, master," William replied. "What kind of souvenir do you want?" "Any kind as long as it's good." "Understood." After getting his master's approval, William sought out his grandfather next. "Visit the temple?" James played with his beard for a while as he weighed the pros and cons of sending William outside of Lant. "Isn't it fine?" William insisted. "The beast tide is already dealt with and the roaming monsters are being hunted down. Besides, I am not going alone. Mama Ella and the other goats will accompany me in the journey." "Well, I guess you can go," James relented after his grandson's constant pleading. "But you must promise me one thing. If you face a monster that is impossible to beat, you must escape as fast as you can. Do I make myself clear?" "I promise." William nodded his head like a hen pecking rice. "Thank you, Grandpa. I will be careful." "Go and find Helen," James ordered. "She will help you prepare the things that you will need for your journey. According to my estimation, you will be able to reach the temple in 4 to 6 days. Tell her to give you enough supplies for 10 days. Okay." William hurriedly left and went to look for his Aunt Helen. He was afraid that James would change his mind and prevent him from leaving Lant. The old man watched the young boy go with a chuckle. "Ezio," James said softly. A shadow appeared inside the room, and a man wearing a black robe appeared in front of James. "Sir." Ezio bowed his head. "Watch my grandson from the shadows and ensure his safety." "I hear and obey, my liege." Ezio disappeared from the room. James looked outside the window and stared in the direction of the Holy Temple. He hoped that his grandson wouldn't encounter any mishaps on his first outside the borders of Lant journey. "Make sure to pay attention to your surroundings," Celine said as she stood at the north gate of Lant to bid William goodbye. "Also, if you encounter bandits along the way, just kill them. Killing them will ensure that the innocent don't have to suffer." Master, are you seriously asking a 10-year-old kid to kill people?" William asked with a pout. "I killed my first bandit when I was 8, Celine glared at him. "Are you a man? Why are you such a peace-eye?" "I killed my first bandit when I was 9, James commented. "As my grandson, you should do your best to kill these bastards at the first opportunity." How barbaric, William thought. Are the people of this world really this indifferent to killing? William came from Earth, so his mindset, when it came to killing people, was very different from the views of the inhabitants of Hestia. If possible, he didn't want to end the life of a human being. Killing monsters was fine, because for him they were not human. Hestia is the name of William's current world. However, he knew that if he was pushed into a corner, he would also steel himself to commit the deed even if he didn't want to. "Little William, look after yourself," Helen said as she helped him wear a traveling cloak. "I have packed you enough food and clothes for 10 days. Make sure to eat on time and rest on time, okay?" "Thank you, Aunt Helen." William smiled and nodded his head. "I'll come back as soon as I can." "Good, I will be waiting." William waved goodbye before mounting Ella's back. "Master, grandfather, take care." "Come back early," Celine said as she waved back. "Feel free to pick up a girl to bring home as a wife when you return," James shouted. "It doesn't matter how many you bring back, we'll take them all." William almost fell off Ella's back when he heard his grandfather's shameless words. The old man still hadn't given up on the notion of playing matchmaker for William. He was even insisting that the more wives he had, the better. Did he think that beautiful girls grow in the wild like cabbages? As the town of Lant disappeared behind his back, William felt a sense of anticipation. It was his first time going on an adventure away from home, and it was making him excited and anxious at the same time. What he didn't know is that during this trip towards the Holy Temple, he would meet someone that would play an important role in his life in the not-so-distant future. Chapter 63, Traveling Together, Part 1. "Can you accomplish this task?" "I can." "Good." A woman who seemed to be in her early 30s nodded her head. "Your father's expecting great things from you. Don't let him down." "I will do my best, mother." The boy looked up at his mother with a serious gaze. "I will not let you and father down." The woman sighed and pulled the boy in her embrace. She then brushed his head affectionately for a time before letting him go. "Nana, Herman, I leave Est in your care." The woman looked at her 2 loyal retainers. "Make sure that he returns safe and sound from his mission." "Yes, my lady. By your will, my lady." 10 minutes later, a wooden carriage made its way outside of the city walls and traveled into the darkness of the night. Their destination was the Holy Temple. The young boy looked outside the carriage window as they left the glorious city behind. "Don't worry, Father, Mother, I will complete my mission," Est vowed as he looked at the stars in the distance. "You Excellency, Lady Astrid, please, watch over me. Brar, the water is so cold." William shivered as he washed his face using the water in the river. He just woke up a few minutes ago, and decided to wash his face in order to remove the last dregs of sleep in his system. Ella walked beside him and gave her morning greeting. "Me. Good morning, Mama Ella. Me." After their daily greeting, William took out a wooden bowl from his storage ring and milked his Mama Ella. Although he was already 10 years old, he still drank her milk every day. Why? Because Ella's milk is delicious. Also, Ella would nag at him if he didn't drink her milk on a daily basis. William could drink it directly from the source, but he decided to use a cup instead. Ella didn't seem to mind this change in her baby's routine. The only thing she cared about was whether or not William drank her milk. Daily quest, drink milk, has been completed. Rewards, 6 XP points. "I still don't understand why this quest still works up to this day," William mused as he looked at his notification window. Back when he was still a baby, he depended on this daily quest in order to gain some AXP. Now this notification reminded him of the time when he was still a weak and feeble baby that could only stay still and wait to be fed on a daily basis. A nostalgic smile appeared on William's face as he remembered the shenanigans he and Ella had during his childhood. He was about to go into a daze when he felt a wet sensation on his cheeks. "Me. Sorry, Mama Ella," William apologized as he caressed Ella's neck. "I was reminiscing about the past." "Me? I pray that all of you find happiness in your next life," William prayed as he knelt on the ground. The time when I was still a baby. Me. Time flies so fast. Everything that happened was like yesterday." William closed his eyes as he hugged Ella's neck. "I'm very lucky to have you, Mama." "Me?" Ella closed her eyes and pressed the side of her face on William's cheeks. The mother and son pair stayed like this for a few minutes. They only stopped when they felt the other goats starting to stir from their slumber. William prepared a small fire where he warmed his breakfast in Ella's milk. Ella and the other goats drank from the river and munched on the grasses until they had their fill. After eating their breakfast, William, Ella, and the goats continued their journey. It had been 3 days since they left the town of Lon. So far, they hadn't encountered any bandits or any roaming monsters along the way. However, they did see several ruins as they journeyed towards the Holy Temple. These ruins belonged to towns and villages that used to thrive in the western region of the Helen Kingdom. When William passed these villages and towns, the young boy would spend a few minutes offering a silent prayer to the people who had died in the incident. As someone who had memories of his reincarnation, he knew that these people would also be given another opportunity to live their lives all over again. The only difference was that they would no longer remember anything about their past lives. May your days be beautiful and bright. The goat stood still by his side as they looked at the ruins. They didn't make any noise, and waited for William to finish his prayer. It was then when he heard the sound of a carriage being pulled from behind him. William didn't move and continued to pray. He didn't feel any malice coming from the carriage, so he decided to continue his prayer. The boy thought that they were just travelers who were passing by, so he just ignored their presence. When William finally finished his prayer, he was surprised to find out that the carriage had stopped a few meters away from him. The boy frowned and looked at the goats. He thought that the goats were blocking the way so that the carriage was forced to come to a stop. Seeing that his herd was standing in a neat row and away from the main road, the worry in William's mind disappeared. The boy looked at the carriage and noticed a middle-aged man seated on the coachman's seat smiling at him. "Lad, are you familiar with this place?" A middle-aged man with graying hair asked. "Sorry, but I'm not a local of this area," William replied. "I'm just passing through and saw these ruins." "I see." The man nodded his head in understanding. "Then can you tell us where the Holy Temple is located? You're also on your way to the Holy Temple." William smiled. "I am also headed towards the Holy Temple." "Oh? Have you been there before, lad?" "No, this is the first time I traveled outside of my hometown, but I have a map with me." "Can I have a look at your map, kiddo? I just want to know the general direction of the temple." "Of course." William walked towards the carriage while pulling out the map from his storage ring. He handed the map to the middle-aged man in a very friendly manner. "Kid, you shouldn't trust others too much," the middle-aged man said with a serious expression. "What if I'm a bad person? I might just snatch this map and leave you behind." "My goats are a good judge of character," William replied. "Since they're not making any ruckus, then that means that you are not a bad person. You trust your goats that much." "I trust them with my life." The middle-aged man didn't know if he should laugh or cry at the little boy's naivety, but William's carefree attitude left a good impression on him. The middle-aged man nodded his head a few times as he examined the map. It had been many years since he had been to the western region, and the recent calamity had drastically changed the scenery. The landmarks he remembered were no longer there, so he was having a hard time finding the road that would lead him to the temple. Fortunately, he sensed William from afar, and decided to head in his direction. His gamble paid off, and he was rewarded with a map that would lead him to their destination. "Thank you," the man said as he returned William's map. "You said that you are also traveling towards the Holy Temple. Why don't we travel together?" "Fate has brought us together," William commented. "I will accept your offer to travel together. The more the merrier." "Ha ha ha, you are an interesting kid. Not only interesting, but handsome as well." "Gwaha, what a chap I like." The middle-aged man gave William a thumbs up. William grinned and mounted his mama Ella. The middle-aged man was a very social person, and he kept on chatting with William as the carriage and the herd of goats traveled side by side. Chapter 64, Traveling Together, Part 2. William listened to the old man's stories about his adventures and the cities he had visited during his younger years. "Mr. Herman, do you know anything about the Central Continent?" William inquired. "The Central Continent? I've stayed there for a few years," Herman replied. "That place is where the elites of the various continents gather." "Why? Are you interested in going there, William?" "I don't know." William shook his head. "However, there is a possibility that my master will ask me to go there once I grow older." "Your master?" Herman narrowed his eyes as he glanced at the collar on William's neck. He already noticed the slave collar on the young boy, but he didn't say anything about it. Although the Helen Kingdom is not supportive of the slave trade, it didn't make any moves to abolish it completely. Even in the capital, slaves were being sold as well. Herman just found it a pity that a boy like William had become someone's property. This. William touched the collar on his neck. "This is just an accessory. My master gave it to me as a present." "I see." Herman felt complicated. He wanted to curse William's master for tricking a child to become their slave. From what he could see, William didn't resent his master. In fact, Herman could tell that the boy genuinely respected him. "Lad, what is your master like?" "Master? She's the crazy kind of craze, a very amazing person. She treats me very well." A snort was heard from inside the carriage. Suddenly the voice of a woman reached William's ears. It was filled with disdain, and made William think that she was currently having her period. "I bet your master enslaved you because you are a half-elf," the woman inside the carriage said in disdain. "Perhaps she will make you her boy toy once you grow up. A good-looking boy like you will definitely sell for a high price at the black market." "It is true that I am very good-looking," William replied with a smile. "Thank you for your praise, my lady." "I'm not praising you," the woman snapped. "I'm telling you that you are stupid for being enslaved." William scratched the side of his face while feeling helpless. He also didn't want to be a slave, but the circumstances were special. As for becoming his master's boy toy, William gulped at the notion of Celine stepping on his back with her slender foot. "Pay, what am I thinking? I'm not a masochist." William swatted the perverted images on his head. "Nana, please, don't be rude," a voice that seemed to belong to a young boy reprimanded the woman. "Please, forgive her outburst. She's not a big fan of slavery." "I don't mind," William replied. "I'm also not a big fan of slavery." These were the last words they exchanged with each other as they continued their journey. The awkward silence along the way made Herman sigh internally. He still wanted to continue to talk to William, but he was embarrassed by his colleague's earlier outburst. The twin boys, Isaac and Lan, who were seated by S' side, looked at him in confusion. "Me?" Ella bleated as she told William her thoughts. "Oh, there's a clearing up ahead, Mama," William asked. "Me?" "Mr. Herman, there's a clearing up ahead," William said with a smile. "It is a good place to take a rest. How about we stay there for lunch?" "Sounds like a plan." Herman nodded his head. Half a minute later, they came to a clearing where a river flowed at the side. The goats happily trotted towards it to have a drink of water. William followed behind them and refilled his water skin. He wasn't aware that a pair of clear, light brown eyes were watching his every move from inside the carriage. "He's an interesting boy," S said as he closed the partition on the carriage. "You're too hard on him, Nana." "I'm sorry, young master," Nana apologized. "I'm just annoyed because those slave traders are getting out of hand, even enslaving a child as young as him." "Do you really think that is the case?" S asked. "Young master." The collar on his neck was made of mithril. "Don't you think that using pure mithril to make a slave collar is a waste?" "Now that you mention it." Nana had to admit that having a mithril collar was too luxurious for a slave. Even though William was a very good-looking half-elf, having a collar of that caliber was unheard of. In fact, this was the first time Nana had seen a collar made from pure mithril. "Young master, is there something unique about that slave collar?" "Young master, does a slave collar made from mithril have special characteristics?" "I don't know if the collar is special or not." S shook his head. "All I know is that William's master may not be a simple person. This is the first time I've seen a slave collar made from mithril, and I can tell at a glance that it is of very high quality." Nana and the twins quieted down and observed William from the carriage's window. Herman had also gone to the river, and was currently catching fish with his spear. The old fool took a liking to the boy. Nana snorted. "He's really weak when dealing with kids that are the same age as his grandson." "So you say. But haven't you taken a liking to him as well?" S smirked. William is a good person. Even I feel attracted to him. Well, as long as he doesn't hinder us on our journey, I don't mind if he travels with us. Nana closed her eyes. She pretended that she didn't hear SS' question. Suddenly the carriage started to shake. An earthquake? Nana snapped her eyes open. Isaac Lan, don't leave the young master's side. The twins nodded their head and unsheathed their daggers. Nana stepped out of the carriage in order to get a better idea of what was going on. Herman stood guard outside the carriage and gripped the spear in his hand firmly. The moment he felt the surroundings shake, he immediately ran towards the carriage in order to protect his young master. William, Ella, and the rest of the goats took a battle formation with William at its center. The young boy sat calmly on Ella's back as he focused his attention to his surroundings. It was then when two mountain trolls the size of a small hill appeared in the clearing. They were carrying tree trunks in their hands and brandishing them like weapons. Trolls? Nana narrowed her eyes. I'll take one, you deal with the other. Understood, Herman replied. Nana unsheathed her sword and charged towards one of the mountain trolls. Herman ran alongside her as both of them engaged the trolls to ensure that they stayed away from the carriage. The two mountain trolls were considered to be on the upper tier of level B threats, and they were very hard to kill. Their skin was as hard as rocks, and their incredible strength makes them very lethal juggernauts. Also, these particular mountain trolls also have an annoying regeneration ability that made fighting them a headache for most people. Also, Nana and Herman were getting headaches because they wouldn't be able to kill the trolls unless they used fire or acid. The only thing they could do was to hurt them, until the monsters thought that fighting them was not worth it. While the battle was taking place, another troll burst out towards the clearing while letting out a mighty roar. It ran towards the carriage carrying its giant wooden club, with the intention of smashing it into pieces. No. Young master! Young master! Nana and Herman lured the trolls away earlier in an attempt to prevent them from attacking the carriage. What they didn't know was that the trolls had the same strategy as well. They sensed the presence of the two powerful warriors, so they decided to split up and lead them away from their prey. The third mountain troll was only 5 meters away from its target, when the carriage door suddenly opened. 3 figures jumped off the carriage and ran towards William. Seeing its prey run away, the mountain troll decided to pursue. Its strides were larger and faster than the children, so it overtook them with ease. And the twins could only watch in horror as the monster slammed the giant wooden club towards them without any shred of mercy. Nana and Herman wanted to go back to save their young master, but the two trolls blocked their way. Young master! Nana screamed. She felt regret and helplessness as the monster bore down on her young master. I'm sorry, my lady. I'm sorry. Herman gritted his teeth and roared in anger. Desperation could be seen on his face as he watched the tragedy that was about to unfold. It was at that moment when a 2-meter-tall goat jumped over the 3 children. The large goat faced off against the giant club that was about to descend upon them. On her back was a boy, with hair so red that it resembled a blazing fire. His wooden staff was poised to strike like a spearman riding his warhorse. Est's beautiful brown eyes watched as the small boy, who was the same age as him, created a miracle right before his very eyes. Chapter 65, When the Sky Falls Down. Est, remember this, you were born to do great things. Great things? Yes. The beautiful woman nodded her head as she lovingly brushed the young boy's hair. That's why. You must become strong. Only by becoming strong will you be able to do great things. Then, what if I meet an enemy that is stronger than me? Est asked. What must I do then? Run, the woman answered. Run as fast as you can. Then what if I can't outrun it? What then? Then you just wait. The woman smiled as she stared at the young boy's face. Wait? Est tilted his head. Wait for what? Wait for a miracle to happen. A miracle? Yes, a miracle, the woman said with a smile. Est, when the sky falls down, there will always be people who will step up and carry its weight on their shoulders. Will I be able to meet such a person? Est asked. His face was half in doubt and half curious of the possibility of meeting someone who could create a miracle. Of course you will, the beautiful woman chuckled. If it's you, you are destined to meet such a person. Just know that if he really appears in your life, you'd better. When the third mountain troll appeared, Isaac and Lan immediately grabbed Esti and jumped out of the carriage. They were his retainers, and their duty was to ensure his safety. Originally, they thought that the troll would focus on the carriage, but they had underestimated its intelligence. Not only did it ignore the carriage, it immediately pursued them without batting an eye. No good, we can't make it, Est thought as he gazed at the hulking monster that had already caught up with them. He could only watch helplessly as the mountain troll swung its giant wooden club with the intention to kill. Est knew that, the moment that wooden club hit its target, he, along with the twins, would be turned into meat paste. Then it happened. A 2-meter-tall Angorian war ibex jumped over their heads. Its horns and hooves had a silver-blue color that shone like crystals. On its back was a young boy with flaming red hair, carrying a wooden staff. Time seemed to move in slow motion as the mountain troll and the goat carrying the young boy clashed. William's confident and powerful voice reverberated in the air as he shouted, "Magnum burst!" Est's eyes widened as he saw the mountain troll get pushed back during the collision. The mountain troll had a confused look on its face as it looked at its weapon and the boy who was riding on top of the goat. It seemed that it couldn't believe the fact that a boy could fend off its weapon with ease. If Est hadn't seen it firsthand, he too wouldn't have believed it. However, the evidence was right in front of his eyes and it made his heart beat wildly inside his chest. "Mama Ella, let's go," William commanded as he jumped off her back. "Me, Mass Ice Armor, Mass Bestow, leader of the herd." The young boy knew that his mama couldn't fight using her full power if he was to ride her into battle. Ella was currently in her war ibex form and William's buffs made her powerful. However, she was still weaker compared to the mountain troll who was at the upper tier of Class B monsters. Even so, she wasn't afraid because she was not fighting alone. William and the rest of the herd had already formed their battle formation. Ella was in the lead, with William at the rear. They had already shared an understanding when it came to fighting stronger enemies, so they weren't worried even if the troll was bigger and stronger than them. "Wild charge," William ordered. "Me!" Ella charged like a raging bull to take the mountain troll head-on. Aslan and Kronos led their teams in order to attack the troll from all sides, creating a pincer attack. William watched the battle with a serious expression as he supported his herd from the rear. Every time the mountain troll attacked the goats, he would summon 3 layers of ice wall to block its attack. Nana and Herman were relieved when they saw that their young master was safe from harm. They then vented their frustration on the 2 mountain trolls that were blocking their way. The 2 monsters suddenly felt extreme pressure as the 2 experts unleashed their powerful attacks without holding back. Mega kick, me. Ella's kick connected, and the giant troll was sent flying a few meters into the air. Glacial Lance. William fired off the strongest attack in his Ice Mage job class. The Glacial Lance pierced the mountain troll's eye, making it scream in pain. Another Glacial Lance flew in the air and stabbed itself on the mountain troll's other eye, blinding it completely. Aslan, Kronos, and the rest of their team impaled the mountain troll's body with their horns. Ella too didn't miss the opportunity and delivered a wild charge at point-blank range, piercing the mountain troll's chest. The mountain troll could only swing its wooden club blindly in the air, hoping that it could hit something with its frenzied attacks. 2 minutes later, the mountain troll gave off a guttural roar and ran away in the opposite direction. Its powerful regeneration had allowed its eyes to recover enough vision to see its surroundings. Seeing that it couldn't beat its prey, it decided to retreat. The 2 other mountain trolls followed behind their leader in haste. The 2 humans that they had fought were lunatics, and they didn't want to engage them any longer. William watched the mountain trolls run away with relief. Although they were able to fight it to a stalemate, it was still a Class B beast. This made mountain troll very hard to kill. He never thought for a moment that they would be able to defeat it. The most they could do was to hurt it as much as possible, so that it would call it quits. Of course, the goats didn't think that way. Ella, Kronos, Aslan, and the rest were sure that they could beat the monster if it hadn't run away. After defeating the hobgoblin shaman, the goats had regained their confidence and were raring to fight strong opponents. For them, the mountain troll was only an oversized goblin. As long as they could hit it, they could kill it. "Good job, everyone," William said as he motioned for the goats to gather. "Is anyone hurt? Come, let me heal you." "Me." "Aslan, what do you mean it doesn't hurt? Look, your leg is bleeding." "Me." "Just a scratch?" "I don't think so. Come here, let me heal you." "Me?" "No buts, come here. First aid." "Okay, next." "Me." "Echo?" "You are a girl, you should take better care of yourself." "Me." "First aid." "Ah. All of you are so stubborn. Fine, have it your way. Mass first aid." William used mass first aid 3 times and healed the injuries of the goats. Although it was wasteful to use so much mana, he had no choice but to do it. The goats were still under the effect of their battle lust and were being very stubborn. Nana, Herman, Est, Isaac, and Lan watched as William nagged his goats with a fed-up expression. They found this scene quite funny, but none of them were laughing. They were still in a state of shock after witnessing William's unbelievable performance. Chapter 66, The Price for Freedom. "Here you go, William," Herman said as he gave the young boy a grilled fish. "Thank you, Uncle Herman," William replied as he gladly accepted the food that was offered to him. After the 3 mountain trolls left the clearing, the group decided to have lunch by the riverside. Ash kept sneaking glances at William as the boy happily ate the grilled fish with relish. His eyes would often dart to the mithril collar that hung on the boy's neck from time to time. Naturally. But he paid it no mind. Everyone in Lant had given him the same curious glances when they saw his slave collar for the first time. Contrary to William's expectations, no one made a big deal out of it in Lant. They just looked at him with interest and thought that the collar on his neck looked cool. Even the adults who had realized that it was a slave collar felt that it was just a prank by Celine, in order to tone down William's mischievousness. Of course, this mentality was only restricted in the town of Lont. For people who were not in the know, they would just think that William was a pitiful half-elf that had been sold by slave traders. "By the way, William, thank you for saving us earlier," S said with a serious expression. "I swear on my name that I will repay this favor." "Just call me Will," William replied with a smile. "Also, you don't need to repay me. I only did what I thought was right. I'm sure that if you were the one in my shoes, you would have also done the same." "But." "No buts. You don't need a reason to help someone in need." Herman watched the two children's exchange and nodded his head in appreciation. He was very fond of William, and felt regret that he didn't have a grandson like him. S could tell that William was firm in not accepting any kind of reward from saving his life, so he decided to just repay him in the future whether his savior liked it or not. For the time being, he wanted to know more about this shepherd who was giving him a mysterious yet pleasant feeling. "You said that you were heading towards the Holy Temple, right?" Est inquired. "What is your reason for going there?" "I'm going to the Holy Temple to meet a god. I want to pray to the gods so that they will protect Lont and keep the townspeople safe from harm." William made up an excuse in order to cover up his earlier slip of the tongue. "Lont?" Est glanced at Herman. His eyes were clearly asking, "Do you know anything about Lont?" Herman closed his eyes and pondered for a bit. "If I remember correctly, Lont is a small town located at the edge of the western region." "Ah, are you perhaps related to that old bastard James?" William grinned and nodded his head. "My full name is William von Ainsworth. However, just call me Will, Uncle Herman." "Ainsworth," Nana curled her lips. "So that shameless old man is your grandfather." "Nana, do you know William's grandfather?" Est asked. "Of course." Nana nodded his head. "He is the shameless bastard who took advantage of the chaos during the Battle of Windkeep Citadel. He and his companions were the ones who took down the Flood Dragon, Orubro, and the Emphas Baena. That old man even had the nerve to announce to everyone on the battlefield that the combined forces of the Helen Kingdom only won, because he lured the Flood Dragon away and broke the monster army's chain of command. Right now, all the nobles in the capital are cursing his name. Even the king has a headache about how to best handle the aftermath of the battle because of his antics." Herman chuckled as he gazed at William. "Your grandpa was a very sly fellow. When all the forces of the kingdom were dealing with the monster army, he lured away the three big bosses and managed to subdue them. Basically, he used the alliance as cannon fodders in order to reap the greatest profit in that battle. That grandfather of yours sure has guts." William had already heard the story from his grandfather because the old man really liked to brag about his heroics. Even so, William was still very impressed by how their small group was able to become the big winners of the war against the monster army. Lan snorted when he heard Nana's and Herman's comments about William's grandfather. Although he managed to reap the most benefits in that battle, his grandson still became a slave. Lan sneered. "Isn't this what you call karma?" "Lan, don't be rude," Est reprimanded his retainer. "William, I apologize for my retainer's words. He's just a straightforward person." "It's fine." William sighed. "I guess you can also call it karma that this happened to me. My grandfather went bonkers when he found out that I became a slave after he returned to Lont." "Eh? He knows that you became a slave?" Isaac Lan's twin looked at William in surprise. Although no one was saying it out loud, they thought that William was one of those survivors of the Beast-Tide calamity and had been sold to become a slave. Currently, there was an influx of slaves in the capital, and most of them were survivors from the villages and towns that had been ravaged by the monster army. Initially, they thought that William was one of those survivors. William nodded his head. "Then why didn't he buy you back?" Est asked. "He can't afford it." William caressed the mithril collar on his neck. "A half-elf that is as handsome and talented as me is worth an astronomical price. Even the gains that Grandpa acquired during his short expedition was not enough to buy me back my freedom." "Surely you're exaggerating?" Este challenged. "Just how much did your grandpa need to pay in order to win back your freedom?" "Let's just say that even if the royal family of the Helen Kingdom emptied their entire treasury, they would still not be able to afford me," William replied with a smug expression. "Even an emperor's ransom pales in comparison to my net worth." Nana, Herman, Isaac. "Can I punch your face?" Lan asked. "My hands are feeling very itchy right now." The boy looked at William in contempt. They were worth 10 to 15,000 gold coins at most. Even if you killed him, he wouldn't believe that the shepherd in front of him was worth an emperor's ransom. "Your hands are feeling itchy. You must be suffering from athlete's foot," William sneered. "I said hands, not foot. You're a fool. Congratulations, there's no cure for stupidity." "You?" Isaac hurriedly grabbed his twin because the latter was about to have a go with William. Nana and Herman exchanged a glance and shook their heads helplessly. William rolled his eyes at the pretty boy in front of him. He didn't lie when he said that Anne. Emperor's ransom paled in comparison to the ingredients that Celine had lost during her experiment. Some of the items she had lost couldn't be bought even if you had the money. That was how rare and precious those ingredients were. He just didn't understand why the boy named Lan was targeting him out of the blue. Could it be that he is jealous because I am 3 times more handsome than him? William thought. Ha, being handsome is really a sin. If Lan could only hear William's thoughts, he might have fought tooth and nail with his twin in order to get a chance to beat him up to a pulp. How about all of you? Why go this far to visit the Holy Temple? William asked after he finished eating. Although your clothes don't look expensive, the designs are very different from the ones commonly worn in the western region. Did all of you perhaps come from the capital? Nana's, Herman's, Lan's, and Isaac's gazes landed on William, noticed the subtle change in their expressions, and looked expectantly at the delicate-looking boy, with light brown hair and eyes. Our reasons for going to the temple are the same, answered. I am also going there to pray and ask the gods for their mercy. William gave a nod of understanding. Everyone visits the temple to pray to the gods, so SS' reason was not uncommon. After that, the group started to talk about random things, which made the atmosphere more lively. Half an hour later, they left the clearing and continued their journey towards the Holy Temple. Chapter 67, Big Brother. Are you happy with your current life? A day later, the group finally arrived at the Ellisfell Mountains where the Pantheon of Courage was located. They would need to travel for 4 more hours to arrive at the temple grounds that were located midway through the mountain. William, who was riding on Ella's back, took the lead in order to check if there were any hidden dangers along their path. The goats walked behind him, forming 2 lines while being vigilant of their surroundings. I've never seen Angorian goats this disciplined in my life, Nana said with admiration. If this was a week ago and someone were to tell me that Angorian goats could fend off a mountain troll, I would definitely spit on their face. Are Angorian goats really this fierce? Est inquired. After seeing William battle with his herd, he was very tempted to rear Angorian goats back at their estate. Of course not, Nana answered firmly. I have seen many Angorian goats and all of them were as meek as sheep. The goats under William's care are quite abnormal, especially the one he calls Mama Ella. Strange. S frowned. During the battle, that goat named Ella took on a different form. She was much larger and more intimidating than her current look. Nana, did you recognize the form she changed into during the battle? Yes. Nana nodded. If I'm not mistaken, she took the form of an Angorian war ibex. In the north of the kingdom, there is a tribe of warriors that live in the mountain. They are very fierce warriors, and the mounts they ride on are the wild Angorian war ibexes that live in the great mountains of Kirantor. Those war ibexes are more fierce, and more deadly than the war horses bred for war. Trying to conquer their lands by force will only lead to countless deaths. This is why the king decided to let the mountain tribe retain their autonomy in exchange for an alliance. You can't imagine how surprised I was when I saw an Angorian war ibex in the western region. Is it perhaps an evolved creature? Lan asked. I heard that some creatures can change their appearance once they raise their rank. The possibility exists. No, I think this is the only possibility, Nana agreed. From every angle, Ella looks like an ordinary Angorian goat. It is very possible that... Nana's eyes widened when a realization struck her. She was not the only one. S2 thought of the same possibility, and it made him look at Nana in disbelief. Don't tell me, S swallowed hard. There's a possibility that those goats following William will also evolve into war ibexes. Lan and Isaac exchanged a glance. The battle that happened a day ago was still fresh in their minds. They could still remember how Ella fought the mountain troll on even grounds while the other goats attacked from the sides. The battle back then was a stalemate. However, if all of those goats were to evolve into war ibexes, then the mountain troll would have definitely perished, then and there. Impossible, Lan immediately refuted. Very few creatures can evolve, and those goats are clearly domesticated animals. I've never heard of an Angorian goat evolving into a war ibex. Maybe Ella is a war ibex that was taken from the north. Since William's grandpa is a powerful person, getting one isn't out of the question. Isaac nodded at his brother's conclusion. Even Nana found this explanation very logical. If Angorian goats could easily evolve into war ibexes, then the Helen Kingdom would have already had a legion of war ibexes under its command. When we return to the estate, have someone visit Lant, Est ordered. We need to learn more about this town that has survived the beast tide. Understood. Nana nodded her head. Should I also dig into William's personal information? Yes, but be discreet when doing so. Also, I want you to find out more about William's master, the one whom he is bound to as a slave. Understood. 4 hours later, the carriage stopped before the gates of the Pantheon of Courage. The guardsmen guarding the gates told them to disembark, because carriages were not allowed inside the temple grounds. William was worried that the guardsmen wouldn't allow his herd to enter. Fortunately, the guardsmen didn't seem to mind, and even told the boy that the current head priestess that resided within the Pantheon of Courage was very fond of animals, especially goats. After doing some initial checks, the group was finally allowed to pass through the gates of the temple. It's bigger than I thought, William said as he gazed at the giant structure in front of him. Although the temple's design couldn't possibly compare to the buildings in the modern world, it still gave William a surreal feeling that made him look at it with admiration. Suddenly, the main entrance of the temple opened and several priestesses walked out to greet them. My name is Sarah, and the High Priestess had asked me to welcome all of you, guests that came from afar, Sarah said with a smile. All of you, except the goats, may follow me inside the temple. Est, and his entourage followed Sarah as she walked back inside the temple. Another priestess walked toward William and offered to guide him to the stables, where the goats could rest and feed while they waited for his return. Thank you, big sister, William bowed respectfully. I'll accept your offer. Such a cute child, the priestess smiled and lightly pinched William's cheeks. Follow me. When they arrived at the stables, William asked Ella to look after the goats, while he went inside the temple. According to the priestess that guided the redhead boy to the stables, William must follow protocol and perform a cleansing ritual before he would be allowed to go into the inner temple to converse with the gods. The priestess explained that it would take a whole day for the ritual to complete because it also involved a few hours of fasting. Mama Ella, take care of everyone for a day or two, William said as he hugged her neck. Make sure that they don't cause troubles for the priestesses of the temple. Me. All of you make sure to behave, okay? Me. After getting his herd's promise, William followed the priestess towards the temple. The priestess took him to a bathroom where he was supposed to properly clean his body. William took off his clothes and bathed properly. When he was finished, the priestess gave him a set of clean white robes to wear, and guided him to the inner temple where he would begin his fasting. William sat on a prayer mat while looking at the marble statue of a beautiful knight holding a sword with both hands. Her long hair was tied in a ponytail, and her eyes were filled with mercy and compassion. William had only just kneeled on the prayer mat for 10 minutes, when he suddenly felt very sleepy. He tried to fight off the drowsiness, but his eyes grew heavy with each passing second. I guess I'll take a nap first, William thought as he sleepily laid on the prayer mat. A minute later, the redhead boy was sound asleep. Oof-foo-foo. Big brother, if you don't wake up soon, Lily's going to kiss you. Lily? William's hazy thoughts slowly cleared up as the familiar voice woke him up from his slumber. Big brother, you can keep on sleeping. I promise that Lily will make you feel really good. William opened his eyes just in time to see Lily about to give him a smooch on his lips. If not for the fact that he had seen her true form, he would have gladly accepted the kiss, and might have even kissed her back in return. Unfortunately, what was seen couldn't be unseen, and William hurriedly used his hands to block the lowly's lips from touching his own. Lily, behave yourself, William said as he pushed the lowly goddess face away from him. Che, big brother is so mean, Lily pouted. Wait, Lily? William's eyes widened as he looked at the little goddess in front of him. What are you doing here? Where am I? William scanned his surroundings and found himself floating in space surrounded by countless stars. This is the place where gods talk to their believers, Lily explained. You can even say that this place is the boundary between life and death. I believe that you call this place limbo back on Earth. A place where gods talk to their believers? William frowned. If that is the case, then why is Gavin not here? Lily's pout increased by a notch, and her fingers moved at lightning speed to pinch William's waist. William screamed like a little girl, because Lily didn't hold back when she pinched him. It made the young boy realize that he wasn't dreaming, and the lowly in front of his eyes was real. Big brother, you're so mean. Does this mean you don't want to see Lily? Lily narrowed her gaze. William could tell that if he gave her the wrong answer, another round of pinching would take place. Oh, of course, I wanted to see you, William replied. William wasn't lying when he answered this question. Although Lily's true form looked like an old midget, the lowly goddess had treated him well during his stay at the Temple of 10,000 Gods. If William were to look past her appearance, Lily was someone whom he could get along with really well. Really? You wanted to see Lily? Yes. Yay! The lowly goddess jumped and hugged William's waist. She then looked up at William with upturned eyes looking all cute and lovable. Gavin will be here shortly. He is just handling a few matters with Issei and David, so they asked me to come and meet you here first. I see. William sighed and steeled his heart. Deep inside, he wanted to accept Lily regardless of how she really looked. He then took the initiative to pat the lowly goddess' head, which made her close her eyes like a satisfied kitten. William continued to brush her hair for 2 minutes. A few seconds later, he heard a sigh coming from the lowly goddess. Big brother, you are really kind, Lily muttered as she lightly pushed William away. Lily? Let's sit down first and have a chat. I'm sure that big brother has a lot of questions to ask Lily. As soon as she said those words, a dining table appeared in front of William. Several dishes were laid on top of the table, and all of them looked delicious. Let's talk as we eat, big brother. Lily made a gesture for William to sit. William obediently accepted her invitation and sat on the chair facing Lily. Aren't you going to eat? Lily asked. Let's wait for the others to arrive, William replied. It would be more fun if we eat as a group. William a smile that made his heart skip a beat. Big brother, Lily wants to ask you a question. Go ahead. As long as it's not math, I'm confident that I can give you the right answer. Lily chuckled as she rested her chin on the back of her hand. She then looked at William with her adorable, bright red eyes. She wanted to ask him the question that had been plaguing her mind ever since William had accidentally entered the red portal due to Truck Kun's interference in the cycle of reincarnation. Big brother, are you happy with your current life? Chapter 68, God Points. Am I happy with my current life? William closed his eyes and looked back at the 10 years that he had lived in the town of Lant. Every day was filled with warmth and love. That sometimes, he could feel his heart melting. His Mama Ella would always be by his side to ensure that he would not suffer from any harm. His Aunt Anna would hum him songs while holding him in her loving embrace. His Uncle Mordred ensured that he was not lacking in food and clothes. His Aunt Helen would always find time to bake him desserts that he could bring to the valley while tending his goats. His big brother Matthew, who loved reading books, would find time to read him stories about the southern continent. And his grandfather James always throws off his reminiscing and loved to brag about his adventures during his younger days. Those 10 years made William realize that even though this world didn't have the conveniences of the modern world, even though it didn't have electricity, television, radio, and the internet, he didn't find it boring. In fact, every night when he went to sleep, he would look forward to seeing the sun rise from the east, because he knew that another day filled with warmth and happiness was waiting for him. I am very happy, William said softly. He then opened his eyes and looked at the adorable girl in front of him. Although I don't know what kind of life I might have lived if I entered the silver portal back then, the life I have now is very precious. I'm glad I was born in the world I am living in. I see, Lily replied with a beautiful smile. She could tell that William was being sincere, and he was indeed very happy with the life he had now. That's good to hear. William scratched his cheek in embarrassment. Well, I'm glad that you are living a happy life in that world, William. Gavin materialized out of thin air. He sat beside Lily, facing William. As expected of my sworn brother, Issei appeared as well and sat beside Gavin. You're just like me when I was younger, David chuckled as he appeared beside Lily. The 4 gods who had formed a connection with William had all arrived. They were all looking at him with smiling faces as if they were up to no good. William didn't feel that something was off and greeted them all with a smile. It's been a while, Gavin, brother Issei, Sir David. Indeed, it has been a while, William. Gavin nodded his head. I'm glad you are doing well. Issei and David also nodded their heads in acknowledgement. Since everyone is already here, why don't we all eat first? Lily proposed. This feast was prepared for your arrival, so it would be a waste if you don't have your fill. She's right, Issei commented. Let's all eat. William nodded his head and everyone began to eat and drink. After the food had been cleared from the table, the gods started to ask William questions about his current life, which the boy answered as honestly as he could. That master of yours is not half bad, Issei said with a mischievous grin. Will, having an older woman as your lover is not a bad thing. They are more mature and you can lean on them when things get tough. Also, your master had developed in all the right places, if you know what I mean. William flashed Issei a knowing smile. The 2 perverts stared at each other as lewd grins appeared on their faces. Lily clicked her tongue in annoyance, but didn't say anything else. David played with his beard as he looked at William with admiration. Although I gave you my staff, I didn't think that you would really use it so soon. Sir David, I am very thankful for the gift that you gave me. If it wasn't for your staff, I might have re-entered the cycle of reincarnation at the age of 1 year old. I guess you can call this fate. When I first saw you, I was reminded of my younger days. What younger days? Lily sneered. When you were born as a god, you were already old. How can you shamelessly say that William reminded you of your younger days? David pretended not to hear Lily's spiteful words and continued to play with his beard. Your Mama Ella loves you a lot. Be sure to take good care of her. I will, William promised. I consider her as my second mother. For me, Mama Ella is family. David had a satisfied expression as he nodded his head. He was the god of shepherds, and William indirectly became one of his followers when he became a shepherd in the world he was born in. Naturally, he was also aware of Ella and the other goats whose fates were now tied to William. Gavin, do you already know why I came to see you? William asked. Of course I know, Gavin replied. It's just that I didn't expect you to see me this early. That wolf tide sure brought you a lot of benefits. Gavin chuckled as he patted William's shoulder. Okay, let's now get down to business. Gavin's expression became serious as he crossed his arms over his chest. In order for your experience limiter to ascend to the next level, you need to finish a quest. A quest? William inquired. What kind of quest, like those quests in the games I played back on Earth? Something like that. Gavin nodded his head. Once you clear this quest, another special feature of the CPU core will be unlocked. Special feature? Yes. You will start receiving special quests that will give you points called God Points. God Points? William tilted his head in confusion. Lily coughed lightly as she continued Gavin's explanation. God points are points that you can use to purchase items in the God shop. Our believers who have received our blessings are able to access this shop and buy items that can only be found in the God realm. All items in the God shop are made by the gods themselves, Issei said with a smile. Some of them are expensive, while others are very expensive. By the way, I'll give you a 50% discount on the first 3 items that you buy from my shop. Big brother, what kind of items do you sell in your shop? Aphrodisiacs, candles, whips, bondage outfits, bunny costumes, and many more exciting items that will make your nightlife extra exciting. William swallowed hard as he held Issei's hands. Do you also have sailor costumes? You bet I do, Issei answered with a lewd grin. We even have shrine maiden outfits. The 2 perverts clasped their hands together, which made the other gods look at them in contempt. Gavin cleared his throat in order to catch William's attention to continue his explanation. Listen, William. I will now tell you the contents of your quest, Gavin said. Right now you are in the Pantheon of Courage. One of our colleagues has asked for assistance, and it just so happens that you are also present in her temple. Because of this, I decided that your quest would be to help her follower clear a trial. You will find more information when your soul returns to your world. Do you have any other questions? Will I be able to see you guys again? William asked. When you reach your next bottleneck, you can come and find us again, Lily answered with a smile. Big brother, even if you miss Lily, you shouldn't push yourself too hard. Take things one step at a time. We will have our reunion in good time. Don't worry, brother, Issei commented. We will also be watching over you from time to time. Even if you can't see us, we can definitely see you. That's right. David nodded his head. Of course, we can't really interfere and help you when you encounter difficulties. Gods aren't allowed to interfere with the material world. However, we can offer you help in other ways. The important thing is for you to live a life worth living, Gavin said. Although getting strong is a must, you must not ignore the world around you. Life is not a matter of chance. It is a matter of choice. It is not a thing to be waited for. It is a thing to be achieved. You will make a lot of choices in life. Some of them may not lead to the ending that you envisioned, but regardless of your choice, you must see them through to the end. The same can be said for the special quest that will give you God points. If you feel that the quest is absurd or goes against your morals, you don't have to do it. Eh? I can skip special quests? William asked. Yes. Doing the special quests are not compulsory, Gavin answered while sneaking glances at Lily and Issei. Only do the things that you think are worth doing. Understood? William nodded his head. Issei and Lily both had mischievous smiles on their faces. Big brother, let's see if you can resist the special quest that I will give you. Don't worry, brother. Your big brother will ensure that you interact with the ladies as often as possible. The 2 gods shared a knowing glance at each other before returning their attention to William. What William didn't know was that the ones who would be giving out the special quests were none other than the gods themselves. Chapter 69, May the odds be in your favor. Ask my devout follower, are you prepared? A strong and steady feminine voice asked. Yes, my lady Astrid, Est replied as he knelt on one knee like a knight. This trial will be difficult, so I will allow you to bring a few helpers with you. Astrid, the goddess of female knights, said with a gentle gaze. Aside from your 2 retainers, another helper will be waiting for you on the trial grounds. Thank you for your magnanimity, my lady. The goddess nodded her head as she raised the sword in her hand. She then lightly tapped Est's shoulders with the sword blade before returning it to its sheath. Clear this trial and I will fulfill the promise I made to your family many years before you were born, Astrid promised. However, if you fail, then the promise I made will become null and void. Do I make myself clear? Yes, my lady, Est answered. I will not fail you. I only look at the results, Est, not the process. I understand. It's time for you to return, Astrid ordered. May the odds be in your favor. When Est opened his eyes, he found himself in the sacred room of the inner temple. This room was dedicated to the devout followers of the goddess Astrid. As Est shakily stood up from the prayer mat, the door of the sacred room opened and the high priestess entered, followed by 2 attendants. Have you received the word of Her Excellency? The high priestess asked. Yes, Est replied. Good. Is there anything else that we can do to help you? I need to go to the trial grounds. Can I ask for you to send someone to guide me? It is but a trivial thing, the high priestess answered. My 2 attendants will take you there. After you have your breakfast, your retainers are already waiting for you in the dining area. Thank you. It is my duty. There is no need for thanks. Est was led by the 2 attendants to the next room to change clothes. As he wore his clothes, the young boy thought about the discussion he had with the goddess Astrid. The goddess had explicitly told him that the trial was very hard. He was supposed to clear it when he was a bit older, but circumstances didn't allow the goddess to wait for him to grow up. The beast tide had thrown everything into disarray, and something must be done in order to re-establish the protection of the kingdom. For that, Est needed to clear the trial in order for the goddess Astrid to bestow her blessing on the Helen kingdom. This was also why failure was not an option. His father and mother had given him this mission, and Est was duty-bound to see it through. Father, mother, I will do my best, Est thought. No matter what it takes, I will succeed. Young master, Are you sure that Mr. Herman and Ms. Nana cannot help us in clearing the trial? Isaac asked. There is an age limit for the trial ground, Est replied. Anyone above the age of 15 will be barred from entry. You can count on us, young master, Lan pledged. We will help you clear this trial with everything we have. Est was 10 years old, while Isaac and Lan were both 11 years old. The twins had been trained from a young age to become Est's retainers and help him unconditionally. Thank you, Est said with a smile. I'm counting on both of you. Yes, young master. The three walked towards a cave that would lead them to the trial grounds. After 10 minutes of walking, they exited the cave and found themselves in what seemed to be a garden filled with colorful flowers. An imposing gate made of bronze stood 100 meters away from them. It was over 10 meters tall, and several runes were etched on its surface. Est's, Isaac's, and Lan's gazes landed on the herd of goats that was currently standing right in front of the bronze gate. All of them were looking up at it with determination. It was as if they were soldiers that were about to go to war for their motherland. A familiar boy with red hair sat on the back of the biggest goat among the herd. He was carrying a wooden staff in his hand, and a carefree smile hung on his face. William waved at the three boys as he watched them walk in his direction. What are you doing here? Lan snorted. This place is off limits to those who are not affiliated with the Pantheon of Courage. Say, are you a girl? William asked. Why are you always irate? Are you perhaps having your period right now? You're the one having a period. Lan shot back with anger. His face was dyed a deep shade of red as he glared hatefully at William. I don't understand why you're always butting heads with me. William shrugged. Wait, don't tell me you've fallen in love with me? Sorry, but I don't swing that way. Black lines appeared on Lan's face as he stepped forward with the intention of bashing in William's smug expression. Fortunately, Isaac and Est held him on both sides, which prevented him from having a fight with the smug shepherd in front of him. William, what are you doing here? Est inquired. Although he already knew the answer, he still decided to ask this question for confirmation. I came here because my patron god told me to help someone clear a trial, William answered. Are you perhaps the one taking the trial? Yes. Est nodded. Are you really here to help me clear the trial? Est nodded. However, since someone insulted me, I'm no longer in the mood to help, William replied. We don't need your help, Lan interjected. My brother and I will be enough to help the young master clear this trial. Is that so? William raised an eyebrow. I heard that this trial is very hard. If you really don't need my help, then I won't force it. Besides, I don't want to be on the same team with a boy that is having his period. Lan was about to reply to William's remark, when he felt Est's gaze land on her. The gaze made him shudder, and the words that he was about to say became stuck in his throat. Will, this trial is important to me, Est stated. I would be very happy if you were to help me clear it. Will it be fine if I formally commission you to help me clear this quest? I will prepare sufficient payment once we successfully clear the trial. Sure. William readily agreed. He wouldn't reject Est's offer because those were just freebies for him. Even though Lan was making things difficult for him, he had no intention of allowing Est to start the trial on his own. This trial was also important to him, because it was the quest that Gavin had given him in order to break through his bottleneck. William was more than willing to turn a blind eye to the annoying Lan who seemed to be his mortal enemy in his past life. Is everyone ready? William asked. Me! The goats replied in unison. Wait, can the goats enter the trial grounds too? Est asked. He looked at the goats in a hopeful manner. During the battle, the goats showed amazing battle prowess, and having them inside the trial would definitely raise their chances of success. There's only one way to find out, William grinned. He then tapped the bronze gate with his wooden staff. The door trembled for a few seconds before opening widely. A silver portal appeared at the center of the gate, which reminded William of the portals in the cycle of reincarnation. Forward to the completion of the trial, so that he could check out the items in the god shop. After you. William made a gesture for Est to enter first. I'll see you on the other side, Est said as he entered the portal. Isaac and Lan entered the portal as well. The latter didn't forget to give William a hateful glare before passing through the portal. What's with him? William frowned. He then shook his head helplessly as he lightly caressed his mama Ella, urging her to enter the portal. Soon William and the rest of his herd entered the portal. Deep inside, William was feeling excited. He was very curious about what kind of trial he would be facing. He was also looking. According to Gavin, there were several items for sale in the shop that would allow him to acquire very rare job classes. With such an incentive, William was pumped up to finish the quest as fast as possible. Little did he know that the trial in the sacred grounds was not only prepared for Est, but for him as well. Chapter 70. Parting of Ways. They found themselves at the entrance of an eerie forest where Est and the twins were waiting for them. With just a glance, William could tell that the forest was bad news. Ding! You have accepted the quest Trial of Courage. Quest Trial of Courage. Quest objective: escort Est to the altar of courage located at the center of the forest. Secondary objective. AST must survive. Quest will automatically fail once ST or the host dies. Quest reward. Host's second transcendence phase will be unlocked. What an ominous-sounding mission. William sighed as he finished reading the contents of the quest. He then returned his attention to the forest and observed it more closely. The air smelled of decay and rot, while the towering trees blocked out the sunlight. There was not a path to follow, meaning they would have to traverse the forest without any form of navigation. Of course, this doesn't apply to William because he had the system with him. Its mapping function sprang to life as it displayed William's current location on the map. According to his estimate, the forest extends for at least 3 miles in all directions. Fortunately, William saw a blinking gold dot at the center of the map. The redhead boy assumed that this was the place where they needed to go in order to clear the trial. There were also several ominous purple dots that were moving on the map, which gave William a sense of mortal danger. I guess these purple dots are off limits, William thought. They are probably monsters belonging to the centennial or millennial beast categories. Over 30 purple dots were scattered around the map, and they were all encircling the gold dot, which William labeled as their quest objective. Est, Lan, and Isaac thought that William was still in a daze because he was looking at the space in front of him. Lan didn't want to approach him because he felt like beating him up, while Isaac didn't want to offend his brother, so he remained by his side. As for Est, he was scanning the surroundings with a frown. He was quite sensitive to danger, and he could feel the telltale signs that the eerie forest housed many strong entities that could potentially kill them. Est, come here for a moment, William said as he motioned for the young master to come closer. Yes, Est replied as he stopped a meter away from William. Did you get any information about this place from the High Priestess? No, but something is calling out to me from inside the forest. I believe that it is the place I have to go. Can you tell me which direction that feeling is coming from? William inquired. Est closed his eyes and extended his senses outwards. He then pointed in the direction where the strong attraction was coming from. William nodded his head because Est had just confirmed his suspicion. The direction he was pointing at was exactly the place where the blinking gold dot was located. Okay, listen up. Let's set some rules first before we enter the forest, William said with a serious expression. I want to appoint myself as the leader of this expedition. Everyone must follow my order no matter how unreasonable it is. And why should we follow you? Lan snorted. We only obey the young master. That's right, Isaac supported his twin. We only follow the young master's order. William looked at EST and waited for his decision. He knew that Lan would definitely reject his proposal, and he was also expecting that Isaac would support his brother. However, they were not the ones calling the shots on this mission. As long as Est nodded his head, then the twins had no choice but to follow his orders. William, since you accepted this commission, that means that I am your employer. Est raised his head to look at the shepherd who was mounted on top of the Angorian goat. The employer has the right to order their subordinates during a mission. Est was a proud person. He had gotten used to the fact that everyone obeyed his every word. He thought that since William had decided to become part of his group, the shepherd would follow his orders. Who would have thought that the first thing that he would do was to take the role of the leader and ask them to follow his orders? This was something that Est wouldn't accept so easily. Is that so? William answered in a casual manner. Sorry, I didn't come here to play house with the three of you. If you want to do it your way, then you can do it alone. You? Are you disobeying me? For the first time in his life, Est felt that his authority was being challenged. Disobeying you? William snorted. Don't treat me as one of your servants. I have only one master, and it's not you. Est gritted his teeth as he clenched his teeth in anger. So you finally showed your true colors, Lan spat on the ground. I knew that you were a superficial person the moment I saw you. I guess I was right. William lazily laid down on Ella's back and propped his head on the palm of his hand. He then gave Lan a sidelong glance before giving a retort. The first time I saw you, I knew that you were a little goblin in disguise. I guess I was right. Even your breath smells bad. You! Lan unsheathed his short sword and was about to charge at William when the Angorian goats stepped forward and formed a battle formation. Their sharp and pointy horns were aimed outwards. Clearly, they would not hesitate to attack Lan if he moved to hurt their master William. Even Ella changed her form into the Angorian war ibex. Her intimidating aura pressed down on the young boy and made him stop in his tracks. Me! Ella bleated. The color of her horns and hooves changed to mithril blue. Her gaze locked on Lan. Est could easily tell that the war ibex's gaze was not friendly. He immediately made a gesture for Lan to hold his ground and not provoke the goats any further. The three children had to admit that even if they joined forces, they would not be a match against Ella and the Angorian goats by her side. Not to mention, William was also a magician. Although they didn't know why a magician like him was acting like a shepherd, they didn't doubt his fighting ability. There's no need to fight against each other, Est said after regaining his composure. We are not enemies. My condition remains the same, William commented in a lazy tone. Either I lead this group or we part ways here. There's no room for negotiations. S knew that William had already made his stance and wouldn't change his mind. Right now, he was in a dilemma. Either they carried out the trial with just the three of them, or let William have his way. If he chose to clear the trial with just the three of them, the difficulty would surely increase. Also, he didn't know what kind of dangers he would be facing inside the forest. There was safety in numbers, and the goats held an advantage because of their teamwork. However, he was still struggling deep inside because he didn't like someone forcefully taking over his authority. In the end, he made a decision as he made a gesture for Lan and Isaac to stand by his side. "We will part our ways here," S stated in a firm manner. "I will not forget that you have saved my life from the mountain troll. This favor I will definitely repay in the future." Without waiting for his reply, he turned around and walked into the forest. Isaac and Lan hurried to catch up behind him. William watched the three go with a calm expression. However, deep within his heart, he was feeling anxious. "Fine, let's see what the three of you can do," William mused. "I'd like to see how far the three of you can go without my help." William watched as the three green dots that represented Est and his lackeys entered the forest. He was very curious about what kind of abilities the three of them possessed. They weren't able to show it earlier when he was fighting against the mountain troll. The redhead boy deemed that it was best to know the extent of their battle capabilities, so that he could make the right decisions if he was to work together with them. Chapter 71. Reaching a Compromise. Isaac and Lan used their short swords to cut the vegetation to create a path. They were paying extra attention to their surroundings as they moved with caution. Est had a frown on his face as he walked in the rear of their formation. They had already been walking for an hour, and they still hadn't encountered a living beast within the dark forest. He couldn't even hear the sounds of birds or the buzzing of the insects. The forest seemed to be devoid of life, but it only made him more wary. Suddenly, he heard some snapping noises around them. Isaac and Lan immediately rushed to his side and formed a protective perimeter. It was at that moment when something sprouted out of the ground and grabbed hold of Isaac's ankle. The boy immediately looked down and saw a hand made up of bones holding his ankle in a firm grip. Lan immediately stomped on the hand, crushing it to pieces and freeing his twin in the process. To his dismay, more hands sprang up from the ground and latched onto them. "Ha!" Est, Lan, and Isaac released a shout and a powerful shockwave blew the skeleton arms off their bodies. "Climb the tree, hurry," Est ordered. The three children hurriedly ran towards the nearest tree and climbed as high as they could. Not long after their climb, the ground started to shake. "An earthquake?" Isaac asked. "No," Est replied. "This is not an earthquake. It's something worse." Lan's face paled as he watched hundreds of skeleton warriors rise up from the ground. Some of them were wearing light armors and carrying steel weapons in their hands. The sounds of bones snapping reverberated in the forest as more skeletons rose up from the ground. The forest that was once devoid of life was now teeming with the undead. William clicked his tongue as he watched the event that appeared in front of his eyes. He was currently on top of a tree and watching the three children from afar. Due to his skill, Eagle Eyes and Vulture Eyes, he was able to see up to 1,100 meters in front of him. Eagle's Eyes 5/5. Passive. Able to see farther than regular eyesight. Increased vision plus 100 meters, dexterity plus 10. Vulture Eyes 5/5. 10 mana points. Lock onto your target from a great distance. Increased vision plus 1,000 meters. Skill duration, 20 minutes. He could clearly see over 1,000 skeletons encircling the tree where the three children were perched. The bad news was that the number of skeletons was still rising at an alarming rate. Should I help them? William thought. Although he couldn't fight off the skeletons, he could easily help St and the twins to break free from the encirclement. While William was still pondering on what to do, St and the twins had already made their move. Why are they? Oh, feck. The bastards are headed in my direction. William cursed internally. Oh, the skeletons are also headed in my direction. William's eyes widened in shock when he saw the sudden turn of events. His eyes unconsciously darted to Lan's no-good face. The redhead boy could see the devilish smirk plastered on the hateful boy's face, which made his liver itch. "I'm itching to beat the crap out of this bastard." William gnashed his teeth as he watched the three children jump from tree to tree while heading in his direction. Their movements were quite fast, and within a minute, they landed on the tree opposite of William's. William ignored the three children and focused his attention on the skeleton army. He gauged that it would still take the skeleton army 15 minutes to arrive at their location. That was more than enough time to have a chat. "Fancy meeting you here," Lan said with a sneer. "What's the matter? Cat got your tongue?" "Fancy meeting you here," William replied with contempt. "What's the matter? Did you come here to beg this sir to help you?" Lan's face darkened, but he couldn't find any words to refute William's claim. Earlier, he had sneakily used his ability to mark William by using his anger as a medium. As long as his anger for the boy remained, he would be able to locate him wherever he was. This was an ability he had awakened a few years ago. It was an ability meant to track his enemies, giving them no place to escape his pursuit. Never in his wildest dreams, Did he think that he would have to use his ability to seek the help of the person whom he hated the most? William leaned against the tree bark in a carefree manner. He was the one who had the advantage in this negotiation, and he would be a fool to not use it to his advantage. An internal struggle was currently happening inside EST's mind. Although they did manage to escape the skeleton's pursuit, it was only a matter of time before they caught up to them. The burst of power they had displayed a while ago had a time limit, and they couldn't keep their sword aura active for very long. Even now, they only had 5 more minutes before it lost its effect. S knew that with every minute that passed, the danger they would face would grow exponentially. With a sigh of resignation, he looked at the carefree shepherd in front of him and admitted defeat. If he wanted to succeed, then he had no choice but to compromise. It was at that moment, when he remembered the goddess' words back in the temple. I only look at the results, Est, not the process. For the first time in his life, Est was forced to take a step back and swallow his pride. He even had to compromise and lower his head to someone who was not his equal. Since he had made his decision, he no longer hesitated and took the initiative to ask for William's help. I agree with your condition, Est said. Please, lend us your strength. I need to clear this quest no matter what. The fate of the entire... A hand covered Ast's lips as Isaac stood beside him. I'm sorry, young master, Isaac whispered. Please forgive me for my transgression, but we can't let anyone know about our mission. This was the warning that the oracle gave us before we left the capital. Est's eyes widened in shock, as he realized that he almost told William the reason for undergoing the trial. The sudden attack of the skeletons had clouded his mind and made him lose a bit of his composure. After taking a few deep breaths to compose himself, he tapped Isaac's hands to assure him that he was now in control of his emotions. Isaac removed his hand from Est's lips and bowed his head in apology. You are not at fault, as he addressed Isaac. I promise that I will be more careful in the future. As long as the young master understands, this servant is willing to be punished. There will be no punishment. Just focus on the task at hand. Yes, young master. William watched the exchange with an amused expression. He didn't really want to pry, and he was really not interested in knowing more about their mission. All he cared about was the completion of the trial so his own mission would be completed. Let's go, William ordered as he jumped towards another tree. The 3 children followed behind him, and they returned to the outskirts of the forest where Ella and the rest of the goats were waiting for them. It might have taken some time, but William had finally accomplished his goal to take command of this party. Even the annoying Lan kept his mouth shut and simply followed behind him. Half an hour later, a herd of goats darted across the forest floor. The skeleton army had been long left behind in their dust. William kept his attention on the map as he gave minute orders to the goats. Este, Isaac, and Lan were currently riding Aslan, Kronos, and Echo. After careful consideration, William decided to conserve the 3 children's fighting strength. This would help them deal with any unexpected surprises that they might meet along the way. Stop! William ordered, and the goats immediately stopped in their tracks. They were only 2,000 meters away from the golden blinking dot on the map, but they couldn't advance any further. Regardless of what path they chose, they would be forced to fight with one of the 5 purple dots, guarding each of the 5 entrances that led to their destination. William had already used his ability to look ahead of them, and found no other way forward, except for a direct confrontation. Chapter 72, Challenge of Courage, Part 1. A giant purple orb of light blocked the only path leading to the center of the forest. William had tried to find other routes, but a powerful barrier blocked their way. After repeated tries, it dawned on them that the only way to advance was to confront the purple orb that was blocking their path. Prepare for battle, William ordered as he raised his staff. Immediately after his announcement, a notification appeared in front of his eyes. Ding! Themselves on what seemed to be an open plain. Are you going to participate in the Challenge of Courage? Yes, no. William took a deep breath before choosing yes. After choosing his answer, the giant purple orb in front of them expanded. It engulfed William, Ella, Est, Lan, and Isaac along with the rest of the goats. A few seconds later they found nothing could be seen for miles, except for the vast grassland. However, instead of calming the children, it only made them raise their guards even more. As they eyed their surroundings, William noticed that his herd was feeling restless. The ears of the goats would perk up every now and then, as if they were picking up sounds that the humans couldn't hear. Suddenly, Ella broke away from the formation and charged at something. Since William was mounted on her back, he had no choice but to be dragged along with her. Me, Ella bleated. Me, something is in front of us, William asked. Me, Ella answered. Me, monsters, and there is more than one of them? William looked around anxiously, but he couldn't see anything. Me. Ella stomped her front hooves on the ground and delivered a powerful kick behind her. A loud shriek was heard as something that resembled a lizard flew several meters off the ground due to Ella's powerful kick. William observed the monster in front of him, as it angrily hissed at Ella after standing up. The monster, that looked like a cross between a chameleon and a monitor lizard, was at least 6 meters long. Its body was covered in dark green scales, and its blood-red eyes were currently looking at Ella with hatred. Its webbed feet had 4 razor-sharp claws, and they glinted in the sunlight like a sharp blade. The redhead boy had no idea what it was, so he immediately used his appraisal skill to get a better understanding of an enemy that he was seeing for the first time in his life. Gazmirage, rank S, millennial. Myriad beasts, ranked. The monster hissed, and its long tongue shot out towards William and Ella like a deadly whip. Ella evaded the attack with ease. However, a 6-meter-long gash, that was a meter deep, chameleon-type beast, threat level C, known as the hidden killer of the grasslands. This chameleon, who lives in the eastern plains of the southern continent, is known for its lethal ambushes. Its main weapon is its long tongue that extends up to 30 meters, and can easily shatter a boulder in one strike. During battle, it coats its claws with poison that is potent enough to kill a man within 5 minutes. Its special ability is Stealth. AN. The rankings for the threat levels are E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSR, and Calamity. Centennial beasts are rank SS, and R as SSR. Calamity classes are those beasts who are half a step away, or have already stepped on the ranks of demigods. As William absorbed the information in his head, he noticed that the Gazmirage's front right leg was bent at an unnatural angle. It seemed that it was the part of its body that received the full brunt of Ella's kick. Appeared in the ground that they were standing at just a few seconds ago. It showed William just how powerful the attack was, and it made him very wary of the Gazmirage's battle prowess. Seeing that it failed to kill its targets, the pissed-off Gazmirage's tongue lashed out a barrage of attacks in rapid succession. Even with Ella's agility, she was having trouble dodging the consecutive blows of the tongue that seemed to have a life of its own. "Behind you!" William heard Essa's warning, and immediately turned his head to look at his back. There he saw 4 more lethal tongues that were currently heading in their direction. Ice wall. 4 layers of ice wall appeared behind William's back as he attempted to shield himself and Ella from the unexpected sneak attack. The 4 tongues that were powerful enough to break boulders shattered 3 layers of the ice wall before stopping at the 4th one. "Mama! Me!" Ella quickly took that opportunity to make her escape and returned to where Est and the others were. Surprisingly, the monsters didn't make any follow-up attacks on William and Ella as they retreated towards their group. The injured Gazmirage flicked its tongue before using its stealth ability. It was not in a hurry to have its revenge because its comrades were slowly forming a tight encirclement in order to trap their prey. Also, their leader was already headed in their direction. Once it arrived, their enemy's chances of winning was nil. "What are we going to do?" Est asked as he warily looked around their surroundings. "We can't fight what we can't see." "What kind of monster was it?" Isaac asked. "I've never heard or seen something like this before." "Its name is Gazmirage, threat level C," William explained. "Its main weapon is its tongue that extends up to 30 meters. Its claws also contain poison that can paralyze its prey. Make sure to avoid it at all costs." "Do you know their weakness?" Lan asked. "Also, how did you know about this creature?" "My master is a walking monster encyclopedia," William lied with a straight face. "I heard her talking about this monster in passing. This monster thrives within the eastern plains of the southern continent. As for their weakness, they don't have any." "Monster encyclopedia?" Est asked. "What's that?" "In short, she knows a lot about monsters," William answered in an awkward manner. "I see." Est nodded his head. Although he had a feeling that William wasn't telling him the truth, he knew that now was not the time to ask such questions. "Do you have a plan in mind?" Since he had already recognized him as the leader of the party, he decided to observe whether he really had the capabilities to lead them. "There is a way, but..." William looked at the 3 children with reluctance. "You might not like it." "What do you mean that we might not like it?" Lan asked in a challenging tone. William didn't answer Lan's question. Instead, he glanced at the grasslands around them. If possible, he didn't want to use this ability because his master had repeatedly warned him not to use it in public. "Remember this, William," Celine said with a serious expression. "No matter how good or noble your intentions are, human prejudice is something that you must consider when using this power. Only use it as a last resort." While he was still having an internal debate whether he should use his power or not, the ground started to shake. A hulking giant that was at least 40 meters tall appeared in their vision. It had red skin and a single horn jutted out of its head. In its hand was a giant black steel hammer that was as dark as the night. The most notable feature of this monster was its single large red eye that seemed to pierce through their souls. The hairs on William's neck stood on end as he gazed upon the towering threat in front of him. The feeling that the monster gave him was similar to the Strathmore thunder-horned wolf and golden-scaled crocodile that he had faced many months ago. It was a presence that William could never hope to defeat with his current level of power. Chapter 73, Challenge of Courage Part. Terrorhan, Giant Race. Threat level SS Millennial Beast. Long ago, it was said that a race of Cyclops broke free from the control of the gods and started to slaughter everything in existence. They had incredible strength that was able to overpower most of the other giant races, which allowed them to roam unhindered for many years. The single eye on their head is able to shoot out a concentrated beam of light that is able to destroy fortress walls. They are able to control the metal element to a certain extent, which gives them the ability to make their bodies as hard as steel. They are weak against the holy element. Instead of hope, William found despair as he read the information of Terror Hand. Although it had a weakness, he didn't have any job classes in his possession with the holy element. His only hope was his companions, so he decided to ask if any of them could wield the power to slay the millennial beast in front of them. "The name of this monster is Terror Hand," William said as he tried to suppress the despair in his voice. "It is a millennial beast, and its only weakness is the holy element. Do any of you possess the holy element?" Isaac and Lan shook their heads before looking at their young master. Est bit his lip before reluctantly nodding his head. "I don't have the power to use holy spells, but I do have a weapon that is imbued by the holy element." The handsome boy waved his hand, and a sword appeared in front of him. The plain-looking sword didn't look special. In fact, it looked so normal that William was finding it hard to believe that it was imbued with the holy element. Because of his doubts, he decided to use his appraisal skill on the sword. Rhapsody, the sword of eternal glory. The sword that was wielded by the hero Altera who protected the humans during the War of the Darkness. Its power will depend upon the belief of its user. The stronger their belief, the more powerful the sword becomes. Imbued with the holy element. This sword is indestructible, can only be wielded by the devout followers of the goddess Astrid. William had a complicated look on his face as he read the information of the sword. Although the word indestructible, imbued with the holy element, caught his eye, he was not feeling optimistic about their chances. Aside from Terror Hand, there were 6 Gazmirages that were currently hiding using their stealth ability. William's map had been disabled, so he couldn't detect their locations. With a millennial beast and 6 invisible threats, William felt that this challenge was simply impossible to clear. "I guess I have no choice," William thought as he clenched his fist. This was a battle of life and death, so he couldn't be choosy with the method that was available to him. Since it was impossible for him to beat the Terror Hand, he would devote himself to the supporting role to ensure that Est would be able to deliver the finishing blow to the millennial beast. "Est, do you have the confidence to beat that thing?" William asked. "No." Est shook his head. "Beating it is impossible." He was feeling faint-hearted as he gripped the sword in his hand. When the goddess mentioned that the trial would be hard, he thought that he would still be able to clear it using the sacred sword that the goddess had passed unto him. Of course, goddess, would a challenge that affected the fate of a kingdom be easy? Of course not. He was starting to despair. Fear was slowly gripping his heart and it was making it hard for him to breathe. Est felt his hand becoming clammy as cold sweat streamed down the side of his face. As he was about to lose all hope, a pair of rough hands pressed down on his shoulders. Est raised his head and saw a pair of bright green eyes looking straight at him. "No matter how strong the enemy is, a hero can't choose their opponent," William said in a firm manner. "This is why they are called heroes." But I'm not a hero," Est replied. "I was not born a hero." "Heroes are not born, they are made," William stated. "A hero is an ordinary individual who finds the strength to persevere and endure, in spite of overwhelming obstacles." His confident voice pierced through Est's heart, warding off the fear that had almost rendered him paralyzed. Est could also feel warmth spreading from the palms of William's hands that were currently pressing on his shoulders. "Pep talk is over," William said as he gazed at the adversary that he had to face. His fearless gaze awed Isaac and even Lan, who was always skeptical about William, had to admit that the boy's current expression looked cool. "Bestow. Ice armor. Leader of the herd." William buffed his herd and applied ice armor to everyone including Eastie and the twins. He then asked the system to switch his subclass from the Ice Wizard to Dark Mage. Right now, his ice magic could make little difference against their enemies, so he decided to get serious. "William, the mithril collar that I gave you is special," Celine said as he patted the boy's head. "It has a special function that you can use once every 5 years. The price of using it is very steep. However, if you have to choose between paying the price and dying, you should just pay the price and use it. After all, only when you are alive will you be able to accomplish your goals in life. The passcode to activate the collar's ability is..." William touched the mithril collar on his neck and said, "Rule Breaker." The collar glowed radiant blue as William felt a surge of power washing over his body. This was a forbidden spell that Celine had taught him to preserve his life before he left the village to visit the holy temple. William didn't know that Celine had a premonition that William would encounter extreme danger during his journey. Because of this, she decided to impart the collar's secret in order to give him a chance of survival. Tendrils of darkness snaked around William's body as the mithril collar executed its special function. "This is dark magic?" Isaac gasped. Lan's eyes widened in surprise before his face contorted to an expression of scorn. Est stared at the redhead boy who was slowly being enveloped by darkness. To his surprise, he didn't feel any negative feelings towards William. In fact, Est was feeling a sense of peace and security coming from him. Est understood that William was taking a risk by showing them this side of himself. The sword in his hand pulsed with power and the words of the goddess whispered in his ears. "I only look at the results, Est, not the process." "Lady Astrid, I think I now understand what you are trying to tell me," Est thought as he firmly gripped the sword in his hand. Since you chose him to be my companion in this trial, I will also put my trust in him. Ding! The special function of the Collar of Wisteria had successfully activated. Dark Mage job class had been forcefully upgraded to a prestige class. Acquired prestige class, Prince of Darkness. This job class is temporary, and will only last for 2 hours. William sighed as the power inside his body stabilized. This was the first time he felt so powerful. Even so, he understood that he wouldn't be able to beat the Millennial Beast with his current strength. However, beating a Centennial Beast poses no problem at all. Ethereal vision! The corner of William's lips curled up into a smirk as the color of his eyes changed into a golden color. The hiding gas mirages were laid bare before his eyes, and he decided to deal with them. First, before fighting off against the Millennial Beast. Glorious darkness, my Redeemer, I need you now in my time of need. Guide my hand so I might conquer your foes. Punish the fools who have forgotten your name, and doom them all to eternal darkness. Darkness Breaker! Over a dozen dark beams shot out from the sky and crisscrossed across the plains. The hiding monsters let out a shriek as their world descended into darkness. Dark mists oozed out of their eyes as their bodies rolled on the ground in pain. Mama Ella, I'll leave the small fries to you, William ordered. Est, and your 2 sidekicks, we are going to deal with the Terror Hand. I'm going to say this now, but none of you are allowed to die. Do I make myself clear? Me, understood. Est nodded his head. Okay, Isaac replied with a determined expression. I'll follow you just this once. Lan decided to focus on the task at hand for the time being. Even though he disliked William, there was no way he would allow his young master to face the Cyclops on his own. Chapter 74. Someone who was favored by the gods. With a mighty roar, the battle officially began. Terror Hand was indeed a very formidable opponent. None of the children's attacks were dealing any damage to its body. Even Est's sword, Rhapsody, could at most open superficial wounds that would regenerate in an instant. Est, jump back, William ordered. Este didn't think twice, and immediately obeyed William's order. A black whip made up of dark magic wrapped up around his waist. With a tug of William's hand, Est was pulled away from his location just in time to evade the red beam of light that shot out from the Cyclops' eye. The ground exploded, sending burning rocks in all directions. Isaac and Lan, who were near the area of explosion, distanced themselves while evading the dangerous projectiles that were flying all around them. We can't continue like this, William said as Est landed beside him. We need to end him in one strike. But how? Est asked. Suddenly a realization struck him. Don't tell me. Yes. William raised his head and looked at the Cyclops, only eye that was looking at them in disdain. We need to attack its eye. Saying it was one thing, but actually doing the deed was another. The Cyclops towered above them. Fighting it at close range was very risky as well because it specialized in close combat. If not for their fast mobility, and William playing the supporting role, all of them would have already died by now. The ground trembled as the Cyclops used its hammer to smash Isaac and Lan, who were distracting it with their long-range magic attacks. Isaac's Earth's magic and Lan's water magic worked hand in hand to fire projectiles at the Cyclops' eye. These attacks didn't deal any damage to the eye itself, but it annoyed the giant to the point that it was focusing its attacks on them. Lan jumped in the air, and William's black whip pulled him out of the Cyclops' attack range. They were using hit-and-run tactics against the Cyclops because it was very dangerous to fight it head-on. Gained EXP points, 10,000. William looked at the notification with a grim expression. He was buying enough time for Ella and his herd to kill the gas mirages so that they could help them deal with the Cyclops. 2 more small fries remain, William thought as he glanced at the pitiful gas mirages who were currently being ganged up on by Ella and the goats. At most it will be over in 2 minutes. 2 minutes might seem like a short time, but when fighting against a millennial beast, every second counted. William also knew that even if Ella and the rest of the goats were to complete their mission, the help they could offer against the Cyclops was very limited. Aside from Ella, the other Angorian goats would not be able to do anything. William was not foolish enough to order them to engage against a millennial beast. That would be just like throwing eggs on a boulder. He had already fired over a dozen void arrow at the Cyclops, but it remained indifferent to his dark magic. It seemed that the Cyclops race was immune to any type of magic that disabled their eyesight. An angry roar reverberated in the plains as the Cyclops went on a rampage. It swung its hammer and hurled it towards William's and SC's location. Levitation? William said as he held SC's waist. He then flew up towards the sky to evade the incoming attack. Even though the attack missed, a powerful shockwave pushed the 2 children away as a dust cloud appeared on the area where the giant hammer fell. This is really hopeless, S sighed as William and him landed on the ground. We won't be able to kill it. Of course we can't kill it, William said with irritation. But we can beat it. Do not forget that the power of the sword is dependent on your belief. If your belief wavers, then its power will also be affected. I know, S said through gritted teeth. He knows, but what of it? No matter how much he tried to hold onto his belief, he felt that he was an ant facing off against an elephant. For him to be able to remain standing was already a feat in itself. But the more he fought against the Cyclops, the more he realized that this trial was impossible to clear. This trial is called the Trial of Courage, William reminded him. He could tell that S was getting frustrated, and it would do him no good if he lost heart at this critical moment. It means that this trial will measure our courage. Perhaps killing the Cyclops is not the goal of this trial. Then what is the goal of this trial? It is just a hunch, but I think that the goal is to have the courage to face off against an opponent that is impossible to defeat. William had encountered similar scenarios like this in games. There were bosses and characters who were invincible, and you will have to fight them in order to continue the storyline. When the protagonist was about to be defeated, something would happen that would make the invincible boss run away or end the battle immediately. We just need to find out what the requirement is to trigger that event, William thought as he racked his brains for any clues to tip the scales in their favor. The courage to face off against an opponent that you can't defeat, Est muttered. Perhaps you're right, maybe we just need to keep on fighting and show our bravery. Yes, William replied. Gavin gave me this trial, so there must be a way to clear it. He couldn't possibly have given me a trial that was impossible to clear in the first place, right? Gavin, is there really a way for William to beat that Cyclops? Issei asked as he looked at the projection in front of him. Isn't this trial too hard? Exactly, are you trying to bully William? Lily scoffed. He still hasn't used my divinity and you're already planning to get him killed. Are you out of your mind? Gavin cleared his throat as he looked at the struggling redhead boy in the projection. Actually, this was not the trial I intended for William. Astrid came to look for me earlier and asked if my follower could help her own devout believer clear a trial she prepared for him. So this is all that tomboy's doing? Lily pursed her lips. Since it's her believer's problem, why must she drag others into it? Because this is the only way for my believer to complete this mission. A beautiful lady, wearing knight's armor, appeared out of thin air. Her long black hair was tied in a ponytail, and her eyes, that held unwavering determination, stared at the projection. She could tell that Est was on the verge of giving up. Only the words of the red-headed boy beside him was preventing him from losing all hope. My believer is still too young and inexperienced, Astrid said in a clear and crisp tone. It just so happened that I sensed someone with very strong divinity in his surroundings. After an in-depth investigation, I found out that he was one of Gavin's followers. Astrid paused and gave Lily and Issei a sidelong glance. I didn't expect to find out that the boy carried not only one, but 3 divinities in his body. This is the first time I've seen something like this. I'm very curious. Why did the 2 of you favor another god's follower? I wonder what will happen when the other gods learn about this secret. That's none of your business. Lily angrily placed her hands on her waist. You think you can blackmail us? We're not breaking any rules. Are you threatening us? Issei narrowed his eyes. I doubt that a righteous knight like you likes to gossip, but if you ever do, I'll make sure that all of your believers will become part of my followers' harem. I'm not afraid of you, nor any of the gods. Mess with my brother, and I'll make sure that all of your believers would become my men's SX slaves. Astrid raised an eyebrow, but she didn't argue with Issei. Among the new generation gods, the harem god was someone who held absolute power. All of his believers were very influential people in the worlds they resided in, from the lowest commoners to the highest kings and emperors. His power couldn't be challenged, and all the gods were wary of him. No one would want their devout followers to become mindless slaves who would wantonly fall into depravity. Be at peace, Astrid replied in a firm voice. I have no intention of telling this to anyone. Lily snorted and was about to nag the uptight tomboy when she saw Gavin shaking his head. She had no choice but to bottle up her retort inside her chest and return her attention to the ongoing battle at the plains. Well, so how will they be able to clear this mission? David asked as he played with his beard. Is this really just a trial of courage? How come I don't see any chances of winning? This trial wasn't supposed to be cleared in the first place, Astrid admitted. Huh? What did you say? Lily glared at the goddess of knights. Frankly, I don't want to honor the promise I made to the Helen Kingdom. Astrid looked at her devout follower with a gentle gaze. It's just that Est had made an oath to offer her everything to me in exchange for a chance. When I told her that I would give her a chance if she lived her life as a man forever, she didn't even bat an eye and said yes. I thought that she was just joking, but when I really turned her, and the 2 girls serving under her into boys, it was then that I realized that she was serious. Since that was the case, then I should at least give her a winning chance. But you said that this trial couldn't be cleared in the first place, Issei interjected. Doesn't this mean that you lied to your believer? It is true that Est wouldn't be able to clear the trial if she was alone, Astrid answered. That is why I asked Gavin for help. Astrid focused her attention on William, who was currently holding St in the air. A flicker of expectation could be seen in her eyes. Perhaps someone who was favored by 3 gods. 4, David cut in. Not 3 but 4. The corner of Astrid's lips twitched as she looked at the shepherd god who was peacefully drinking his tea at the side. You're in on this too, David. Why not? David answered. William is a very interesting boy. He reminds me of when I was just born in this world. Since he is as handsome as me, he will definitely be able to find a way. Ah, that reminds me. There's a famous saying on his home planet that goes something along the lines of, if there's a will, there's a way. Astrid, if Will can really complete this mission, you are going to owe him a favor. The four gods looked at David in disdain. As handsome as you? Have you seen your reflection in the mirror? Patui. I'll consider it, Astrid replied as she tried her best to keep the calm expression on her face. But first, he must show me what he can do. I really want to see if a boy that is favored by four gods can do the impossible. Gavin, Issei, Lily, and David looked at the struggling William in the projection. Although they favored him, they still couldn't think of a way for the boy to overcome the obstacle he was currently facing. Chapter 75. Bestow your power upon my unworthy hands. Listen, I can't stay in this form forever, William explained, as he used his dark magic to pull Est, Isaac, and Lan along with him as he evaded the attacks of the Cyclops. Since they were fighting on a plane, it gave him plenty of space to dodge its attacks. Although the Cyclops' attacks were powerful, as long as they didn't hit them they would be safe. I'm using a forbidden spell that allows me to become strong for a short period of time, William said with a serious expression. Once this magic runs out, I will not be able to use magic for 5 years. What? Est asked in surprise. You will not be able to use magic for 5 years. Yes, William replied. Not being able to use magic for 5 years is still better than dying here. Don't you agree? But still, don't worry. I didn't do this only for you. This is part of my trial as well, so we are in the same boat. Isaac looked at William with admiration. Lan, on the other hand, had a rare look of pity on his face. Although both of them had different expressions, they still understood the weight of William's sacrifice. They never expected that the redhead boy would go this far, in order to help their young master clear the trial of courage. We can't afford to fail this trial, William stated. Since I decided to go all out, none of you are allowed to pull my leg. I have a plan, but it is risky. Are you all willing to put your life on the line and trust me? Yes, Est replied with a determined look. He then gripped the sword in his hand tightly. If it will help us clear this mission, then I'm in. Isaac and Lan exchanged a glance at each other before firmly nodding their heads. This time, both of them would not question William's orders and give him their full cooperation. We only have one chance to do this, so let's make it count. William then started to explain the plan he had in mind. Est's and the twins' expressions became very serious as they listened to his instructions. Any of you can still choose to back down, William sighed. However, after the time limit of my magic ends, we will just be waiting for our deaths. Since we don't have a choice, then let's just do it, Lan said as he looked at the Cyclops in the distance. I agree, Isaac voiced out his opinion. Est nodded his head in agreement. Very well. Since all of you agreed, then we are all in this together, William said with a smile. Hold him off for 2 minutes. I need to make my preparations. Okay. William landed on the ground, but he kept the dark whips tied on the children's waists. That way he could pull them away from danger if they were unable to evade the Cyclops' attacks. Gained EXP points, 10,000. Good job, Mama Ella, William thought. Just one more. Est, Lan, and Isaac charged toward the Cyclops from different directions. The twins were using their ranged magic attacks to get its attention. William made a few hand seals as he prepared the spell that would aid them toward their victory. A black dagger appeared in front of him and stabbed the tip of his finger, allowing blood to spray from his fingertip. As the blood was absorbed by the ground, a red magic circle appeared under William's feet. As soon as the magic circle had fully formed, William immediately began his chant. Darkness that is darker than black. Blood that burns with the life of the living. I pledge myself to overcome the obstacles that lay before my eyes. Bestow your power upon my unworthy hands. And let the fools who stand on my way be destroyed by your unending might. Clones of darkness. William, Est, Isaac, and Lan suddenly multiplied as William's spell took effect. The clones of darkness was able to create a dozen clones for each of William's targets. These clones were not ordinary clones because they were able to manifest 50% of their original's power. It was not only the children that had gained this wondrous effect, but Ella and the other goats as well. Because of this, the hundreds of goats easily overpowered the last Gazmirage and sent it to the afterlife. Gained EXP points, 10,000. Me! The goats made a full power charge towards the Cyclops. Of course, the original goats aside from Ella were ordered by William not to join the battle. Even though they were unwilling, still followed their shepherd's orders and remained a safe distance away from the Cyclops. As the clones converged on their target, an all-out battle royale began with the Cyclops at the center. Est's clones wielded their swords and started to inflict wounds on the Cyclops' ankles and legs. Due to William's current circumstance, Est finally threw caution to the wind and resolved himself to beat the Cyclops. This sudden change in his attitude made the power of his sword slowly increase with each passing second. William's clones darted across the battlefield and used the dark whips in order to help his allies evade and attack the blind spots of the towering giant. The Cyclops became annoyed and wildly swung its hammer left and right. It even fired beams of light from its eye in the hope that it would be able to destroy the insects that were currently ganging up on him. Unfortunately, William's clones had dedicated themselves to the supporting role. All of his clones were flying in the air and took control of the situation. William, who was on the ground, raised his bloody finger and aimed it at the Cyclops. "I like a gun." Liroas Neil Arian Tyrariath, Mariath, Telendin, Talaraniel. Ararosnal Trilanbrades, Moraniel, Ararilbros, Aloan, Thriasriel Renilol, Trilaren, Morlalin. Neelambrunil Arenas, Merlinian. An eerie red glow appeared on the tip of William's finger. This spell only had a 1% chance of instantly killing a millennial beast, and Celine had used it on the golden-scaled crocodile back in Lant. William decided to take a gamble and use this spell to end the life of the millennial beast in front of him. Finger of Death. William roared as a red lightning bolt shot out from his finger. The Cyclops felt the deadly threat of William's attack, and immediately countered it with its own beam of light. The red beam and the red lightning bolt clashed against each other, which caused everyone's heart to tremble. William's feet skidded across the ground as he faced the Cyclops' counterattack head-on. Blood seeped from the corner of his lips, but he didn't relent his attack. He was pouring every strand of his magic power in this offensive spell because this was their only chance to beat the Terror Hand. A powerful explosion sent shockwaves in the air as the two attacks canceled each other out. William fell powerlessly on the ground as the last vestige of magic power left his body. "Est!" one of William's clones shouted as it held the wooden staff in his hand like a baseball bat. East didn't hesitate and leaped into the air. He landed on the wooden staff as he prepared his body to strike. "Go!" William's clone shouted as he swung the wooden staff. "Magnum burst!" S flew in the air like a cannonball. The Cyclops' reaction was a bit slow because it had also exhausted itself in countering William's full-powered death blow. The young boy fearlessly pulled back the sword in his hand as he prepared for his strongest move. "Light that shines upon the world, bathe us all in your eternal glory," S shouted. He then stabbed the sword forward with all of his might. Grand Cross. A radiant light enveloped the holy sword as it pierced the center of the Cyclops' eye. The Cyclops didn't even get a chance to let out a scream as a cross made of holy light split its body into two halves. A black whip of darkness wrapped around Est's waist and pulled him away to safety. Not long after, the hulking giant fell on the ground with a resounding crash. Everyone in the battlefield looked at the giant's remains as William's clone gently landed on the ground carrying Est in a princess carry. "Good job," the clone said as he helped the handsome boy stand on his feet. "Did we win?" Est asked. He was still half in doubt if they had really won against a millennial beast. "Yes," William's clone replied with a smile before vanishing into particles of light. For some reason, Est felt his heart skip a beat when he saw the smile of approval on the clone's face. A feeling that he had never felt before started to bloom inside his innocent heart. Surprisingly, he didn't dislike this feeling.